Hi, welcome back, my dear students. In this lecture, we're going to learn in a very simple manner what Node.js really is. And we're not going to go too much in depth about what it really is, but I'm going to give you the general concept of Node.js. Right here, if we go to their website, nodejs.org, we can see that it says it's a JavaScript runtime environment built on Chrome's V8 JavaScript engine. Okay, and now it says a lot of jargon here that you might not understand, but let me give you a summary on what this really means. So Node.js is this program that we installed in our server or computer, right? That uses this program right here called Chrome's V8 JavaScript engine. And this program is built on C++. So what Node.js is actually doing is using this program that Chrome or Google created that uses the language C++ to do other things that JavaScript cannot normally do. For example, by using this language, using C++, we can create dynamic page content, create, open, read, write, delete, and close files on the server, collect form data, and even add, modify, delete, or whatever we want to do with our databases. Okay, so Node.js is using C++ to do all these things here by using JavaScript. By allowing us to use JavaScript, we have a handle on this C++ language, and we can do a lot of cool things. Okay, that's what Node.js is. It's this environment where JavaScript runs and uses C++ to do other things. Simple as that. But one of the great things about Node.js, okay, is that instead of waiting for a request, for a response from a request, we could do other things while it's actually waiting on that request. You see, for example, on PHP, if you send a request to do something on the server, you have to wait for that a specific thing to finish before you jump into the next request. Okay? With Node.js, we don't have to wait. We leave that request on queue and we jump to the next one. Okay? This is what asynchronously means, or asynchronous programming. Okay? We don't have to synchronously, okay, without the A, wait for something to happen before we do something else. We can keep doing other things while that is happening. Okay? That's also called non-blocking. And this is why Node.js is very memory efficient. So you can build really large applications using this because we don't have to wait for something to finish to jump into the next request. Pretty cool stuff. And this is it. That's what Node.js is. It's like a middleman. It's like giving JavaScript superpowers with the language C++. Okay? So don't overthink it. Now, npmjs.com or .org is the website where we download packages for Node.js. This is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, repo website in the world. Simple as that, guys. So that's it. There you have it, guys. This is my simple explanation for what Node.js really is. And I'll see you in the next lectures. If you have any questions, please post it in the discussion. You can find out more information about Node.js by Googling who created it. Okay. Node.js creator, for example. And you can see that it's this guy here called Ryan Dow. You can find out a lot more information here. I just wanted to give you the brief summary on what it is. Hopefully that helps you out. Thank you so much, and I'll see you on the next lectures. Welcome back, my dear students. In this lecture, we are going to be installing Node.js in a Mac operating system. If you have a Windows computer, jump to the next lecture. Okay, so we're going to learn a couple different things here. First of all, we're going to download Node, install it, and add it to our path in our computer so we can find it very easily. So for those of you that have Node, just make sure that you have it by typing in node version in your terminal. Now, if you don't know what your terminal is or where it is, make sure that you go to Launchpad and type in terminal there. And terminal is where we execute our programs directly in our computer. Okay? And if you're taking this course, chances are that you already know what it is. But I'm always saying that because this is a beginner's course. So I'm always taking it all the way down to the beginner's level. Okay. So if you don't see anything, if you type in Node and you don't see anything there, it's because you don't have Node or it's not in your path. And I'll show you that later on what that means, okay? Basically, we can't find it like that. Now, we can also try to find it by going to the user local bin directory, and we can say cd. I'm not going to show you a bash bunch of commands here, just the simple ones that you can, if you don't already know it. So we can go to the user bin directory here, and this is where all your executables are located. ls, and you can see that we have a whole bunch of different programs here. Let's clear that out. And if I type in ls hyphen la, we can see more stuff. But anyway, let me clear that out. So this is where all these executables are located. And if I go there and I try to look for Node, I can see that I already have it installed. So it's done, this is alphabetically ordered. So if you look after the M, you can see the N's. And if Node is not there, then you don't have it. If it's there, you have it. And you can really find out what version you have by typing in user local bin like this. And actually, node hyphen version. Just like this. Enter. And you can see that you have what version you have. If you have a really old version, I suggest you go to their website like we are going to be doing now and downloading the newer version. The newer version will override the old version. Okay? All right, so that's done there. Let's go and download Node.js for those of you that don't have it. Or for those of you that want to update it, nodejs.org is the website. Enter. And as you can see, we have two links here. The current version, which is the current version that we have available now. If you have a higher version, do not worry. This course is always updated, and it's not a course that's going to get outdated because we are always using the core foundations of Node.js, all right, which is very rarely changed, okay? So current version or the most stable version, which is older always, we are going to download the most current version. I'm going to download this again even though I have it because I want to show you step by step how this is done. I'm going to save it. I'm going to go to the installer and it's telling me where it's going to install. And it's telling me it's also going to install npm, which is Node Package Manager. This little program here, and you're going to see this later on, helps us download packages for our Node applications. It will download our packages and we can just include it in our files or scripts. Okay? I'll show you that later. So we're going to follow the prompt, agree, installed, my password here, and done. Installed and installed. And this is where it is installing it, just like I showed you in the beginning. So now you can go to that path just like we did before a couple seconds ago, and you can verify that it is there. Or you can type in what I showed you, and you should see a version there. Okay? I'm pressing my up arrow key to go to the next command and my down arrow keys. Okay? And if you have it in your path, of course, if you're typing node, you can get it like this. Okay? Anyway, so we see that we don't have it available like this. We should be able to type in node and see it. So in order to get this working, we need to add the path, this directory, this path to our path variable in our computer. So our computer can find the executable for node or any other executable we find in that bin folder. Okay? If I run Mongo or MongoD, okay, you can see that it's not working. And even though I have these programs in my executable, in my user bin folder, they're not working just because my computer does not know where it is. So in order for us to add that, we need to do a couple things. Well, we can do it in two different ways. We either add it to the path file, and the path file is in here. So I'm going to type in sudo. Let's clear this out. So sudo for super user. Nano is the editor that I'm going to use, which is a pre-built pre-built editor for Mac, and I'm gonna go to etc forward slash etc path, enter my password, and now you can see here that I have some lines of code here. If you don't have this path, if you don't have this file, Nano will create it for you automatically, so don't worry. If you don't have anything here, do not worry. So I'm gonna add that path, user or USR, okay, local bin, just like that. Control X to save, and Y, yes, right here. You can see that we got no, N for no, and Y for yes. I'm gonna press yes, which is a Y, and enter. Okay. Now Node should be available. If I type in Node, it doesn't work, right? But that means that I have to open another terminal to kind of refresh this. So I'm just gonna close all that. Gonna find another terminal. And if I type in Node, you can see that it gives me another prompt. That means that I'm inside the Node program now. So if I type in, let's say, no 1 plus 1, enter, it gives me 2. What about 245 times 345 or 354? So 345 by 354, enter, that is what I get. So I'm able to play around with programs here. What about a variable? House, goes house is my house. Don't worry about what I'm writing. It says identify, but if I type in house now, you can see that I was able to save this variable there. And when I type in house, the Node program will return to me the value, which is pretty cool stuff. Now I can grab that value and put something else in there. Let's say I love this house. Enter. And now if I type in house, you can see that I get that. But anyway, that's out of the, we're not going to be playing around with that. Control C and Control C. Let's get out of this real quick. So that's the Mongo shell there. I mean, not the Mongo shell, the Node shell. So if I type in MongoD here, you see that that program is working now, right? Now, Control C to get out and turn that off and clear. So all my programs, all my executable located in the directory of user bin, local bin here. All these executables are working now just because I was able to add this path right here. Okay, so this is how you do that. Now there's another way of doing it. And guys, if you don't have to stay here to, you don't have to actually learn this to continue with the course. So you're welcome to skip this. This is just extra stuff that I wanted to show you. So another way of doing this, okay, is by creating a file called .bash. If you don't have it, we'll find out. Profile. And this file is supposed to be in your user, in your home directory, in your user directory or the home directory. You can get to it by typing cd tilde, which is a key located under the escape key, a symbol. So cd tilde pwd for current directory listing. And as you can see, we have the directory. This is our home directory. And if I type in ls, I don't see anything there that has to do with the bash profile. But if I type in ls-la, now I can see the .system files with the dot notation in the front. You see the dot? So now I can see this file here. If you don't have it, you need to create it in order for this to work. Again, you don't need this for this course. But if I type in nano, the editor, bash underscore profile, if you don't have it, it will create it. Enter, I have it. So now is another way of kind of not hacking it, but making sure that our path variable works. So that our path for our executables are included. So this is how we can do it here in this bash profile. This bash profile file can be used to do a lot of things. I'll show you some of my aliases that I got. So in a command prompt, if I type in XAMPP, this would take me, this will go cd application XAMPP htdocs. It would take me to this specific location. Instead of me typing this manually every time, I can just make an alias and type in XAMPP. Okay, I'll show you that right here. So XAMPP, see, I'm in htdocs now. So that's why I love the bash profile. Okay, so here to do to change that, to add this path to our variable path, I would say path equal symbol quotes. I don't believe you need to use quotes, but I do. And dollar symbol, all uppercase path, colon, and then hopefully I get this right the first time. Then we type in the path, right? Bin. Simple as that. Now Control X and Y for yes. Done. Now I can just, let's actually go and take this off from the path. Let's just comment this out. Command the symbol, Command 3 in my keyboard. Command Control X and Y for yes to get out. There we go. So now this should work no matter what. So now if I type in node, it works. Node hyphen version, it works. Let's go back to that file again, profile, and I'm gonna comment this out with a number symbol there in front of it. Control X, Y for yes. I'm gonna get out of here, open a new terminal and type in node, and you see that it doesn't work. Okay, now which should you use? I like to put that in the path myself, paths file. So I'm gonna go back here, uncomment this out. I have it like this, but you don't have to. It's easier to have an extra file and not mess around with a path file, just to have something like this so you can modify things in your computer. Okay, it's just easier instead of modifying them directly. But I, just to make it easier, I put it in the path variable there, so I always have it. So now I can execute my node from anywhere. Okay, now of course this is not working. I have to come back here. Oops, there we go. All right, anyway, thank you so much for watching. Hopefully this taught you a couple things that you did not know, and I'll see you in the next lecture. In the next lecture, we're gonna see how we do this with Windows. Take care. Welcome back, my dear students. So for Windows users to install Node is pretty simple. All you have to do is basically the same thing we did for the Mac operating system. You just go to the website nodejs.org, and here you're going to encounter two links. One for the current version, and if you see a higher version on your end, which you probably will, do not worry. We have designed this course to make it so it's available to all future updates. And if it's not available, I will make it so. But most of the things that we are going to be discussing and learning in this course is core foundations of Node.js. Really, really core stuff, not just stuff that gets outdated all the time. So don't worry. So the most stable version is going to be the lower numbered version. And this one's going to be the higher for of course, the highest version. I'm going to download the highest version. And I did it twice there. But anyway, if you can just click it from there, or you can just download and run the installer. Okay, it's super simple. Super simple. Let me just cancel this. And for me, it's going to tell me to either change it, repair, or remove it, just because I already have Node. But for you, it's going to tell you to install it. And it's going to give you a couple things that it's going to install. The Node Package Manager, which is a little program that we download packages that we can use in our Node applications. And you're going to see that later on. Some online documentation shortcuts, and it's going to add it to the path, right? So nets and it's going to install Node. Now, to verify that it is installed, you can go to your terminal, cmd, and type in node hyphen hyphen version, and it should give you your version number. Okay? So node space hyphen hyphen version. Now I use a command, a shell here for Windows that is very similar to Linux operating system, which when you are developing, especially like I do in PHP and some other languages, that we deal a lot with, very low level technologies. And when I say low level, meaning something like C, C sharp, something that's closer to Linux, is closer to the machine than, let's say, other high level languages like JavaScript or anything like that. When we are closer to the machine, we want to deal a lot with the terminal. All right, and even those with higher level languages like JavaScript or something far away from the machine. When I say machine, I mean the CPU, the machine code, lower level languages that have more control over your computer. So when we deal with high level languages like JavaScript, we don't need to use that much, the terminal much. We use editors, but I like to use the terminal a lot when I use tools. So for that, Git Bash is a really handy tool that I use because it resembles Linux operating system a lot. So if you go to Git, and I use GitHub a lot too, and I use Git for version control, but it has a really cool shell that I use. It's very similar to Linux to the Mac operating system as well. Okay, so if I say CD desktop here, or CD / pwd, you see it's very similar to our ls. Okay, very similar to Linux. So very, very, very similar. But anyway, I want to thank you so much for watching this lecture. That's it for installing Node. And like I do in most of my lectures, don't get frustrated because I show you some extra things. It's just this is a beginner's course, and some of you do not know this information. So thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next lectures. Hey, welcome, guys. So I get a lot of messages asking me, or I got a lot of messages asking me, which is the best IDE or text editor to play around with Node.js and similar code. Well, the best editor, or the best IDE, actually integrated development environment, it's the Visual Studio Code for the free version. And now Visual Studio Code is completely free, as I'm recording this video. They might change it in the future, I don't know. But it's a pretty cool IDE. I love all the features, all the plugins that you can use. I love that it has a built-in terminal right here. I love the way it looks. I love how easy it is to create files, create directories, refresh or expand. Okay, and there's a lot of the debugging tools as well. Now this terminal here, when you download Visual Studio, you can click or type Control tilde, and then you can open it up. Okay, I'm not 100% sure if that's the same command in the Windows. You can of course Google that real quick. But Control tilde, I'm opening this and closing in my Mac operating system. You can open a Net's terminal here like this. As you can see, you keep all the bash or the windows in this little window here. It's pretty cool stuff. Okay, you can delete it. You can put it up or put it down, or you can change the way this is, in the left, or you can put it in the right. Pretty cool stuff, guys. Pretty cool. But anyway, so you can also split it in more windows. Pretty awesome, right? So this is a really cool IDE to use, and I recommend it for the free version. Now in this course, I'm going to be using WebStorm. I love WebStorm. It also has a built-in terminal here, and when I say built-in, it means that this terminal wraps around your bash shell from your computer, your command prompt shell or your terminal. It wraps around that, and it goes and shows you the same thing here. So I can still go to my desktop here, okay, and you can see my items in my desktop. Okay, so just because the terminal is here, it doesn't mean that it's only available for this specific project. It's available for everything in my computer. Okay, so I just wanted to make that clear for you guys. What I love about WebStorm, of course, the GUI here looks really awesome. It's very easy to see the structure of your files, very easy to create new files, and it has a bunch of features, okay? And a bunch of plugins. And the company behind it is JetBrains. All they do is IDE, okay? Oh, that's all they do. They do a whole bunch of really cool tools that we can use. This is their website. It's code.visualstudio.com. I mean, the website for Visual Studio. And JetBrains is, let me show you their website. Okay, for WebStorm, jetbrains.com, and you can visit all their IDEs right here on the tools. Okay, they have one called IntelliJ IDEA, and that one you can plug in a lot of plugins. Like use it mostly it's for Java, but you can plug in a lot of other packages in here to use. Pretty cool stuff. Okay, so there you have it. What I recommend: Visual Studio Code for free version for JavaScript, Angular, TypeScript, you name it. It's really cool. And WebStorm if you want to go to a paid version. Now, a paid version here means that with JetBrains you can actually get a free license, a community license for a year, I believe, if you are a student. So if you are a student from the university and you have a university email for your school, you're gonna get a free license. If you are an instructor in some type of university or maybe a platform, and some platforms they will also give you a license. In some cases, I've seen that if you mention my name, Edwin Diaz, and you tell him, listen, Edwin Diaz has over 200,000 students. He recommends you guys a lot in his courses. I'm one of his students. Can you guys give me a free license? It has happened before where I see students getting free license. I'm not sure if it was because they mentioned my name, but you can try that too. Who knows, right? Maybe they'll do it. But there you have it, guys. Visual Studio Code, okay? And pretty awesome. It's free. You can download it at code.visualstudio.com. You can download it for Mac, Windows, and Linux, and you can also download JetBrains. Okay, you can try a free, well, not JetBrains, WebStorm. You can try this for 30 days and see how you like it if you want, but you have to pay for it after. Okay, you can buy it. And I hope that this was very informative. As you can see here, you can pay yearly, or you can, let's say, go for individual users, and you can pay monthly for $5 a month or something like that. Maybe later on they'll put it down or they'll put it up. I don't know. And you can get other products for $24.90. Okay, you can see that here. So anyway, thank you so much for watching this lecture. Hopefully that helps you out. Remember that the Control tilde here opens your terminal. Okay, and you can play around with the position over here in Visual Studio. See you and take care, guys. Hi, welcome back, my dear students. So in this lecture, I'm just going to show you a couple different things. I want to show you, give you a summary how Node works with code, and show you something about the global scope, which is super important for you to understand now before we start, with more knowledge about Node, okay? So get ready. So let's start. So I have my IDE open here. I created a folder called Node. Okay, I want to show you something with a little different way that Node and the browser behaves when it comes to variables, okay, and the global scope. So let's create a file here. I'm going to call this index.html. And as a matter of fact, let's just call it global.html. And I'm going to create another one. I don't know if I'm going to need both, but let's just create it. Global.js and global.html, okay? In global.html, I'm just going to put some boilerplate. And I'm going to make sure that these files are available to you, so make sure that you check the lecture before this one. And let's just put this here. Hello. Let's open this in the browser and let's see what we get. All right, I got it right here. Let's just put this in a different window somewhere. All right. Let's look at the console real quick here. So let me show you this. So those of you that don't know, the browser has a object, a global object that everything gets added to. Not everything, but variables. Every variable that you declare like this, let's say for example, I'm just gonna do this one, gets added to the window object. Okay, if you don't know what just happened here, I just define a variable, apply some type of value to it. I went over here and wrote a variable name, displayed the value, and I went and displayed the value again with window.name, which is basically the same thing. You see, every time I wrote name by itself, the browser knows that I meant the the, the global name. Okay, but if I declare a variable like this, let house, okay, and I put my house, and I display that, you can see it. But if I do this window.house, I get undefined because let is part of the ES6 specification. Okay, and ES6 is just a new JavaScript version. Okay, after of course um, JavaScript 2015. Okay, or JavaScript 5. So after JavaScript 6, this is this new keyword called let. If you don't know about that, I have a course on ES6, which is free by the way, with which will let you know some of the new syntax that we got, some of the new functionalities. So this global object here, every variable that we declare like this, I want you to have that in your mind, gets added to this window object. Okay, keep that in your mind. Let me show you how Node works. Okay, so in Node, there's a lot of things that you're gonna see, for example, like this console.log, that is part of the global object. Okay, now remember that we already installed Node in our computer, so we can say Node and we can execute files using Node, and Node is always going to expect a JavaScript file, so we don't even need to do the .js extension here. So enter, and you can see that we get hello from Node. And of course, we're not going to see this in the browser because we're not using the browser, right? We're using our console, our command prompt, our terminal, whatever you want to call it, to execute Node. And Node is just spilling it right back at us, right? Spitting it back. So that is the same thing as saying global.console in Node. If I do it again, Node global, enter, we get the same thing back. Okay, so this global object is the same thing as the window object in the browser for Node, right? So now the only difference, one of the differences, there's a couple differences, but one of the main differences here is that Node does not treat variables the same way the window object does. Okay, for example, we know that if we declare a variable like this in the window object, it gets added to it, right? I mean, in the browser. So that is part of the window.name or the window object in the browser. But Node doesn't see it like that. Node does not add this to the window object, or it does not add it to the global object. Okay? So in Node, you cannot come here and say, okay, this is added to the global object. You cannot do that. So if I try doing that, I get undefined because Node does not declare variables or does not add variables to the global object, which is this one, to its global object. But what it does is that every file that you create, every file that is separate in Node.js is its own module. So in order for us to use a variable from another file, we need to import it. So we need to actually export it from the file that we are using it, from the file that we have it, and import it from the file that we want to use it in. Okay, so if I wanted to use this, I would need either to add it to a global, okay, object, or export it out and import it. And we're gonna learn about that later on, okay? But right now you don't need to learn about this. I just want you guys to know about it. Now, another thing that I want you guys to understand is that every functionality, every feature that JavaScript has available to us in the browser, we have it available in Node, okay? Now, the only difference is that we have extra stuff that we can use in JavaScript, okay? And that's what Node is all about, right? So for example, let me show you that we can access all, simple or even really advanced JavaScript functionalities. So let's say, for example, I want to do something to this name up there. And let me see if I remember. There we go. That function is so many functions, it's hard to actually remember. So if I come here and I execute that, we get all uppercase the value, right? So this is a JavaScript functionality, and I'm able to execute it using Node, okay? So we have everything available that JavaScript has, but with extra stuff. Let me show you. For example, we also have, and let me show you, this is new syntax for including strings and variables together using the new JavaScript syntax. ES6, right? So let me just make sure that my ID is ready for it. Language, come back here. Make sure that it's using ECMAScript 6, apply, and now that the red underline is gonna be out. So I'm using the tildes here, the little, it looks like quotes, but they're under the escape key. And now if I want to use that, I can put a dollar symbol and two curly brackets, and I can just say new name. Okay, if I execute this, now I can say new name variable is, so I can write strings and variable together. Okay, as you can see right here. So we have that available. We don't have to use this, of course, that's assumed automatically. And every time you get stuck in Node, in the Node command prompt like this, just Control C and Control C again to get out, okay? Because some of you might get stuck in there and not know how to get out. All right, let me show you some of the Node core functionalities. For example, let's talk about doing something with files, okay? Let's do this. Let's actually display the directory that we're on, okay? Underscore underscore their name. And watch this. Let's execute this again here. Node global. Enter. And look at this. It executed my whole path until the directory that path is located on. So if I do the same here, but I do the file name, watch this. You see now that I get the file name. Now, keep in mind that this is also doing a break line for us, right? I mean, it's not putting everything in one line. Look at that. We're getting in one line, two line, and everything. You see, Node has everything available plus extra stuff, which is great. In JavaScript, we don't have the ability to actually play around with files like this. Okay? We can do a lot more than these guys, okay? All right. So there's also modules that we can kind of import. All right. So in Node, we have this require function, okay, that helps us bring modules. And now these modules, remember that they are built in Node. They are available to us like the path module. Okay. Now this is of course giving me an underline because I don't have the assistance coding assistance in my IDE. So if I can go to, let me see if I can just find it like that. And Global Assistant ETF right here is enabling the library. And that those, this is for those of you that are using Node. It's just a really cool stuff to get the global assistance there, so you don't have all those underlying errors there. So now I can, of course, assign this to some type of variable here and use it. So now if I want to use it, let's say here, I can say, well, I want to use that, but I want to use something like the base name method here. Base name. And now what that's going to do, a base name basically is like a regular expression that is going to check the whole file, okay, and it's going to pluck everything after the dot. That's basically what it's going to do. So I'm going to execute that again now, no global, and you can see here that it says global.js. Okay, so as you can see here, we are able to play around with a lot of JavaScript functionality, all the JavaScript functionalities, and at the same time, we're able to manipulate files, okay? And this is just the beginning, the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot of different things that we can do with Node, and I'm gonna show you in the later lectures. You're gonna enjoy it. Thank you so much for watching this lecture. I hope I open up your mind a little bit and show you the possibilities with Node. In the next lectures, you're gonna fall in love with Node and some other things that we are going to be doing. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next lectures. Welcome back, my dear students. So on this lecture, we are going to be learning about another important object that I want you to learn about for Node.js or Node, is the process object. Okay, now there's not just one global object. There are many different objects that we have access to, and the process object is something that we have access to no matter where we are. Okay, just like the global, the process objects, and along others. So let's create a file here just to give you a demonstration. I'm going to explain to you what this is. Okay, so I created a process.js file. So the process object is used to, it has many different functionalities, but one of the functionalities it has, we can read environment information, we can communicate with our terminal, with our shell here. Basically, we can get information from the current process that's going on right now in whatever file we are executing. For example, let me just do the console here, log something here so you can see it. So this is the object. It's called process. And we have many different properties and objects that we can use here. I'm going to show you this one, but as you can see, if I scroll down, there are a couple more, right? One of the most common ones is the argument variable here, okay? So this will give us access to whatever arguments we pass along with that process. For example, if I'm executing this file and I say node process, if I do this just by itself, you can see that I get an array. And that's what this argument variable is. It's an array. And a variable becomes an array when, we use those square brackets or assign it on a variable name. I mean, an array declaration in some programming languages. But as you can see, so it is a variable or an array, basically. And we have different values here. And the first value is where this process is starting from, right? We are executing it. We are using our executable in Node right here. This is the path for our executable. And then the second is where this process is, right? What process we are executing it from, right? The file. So for example, if we pass some type of argument here, for example, a flag saying Edwin Diaz, enter, you can see that this process got a little bigger, or the array got a little bigger, right? We have the flag and the value separated. You see that I separated the space with, and it gave us another value. So I can just easily come here and be like this, enter, and you can see that if I don't put a space, it gives me just the flag, and the next index is just one value instead of two. Okay, because in this here you can see that it have a little space there. But anyway, so we're able to communicate with the terminal process, with the terminal and with the current process. What can we do with this? Well, we can, since this is a variable, or let's just call it an array, we can manipulate it, right? And we can do things with it. For example, we can get the flag out of there. We can get the values out. So let's play around with it a little bit just to show you an example. Let's just say process, and let's just use it just as an array, index of, and we are going to find a flag called user there. And let's just get it out just to see what we get, right? Let's just get the flag out and see what it says. Okay, come back here, enter, and as you can see it says number 2. Now let's clear that out so it can be a little clear for you. Enter again, and you can see that we are, let's just comment this out real quick. Now we get number 2. Can you guess why that is? Remember that here, okay, remember what we're doing here. We got 0, 1, and 2. So it found the index where this value is located. Okay, if we wanted to print the value, we would have to do something like +1, right, to print the next value, and that would be 3. Now, how can we get that specific value? How can we echo that out, or should I say console that out? Right now we're just getting the index out, but if we want the information, the data, okay, we need to have some type of anchor to it, right? So we know the data is on index 3. So let's play around with it. Let's use the standard output and the standard input. You see, this process object has other objects inside that has properties and methods that we can use as well. And one of the objects that we have access to, okay, that are super important when we are dealing with some user interfaces and things like that, is the standard output. And the standard outputs allow us to basically communicate with the process that is running. For example, let's play around with it a little bit, and let's just do process that std output, well, out dot write. Okay, and let's just write something. Let's just say hello, ask me a question. Okay, and now let's clear this out. We are going to run this, and let's just, there we go. It says ask me a question. Now you see that I get a prompt here, okay, and I get the name. Well, I get this node there. Let me just make a little space here. So I get a prompt here. It's like it's waiting for me to say something or to write something in there. It's waiting for an input. So it wrote something to the console here, and it's waiting for me to put some information. When I write some information, let's say Edwin, okay, it says, well, I don't have anything, and there's no command by the name of Edwin. I don't know what you're talking about. So I'm basically running the file here, and it's waiting for something, but it doesn't understand what I write next. Okay, so we can use another process here. We can use a listener. Okay, so the standard in object is going to allow us to hook into that a listener. and it's going to be a data or data listener. Okay, and that's the name of it. And it's going to receive data here. You can name that whatever you want. Okay, and you can just say answer here. Okay, because it has a callback function that is going to get that information out or that data out. So let's console out that data and or answer. Okay, now we have to kind of play around with the data that's coming back because it doesn't come back as a string. So let's see, we have a function here to string, play around with it a little bit, and so you can see this in action. Okay, let me do Control C. Let's clear this out. Let's come back here. Let's execute this, and I'm gonna say Edwin Diaz, enter, and you can see that it replied to me Edwin Diaz. So it was able to get the data that we typed in, okay, when we are basically listening to it. So here's the thing. We are writing out, right, waiting for data, and then we are using this object because these are two different objects. The standard output is one object, the standard input is another object, and those objects have properties and have methods that we can use. So this method here on is a listener, and the data is the name of that listener, and it has a callback function getting that data back, and we are getting it right here. Well, you can name this whatever you want. We're converting that data to string just to make sure that we get a string, and you can see it here, but we also have a space here. We can also play around with that and trim it down. Okay, and then let's just say, what is your name? Or we can just say, what is your name here, but you get my. All right, so we got that back, and we don't have that space anymore. It's waiting for more data. All right, and it keeps waiting and waiting. It does not exit because we haven't told it to. Okay, we haven't told this application to exit. We can easily resolve that. Process dot, okay, exit. Simple as that. So now let's come out again. Let's run that, and let's just write whatever. And now, as you can see, let's just do it inside here. Come back here, enter, and now once we answer, we put the data, it returns, it exits the program. Okay, of course you can play around more with this data, and you can make an array, you can push the data into that array, and you can just probably echo out or display all the data you want, or do whatever you want with the data. I just wanted to show you an example of the process object, okay, along with other siblings objects that it has, or children objects, along with their methods and properties that you can use. Okay, this is just an example. This is just to show you the power of Node. Okay, and again, this is huge. It has a lot of documentation in the website, in the API page in nodejs.org. So you're welcome to visit at any time. We're gonna keep going on with this course because I got a lot more to show you, a lot of cool functionalities, and you don't need to dive in too much into this. I just want you to be aware that this exists, and we're gonna probably use this a little more later on. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next lectures. Welcome back, my dear students. So in this lecture, I want to take a look at a couple more modules here so that you guys can have a better understanding of some of the modules and some of their importance. So let's continue here. Let's talk about another module that I like to use a lot, and is the readline module. Okay, so let's go ahead and create that real quick. Let's create a file called readline. Let's call this readline.js, and let's start creating something here. So of course we can come back here and pull this in readline by doing a require, And so this module is already included when we installed Node, okay? Just keep that in mind. Let me just make sure that. And the reason why I have this underline here is because I'm not using that variable, okay? All right, so the reline module, okay, is basically a wrapper around the process standard output and the process standard input objects, okay? So, and you know, when I said a wrapper, I mean like a more functionality on top of it, and something easier to understand, and it's just a lot easier to do. So instead of using the process standard input and output directly, we can just use the reline and, you know, do a little bit more complex things in an easier way. Okay. So for example, let's set this up first. Okay. And we can use constants if you want to do that here. And this is a constant is a new thing in ES6, okay, in JavaScript 6. Remember, I have a course on that. So basically, this is basically a constant. This is like a variable, but something that you're not going to be able to change the value of it later, okay? So you can really set constants to reline. You can set reline to this now and then later on change it to something else, okay? Because it will not allow you to. So this is already, let me just put this note here. So I can do that, or I can just leave it at var here, just to not confuse things. So let's just leave it up there for now. But I'm gonna start using ES6 functionality later. Okay, little by little, I'm gonna introduce you to some of it if you guys don't know about it. So right now, let's set this up. I'm gonna set up another variable here. I'm gonna use this variable on top, and I'm gonna use a function here called create interface. And this is gonna take two parameters, two arguments here. First one is the standard input, okay, object, and the second one is the standard output. Oops, or should I say stud out? Okay, there's a lot of programmers that call it that. Now that we have this, we can play around with it. So let's start playing around. Let's go ahead and basically ask a question in our terminal or a program, right? And then this question will be something like, hey, let's say something like, what is your name? Okay. And this is going to take a callback function, and we can use some of the ES6 features there by doing the parentheses by itself instead of putting the function name in front of it or behind it like this. I'm just going to omit that. Okay. And now this is going to bring back a answer, or should I say a name, because that's what we're asking here, right? But you can name this whatever you want. So this is called the arrow function in ES6, okay? I know it seems a little bit confusing here, but I want you to get used to doing that. Remember, it's the same thing as doing function and taking this arrow out. So now that we are asking a question, I want you to see how it looks like when we are answering it. Let's run the file. Let's call this reline. Let's say node reline JS, enter. What is your name? I'm going to say Edwin Diaz, and we should see that back. And you see that? It comes back to us. And now it's still waiting for us to keep writing stuff. Okay. So Control C to exit, clear. Okay. Very simple program here, but you can do a lot more things with it. Let's start playing a little bit more with it so that way you can see the power on it. So let's say, let's set a prompt here. And you can see all the stuff I can do here. Okay. So set a prompt is just going to ask a question. Okay. Again, so we're going to set the prompt, but we have to also prompt it later. And I'll show you what that means. Let's use template strings here. This is the ES6 features as well. And let's echo back the name. So we're going to say, hey, let's say if I answer Edwin, Edwin, how old are you? How old are you? Okay. Now, of course, we want to display that prompt. And the way we display that prompt is by saying prompt like this. So this is when I said you have to prompt it, that's what I mean. So we set the prompt here, okay? And then we display it. So now here is where we're going to be saying how old are you? Because right here we're just setting it up, okay? So now we need a listener for this because right now we have no way of listening to this. This is we need to find out what's going on here, right? We're setting it, but then when we prompt it, we need to find out, we need to listen to this guy here, okay? Let's set up a listener. This wrapper reline has a listener. So on line, that's what it's called, we are going to receive a function. Now I can use the old syntax like this, but I want you guys to get used to the new syntax. So I'm gonna take off the function. I'm gonna use the arrow here. Simple as that. Get used to it because you're gonna see it a lot, especially when you jump into things like Angular and React. I mean, when you jump into new frameworks out there with JavaScript, you're gonna see the new ES6 and later syntax. Okay. So we are gonna get some type of response here, but of course we're asking how old is that person. So we are going to get the age. Okay, let's get to it, guys. All right, so we can start doing things with the data here. So I can say if the age is less than 18, then we can say something to that user, right? And by the way, there is another utility or another module that I like to use called the util. It's an utility, really cool module, but it has a whole bunch of helper functions there that are really useful. And it's just called util. And as you remember, this is all included when you download Node, okay? So instead of doing console.log, I can use util.log. And what's the difference? Well, the log functionality here on this object is just gonna gives us a timestamp, okay? I'm gonna use template strings here, and I'm gonna say, well, um, Edwin, whoever that is, and let's just trim it too. Oh, by the way, I can use functions on that. There we go. JavaScript stuff. And because you are years old, you cannot proceed. Actually, yeah, that's fine. Yep, that looks good. Now let's say here we want to, if that person is older than 18 years old, we want to do something else, right? So let's just copy this whole line here real quick. And Edwin, you are is great that you are because now you can enjoy our services, whatever that is, right? Whatever services that is. Now, when we are done here, this is going to keep prompting us. We want to actually close this. All right, like that. And we probably want to do the same thing to this here. Okay, make sure you save your files. And now let's see if we don't have any errors here. And by the way, guys, when you see me writing a lot of code here, you might want to just write some code and execute the file just in case you have any errors. Okay, so what is your name? I'm going to say Edwin Diaz. How old are you, Edwin? Well, I'm going to say I'm 17, which I'm now, of course. Edwin Diaz, because you're 17 years old, you cannot proceed. You see how that works? And look at the timestamp here from our utility module, right? Pretty cool stuff. Let's execute the file again. There we go. How old are you? I'm going to say I'm 30. It's great that you are 30 years old because now you can enjoy our services, right? So this is just to give you an example here of some of the core modules that we have in Node.js and how to use it. I think this was a pretty good a little application here to give you an idea. But don't dive too deep into this. Remember that the main focus here in this course is to teach you all the fundamentals with Node.js and take you to the next step of using frameworks and creating more advanced applications with the help of tools that are going to make our lives a lot easier, because coding in Node.js, you know, core Node.js is a little bit difficult and it can be a really hard learning curve. Now, it could be very rewarding in the future, but it's not our main focus in this course. Main focus is to get you with the fundamentals so you can keep going and growing, learning about frameworks, learning about different tools and different technologies out there. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next lecture, guys. Welcome back, my dear students. So there is another module. There are a couple more modules that I want you to be aware of, but I want to show you about events. You already saw how we deal with events before. We use events here. Every time we use this method here on, we're using events. Okay, so you've seen this a couple times. Now, what I want to show you in this lecture here is how to make a custom event, because these are built-in events. Okay, this is something that's already built in into the language. Basically, we have an event called line and we are listening for that, right? So it has its own functionality. I want to show you how to create a custom event, and I want to show you how to emit one, how to uh, fire that event. Okay, so let's go ahead and create an event. I'm gonna call this events.js, and we're gonna use the new keyword here for ES6 called consts. It's about time you start using it. Okay, we use it a lot in every time we require stuff from any modules, because most of these modules you're now going to assign a new value to it. Okay, now remember that every time you are assigning a new value to it, that's when you have a problem. But when you have stuff that you're going to be using, let's say like custom methods or properties that this object has, const, it doesn't matter if you use const. Okay, you can, as long as everything is inherited from inside this object. If you are assigning a new value to that inherited property, then that is a problem. So let's come here and let's start playing with it. Let's use the new keyword let as well, and let's just say, since this is a constructor, okay, let's do a new instance, events, event emitter. This is the one we need right here. Okay, so now that we have a new instance, we can play around with it. Okay, so we can use this on here, and we can create our own custom event. We don't have an event yet, but we are about to create one. Okay, so let's just make up a random name here. Let's just say new event or something like that. That would be the name of our event. Later on, we are going to be using this name to emit an event, to fire that event. So we're just going to create the code here that that custom event is going to have. And of course, we're going to have a callback function. We can use a function or the new syntax arrow function. Okay, there we go, like this. Let's just, this event is going to take in an argument in this case. And let's just do a console here real quick. I'm not going to create something fancy, just a custom here event, and let's use template strings. I'm trying to use new code here, guys, just to get you used to it if you're not. And we're just gonna have a login message, and there we go. Huh, this is supposed to have this same. All right, so later on when we emit, we are going to pass in an argument, and we are going to echo that argument out or display it. Okay, in our terminal. And again, you can do whatever you want here. I mean, some events fire, notifications for users when they log in to a login to a dashboard, or fire an email when a user signs up for a application or something like that. Events are whatever you want them to be, okay? And they fire whenever you want them to fire. So let's say if I want to emit an event, I create an event here that goes to the dashboard and displays a message, okay? And then I'll go and emit that event every time the user logs in. So after the login function, I can say, well, and this is just to give an example. I want to emit an event that I have called new event. And that event, it's good to name your event like, related to the functionalities that you have inside. For example, if you have a new user registration, you create an event that says new user registration event or something like that. In this case, I'm just naming it new event just to, show you what it is, to give you a more related information. So now the second argument here would be the message or whatever we want. This is the name of the event. That's the first argument. Actually, it's not emit. Actually, it is emit. I'm sorry. This is the first argument is the name of the event, and the second is whatever the message you want, whatever data you're planning to put in there. So this could be anything. I'm just gonna say, hello guys, this is Edwin DS. Okay. Now, when I launch this, let's just open the terminal real quick. I'm just gonna, oops, I have missing after argument list. Huh. I have an error there. Oh, I think I have some type of error there. I don't see it yet. It's template string is a reason why I created a template string, right? Because I have to have everything there. Okay. Let's go here, and you can see that it says, hello guys, this is Edwin DS, right? So let's execute it again so you can see it. All right. So I'm pulling in that module. I'm using the constructor. We're creating a new instance here. Now, in some cases, you're gonna see this being pulled out from the code, okay? Like being inherited from. Like, for example, we know that inside this module there is a function, right? It's called event emitter. In some cases, you're gonna see this syntax here, event emitter, okay? Just like that. And that's fine as well, okay? And then this will be called event emitter. So you can pull that straight from there. I just want to show you that because you're going to see the syntax in some frameworks, okay? So you can just pull it out from there, okay? Just chain it and just pull it out straight from there. And then you can start using it right away, okay? All, and then you can inherit this functionality, this event emitter, from other objects. Okay, we're not gonna go into details on how that's done here. We might create a little example later, but you're gonna see this syntax a lot. Just keep in mind that this is basically the same thing. It's just like a shortcut. Instead of going and creating a new instance, it is basically pulling it from the module. We are getting it here, and then we are using it in other objects. In this case, we're just using the events emitter straight. Okay, we're not inheriting from anything, so we're just using it. Anyway, that's it for the event emitters and from creating new custom events. In the next lecture, we're just going to continue with some modules, and later on we're going to jump into the file system, which is going to be a great lesson. We have a lot to cover there. We're going to jump into HTTP modules, npms, and we're just going to have a lot of fun creating servers here in this course with Node.js. All right, so keep it up, guys. You guys are doing great. If you're following me along with the code, writing with me, that's the best way to learn. Okay, so keep up the attitude. Don't fall asleep. If you're falling asleep, go take a 15-minute break. Sometimes when you are studying a lot for an hour or two, then that creates a problem. You might want to take a break every hour 5, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. That's okay. Come back, you'll refresh, and we can start. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next lecture, guys. Take care. Hi, welcome back, my dear students. So in this lecture, we're going to talk a little bit about the module. Now, this is a word, a object, a feature of Node that you are going to be seeing a lot, not only in this course, but in other courses and in other applications. I want to show it to you right away so that way you know, you have an idea on what I'm going to be explaining about. So I'm going to execute this file with Node and look at it. I want you to pay attention to it. So you see that this is has an uppercase and it says module here, and it's an object. It has properties. The ID is the root, which is the dot. Exports is the object that we are going to be speaking about or doing and using 99.9% of the time. This object inside, and it's a property, but this property has an object assigned to it. This is the exports that we are going to be using most of the time and what you're going to be seeing. Everything else you're not going to see anywhere else. It's very rare to see any of this data. Okay, so now why is this important? Well, let me show you. If we do module that exports that title, of course we can add things to it because it is a what? It's an object. And if I execute this, you can see, sorry about that, let's just come here and say exports, and this is export as well. You can see now that we are displaying the data there that we have assigned to this exports object. Not only that, but you can keep adding new data to it. Okay, and you can come here and you can see the next data. And those are properties that you add to it. But you can also add functions to it. Okay, and for example, we can add a function here, and this function is just going to say hello, for example. Console.log hello. And now, of course, if I do this, you're going to see the function there in the property. But if I wanted to use that function, I would need to type in, let's just put calculation, cal for calculations. And here I will have to put the name of that function with parentheses. And now if we do that, we can see that it says hello with a W. Okay? Pretty cool stuff. Now you might be thinking, okay, this is great, Edwin, but why is this so important? Well, this is one of the ways that we export data out in Node. Remember that this export is available in any file without actually including it or doing anything to it. It's just available with Node. Okay? For example, let's say you had some type of functionality somewhere. Let's call this lib.js. Let's say you have some functions here. How do you acquire this function, right? Well, we could write the function down, right? This is basically JavaScript. Write the function down, calculation, and it's going to take a value of 1, then a value 2. Now, how in the world do we get this function out of here with Node? Let's just add this value 1 and value 2 together. Could we go into another file? Let's go here, take all this out, and let's do const, which is a constant in Node. Very similar to other programming languages, right? You can, add stuff to it, but you can't change your original. You can't redefine or reassign values to it. So we say that and we require the file, right? We could do that. Require dot, no, actually dot, because when we are requiring our own files, we have to say, hey, this is actually in the root of my directory, and then / where that function is or that file is, right? We require that, and we can come here and say, well, I want to execute that function node, and now this is going to give us some type of error. It says cow is not a function. You cannot do that. Okay, we can do that like that either. Okay, so in order for us to get this out, we will need to say module dot exports and put this object, wrap everything in this object like that. Okay, now of course this object needs to be, this needs to be formatted differently inside here, because now we are inside an object, right? So we create this property, and all we do is assign that function to that property like that. As you can see, everything's done with properties because we are inside an object, and of course we close it there. Now we can come here, and now we got to pass a value, right? Because this function takes two values. I'm gonna say 100 plus 233. Don't ask me where I get that number. One thing that I wanted to make you aware is that automatically, and I forgot to tell you this, automatically you are requiring that file, that whole file becomes the module exports object. Okay, so this would be actually this object, right? And now we have that big object, and now we can get that out of there like this dot cow, because now this is the property of that object. Okay, so now if I go and do node helpers, you can get the result 333. Okay, pretty simple stuff to do, guys. Pretty simple. And this is what we're going to be doing in a lot of lectures. Not only a lot of lectures, but you know, when we are building applications, this is what we use to export data. And I just wanted you to make you know, be aware of this module object that we got globally available to us. Okay, so again, you can come here and create property and assign some value. Make sure you put your comma because this is an object, right? And then here you got that big object when you're requiring that whole file, and here you can just echo out. I say echo out, log this to the console by getting that value out. You see some value. Okay, pretty simple. Thank you so much for watching, guys, and I'll see you on the next lectures. Hi, welcome back, my dear students. I hope you guys are having a great day today. All right, so on this lecture, what we're going to be learning about is something that I kind of talked to you a little bit about before, and was that every file that we create in Node.js is its own module, right? Remember that? And that we need to kind of export things out and import them for us to use it in other modules. So that's what we're going to be learning about today, how to export modules, custom modules, because we have been doing we have been importing modules from the built-in library in Node to use in our applications. But what about custom modules that we create, like this one? Let's say this was a module, its own module, and we want to use it in another file. All right, so that's what we're going to be learning about in this lecture. So let's go ahead and create another folder here. I'm going to call this modules. And inside here, I'm going to create another file. I'm going to call this send email. I'm just going to call this send email.js. Okay. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the code here, and I'm just not going to grab, this is going to be a very small example. Okay. And you're going to see this a lot you know, in other applications and in Node. I just want to show you an example how this is done. So I'm going to cut that out from the events. As a matter of fact, let's create a new file. Just to, it's gonna be email event.js. Okay, just like that. And I'm gonna grab some of this here, some of this code that I got here.
and I'm gonna paste it right here. Okay. Now this is gonna be called email event, and it's gonna be email event right here. I'm just gonna change the text a little bit just to make it more semantic to the lecture. So send email to user after registration. Okay. Send activation email. All right. And let's just do email here. Okay. So now we have our module. We have, remember that everything is a module. Let's just come back here and let's take this part as well from here. And let's say the module is here. Okay. And right now what I'm doing is I'm, of course, I'm pulling out some the event emitter there, and I'm just creating a new instance here. But let's say, for example, I had a whole bunch of code here and I want to export this module. Right now, I just want to export this instance so that I can use it somewhere else. All right. And this would be the emitter. And I want to use it here in this application that I'm creating. Okay. So for example, if I want to export out data that I want to use, remember that everything is its own module in Node. I need to add it to the module dot exports. Okay, and you can see we have a whole bunch of other stuff that we can use with module. I'm going to save the emitter there. Okay, and you can use that notation when accessing this export stuff. Um, exports object, and anything that you're using objects for, you can use it with this. So in here, all we have to do is just come and say something like const emitter, and let's just require it. And now, you know, we have been loading built-in modules, so we didn't have to put the path, but when we are doing custom modules, we need to put the path. And I'm just gonna put dot and dot just to signify that it is in this same level that I want to find this folder. Okay, modules, and the file is called send email. Okay, we don't have to put the .js. And now if I come and execute that email event, enter, you can see that we still get the same functionality. Send activation email to user after registration. Okay, now if I didn't have this here, we try to do that and then we get an error. Okay, so as you can see, this is how easy it is. So this is a module in a modules folder, and this is a very very simplistic example, but it shows you the core fundamental here, which is exporting data and then importing it here with the require function. Okay, simple as that. And you're gonna see more examples of that, okay, either in later information on this course or other applications out there. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next lecture, guys. Keep it up. Don't fall asleep. Put your little classical music there or whatever music and start coding, okay? I want you to write stuff down, because if you don't write it down, it's going to take a little bit more time to stick in your brain. Thank you, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Hi, welcome back, my dear students. So let's go ahead and learn some more modules that are super important. And in this module that you're going to learn in this lecture here, it's not the most important module in the world, but it's good for you to understand what it is and what it does. Okay, so this module that we're going to be learning about is the child process module. All right, we're going to be able to take control of, let's say, our computer that the script is on. Okay, we're going to be able to take let's say, for example, right now we can take over this operating system's commands. And the way we do that right now with, let's say, this Mac operating system I'm using is by using the terminal, right? We can execute commands in the terminal. And when we execute those commands, our computer does something, right? Our operating system does something. So we're going to be able to take control of that. And if you're using Windows, of course, you might want to execute Windows commands, okay? And I'm just going to do something super simple here so that way you guys can do it in the Windows operating systems as well, okay? So let's create a new file here. I'm going to call this execute, okay, .js. And let's play around with this. So I'm going to use constant, and this module that I want to, it's called child process. I'm just going to, there we go. Now, this child process module here has something that we want. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to just chain it here and just get it out. Let's just use it like this. And I'm just going to call this execute here. It's simple, simpler. Execute. So let's go to the terminal here. And if you're using Windows or anything else like that, you might want to do a dir to list all the directories, all the files in that directory, right? And for us in Mac operating systems or Linux, we do ls, right? And we can see all those files in there. So let's say, for example, I want to execute this in my application. I want to do this in the computer, and I want to show this all this information in the front end, which we're not going to be doing that now, okay? But we're gonna be pulling out this execute from there, and we're gonna be using the first argument here is going to be the command that we want to execute, right? And then this is going to have some type of callback function here. This callback function is going to have two arguments. It's going to have the error that we can receive if things don't go according to our plan, or the standard, okay, output. So let's come back here and let's just execute this real quick here, and we can check to see if this has some type of error here. So if we find an error, then we'll, return the error, right? And if not, then we'll just do a console real quick, and we can console out, let's say, our output. Let's just do our output here, which is the standard a stud out object. Okay, so let's execute this file here, and let's just say node. Let's just do a clear here on our terminal. No execute. Enter, and you can see that we get that output right here. You see that? Now, if I didn't have this, of course, then we wouldn't have this output. Okay? So that's pretty cool stuff. We can use this object here and do a whole bunch of things with it, right? We can loop through that, okay, and find out if our, um, stood out object is, equal to any of this, and if it is, what we can do something about that, right? So we can manage that data, as simple as that. It's pretty cool stuff. So that's what I wanted to show you here with the child process. It's not, much, but this is very powerful. Like, it's not much, it's very simple to use, but at the same time it's super powerful because you are able to control your commands here in that operating system that you're executing that script from, which is pretty cool. And then you can send that data to the front end of your application. One thing to keep in mind is that for those using Windows, you might want to change this to dir. Okay, simple as that. whatever commands you have available in your operating system, those are the commands that you are want to execute. All right, because I'm using a Mac operating system, I'm using ls. But whatever command you want to execute in Windows, you might want to take a look at command lines or commands available in your operating system by doing a Google search or something like that. Anyway, thank you so much for watching, guys, and I'll see you in the next lectures. Welcome back, my dear students. So in this lecture, we're going to take a look at another really cool module, built-in module, that has to do with the file system, all right? So the file system of our server, has to do with files, right? We manage files, we create directories, we create files, we do rename, we do a lot of stuff, right? With files. So let's play around with some files in Node and let's just have some fun, all right? So you guys ready? Okay, let's do it. So let's create a new file here, and I want you to write the code with me because this is just gonna help you guys. It's just going to help you get this knowledge. Okay, so pause the video, write down when you finish, when you see me writing the stuff down, even if you already know it, even if it's simple, just pause it and write it. Okay, so let's append this file to all the lectures that we are going to creating now. We're just going to call reading here. Call this reading file hyphen reading.js. Okay. And the first thing that I want to do and I want to show you is how to list everything that you have in the directory. So let's start reading some data. So I'm going to constant and I'm going to call this fs because we are going to be requiring the fs, and this is a good practice to do this. Now you might be tempted, and I do this all the time, not all the time, but yeah, very commonly. I name this the same as the module that I'm pulling out. Okay, so when I'm importing a module, when I'm requiring a module, I usually name the variable the same, give the same name to it. Now, I might change this sometimes. I might just do something like that or whatever. It's just to make it so you guys understand what we are doing at the moment, okay? But just know that it's very common to see this pattern here, and it's very good practice to do that, okay? But anyway, so I'm gonna, let's use the file system and let's just read. And as you can see, when I'm doing this here, my IDE is already auto completing some stuff for me, and we have a whole bunch of things that we can do with files. Okay, now you might see this sync, read dir sync. This is because we have two ways of reading files, or in this case reading, because that's what we're doing. Either we read them asynchronously or synchronously. So when we're doing synchronous stuff, it means that we have to wait for it to finish to do other stuff. Remember that Node is by default asynchronously, and that's what we're going to be doing, okay? But it gives us options to do that. And when you want to use this option here that you see here, the sync option, when you want to do that, it's good to do it when you're first starting your applications, when you're reading configuration files, environment files that you need your application to use before anything else. So that's when you want to do stuff synchronously, when you don't want other stuff to interfere with your execution, okay, with your code. But when we're doing stuff that requires us to use other things, when you don't want interruption and you want to just keep going with your application, keep executing stuff, asynchronous is the way, okay? So I'm just gonna use the this function here, and we're gonna be reading that directory, the content that we have here. So we're gonna get the path to what we want to read, and let's just read the current directory that we're on there, okay? And let's we have a way to pass in other options here, but we're not going to do that. We are going to use an arrow function to give a callback, because the callback is what's going to bring our data back in. Now we have two arguments here that it takes. Either it brings the error or it brings the content. And we can say if error return, and you're gonna see this pattern a lot as well, like that. That way it stop everything at that time. And you can just even throw in an arrow here as well, something like that. Let me see, like that, and everything will crash, and you get that error as well. I like to use return, just not to make it too ugly, right? Let's just console that there, and let's see what we get. Oops, that's not it. That's not the name of it. Is file reading. There we go. And as you can see, we get an array with all the files and even our directories. Okay, let's put that there just to make it more obvious. So this dot symbolizes that we want to read everything in this directory here. Now we get this dot idea. This is for Mac operating system. This is just a file that's created every time we create something in our computer, especially in folders. We get this dot idea file. Don't worry too much about that, okay? And this is a system file. In Windows, of course, you're not going to have that. You're going to have something else. You might not even have anything. So you see that, and you see the directories don't have an extension, just to keep that in mind. Okay, so we are able to read all the content of this directory. What about files? Can we read files? And I'm glad that you asked that question. We can. Okay, so let's do that as well. Let's go ahead and use the file system to read files. Let's read, what do we have here? Let's read this. Let's just write some lorem ipsum here. Okay, this is some gibberish stats. Okay, I'm just gonna break it down a little bit. That way you guys can, it's just more, it's just better. Okay, there we go. Just organizing my code a little bit. Okay, so the function that we can use for this one is read file. Now, also keep in mind that we can do this synchronously right here, but we're not going to do that. Very similar to the read directory one, but in this one here, we are going to pass a function. Okay, so I want to read the file, and it's gonna be in this directory, and the file is called global. Actually, let's just name the file here, global.html. Okay, the second argument here will be the option that we are gonna be passing, and I want this to be a text file. Okay, that's what we want. So it's gonna be UTF, and that's the encoding that we're passing, and basically is going to read anything that has the UTF encoding. You can read more about the UTF in Google or any other search engines. Basically the encoding of text files and a whole bunch of characters that we can read. And this callback function is a third parameter, and it has the error or the content, of course, of that file. And we can do the same thing we did here. Okay, let's go ahead and do that now. And now you can see that we get the array, and we also get the content of that file, the whole content. Okay, which is pretty cool stuff. That's how you do that. All right, so guys, super simple to do, and now you know how to read files. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that if you don't pass an encoding here, if you try to do this like this and you execute this, you're gonna see the whole bunch of binary code. Okay, and that's just the buffer class in Node. So every time you have been giving an option to pass in one of these functions, for example, in this case, a encoding, and you don't pass it, you're gonna see always a buffer returning with some of the data. This is the data in binary format of that file. Okay, so if you were executing something else, and the data comes in numbers like this and some of these letters, know that it is binary. It's the data, but it comes in binary. Remember that when you are doing Node is actually using C++ to do these, executions, to do this features, right? To read files and deal with databases and things like that. And no, and C++ is very close. It's not entirely very close to machine code, but it's almost there. It's there. It's dealing with your system. So you're gonna see strange stuff like this. Don't get scared. Everything is right. It's just that you need to pass. You need to let Node know a little bit more information. Okay. In this case, we need to let it know what kind of data we want back. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope this was clear to you and easy. And keep it up. You're doing great. Just a couple more lectures, and we are done with this section. See you in the next one. Take care. Welcome back, my dear students. I hope you guys are drinking your coffee, or if you're not drinking your coffee, if you're not a coffee drinker, your natural energy drinks or your natural foods, okay? Get energized. Let's learn something today. So, in this lecture here, we are going to be learning about how to create files, okay? Yes, we can create files with Node. It's super awesome, all right? So, basically, we're using JavaScript to create files. That's awesome, isn't it? That means that we can have an application on the browser, click a button and create a file using Node in the background. That's beautiful, right? So let's learn how to do this. So let's, as a matter of fact, let's grab file reading here. And you know what? Let's just create it from scratch. Okay, stop being lazy, right? And I'm gonna call this file and writing.js. Look at that. Beautiful. So const, and we're gonna call the file system again. We're gonna require that. Beautiful. And let's write some files. So here's how it works. Okay, we use a file system, okay, to invoke this function called write file. And of course, we have the synchronous option as well here. We're not going to do that. So the first parameter here is the path, okay, or the file that we want to write. In this case, the file is going to be here. But if we want the file to be, let's say, and actually let's just write it in modules, okay? Let's just do it there. But if we wanted the file to be here, we just name the file here. Let's just create a normal file, a text file, and let's just call it data dot txt for text, or I don't know, md. Let's just call it HTML, just for, you know, so you guys are all in the same level. The second parameter here is the data that we want to put in that file. And we can include whatever we want in here, and you know, chances are that you're gonna have some type of variable or something there, and then you're gonna be placing that variable here with all that data, or something else, some type of function that returns some data. But I want to just say hello, this file has just been created. Okay, then we have an option here to pass something, the encoding. So this would be options, as you can see there in this tool here. We have path, data, options, and a callback function. So this third parameter would be option, and we can just say EUTF8. We can just pass it like this as a string. And then a callback function. I'm gonna use an arrow function as I have been using. And here we're just gonna get an error if it doesn't write the file. So we can just say if error, and we've done this many times, we just return that error, right? Cool. If not, then we know that we were able to save the file, and we can just say the file has been saved. Beautiful. Okay, so again, if we don't put any path here, it's gonna write the file to that same directory, but I want it to be in the modules directory. So I'm gonna expect a new file in here. Okay, so let's open our terminal, let's execute this, and let's just say file writing, enter. The file has been saved, and if I come here, It's just taking my ID a little bit to write. As a matter of fact, where is this file? The file has been saved, module.html. It's supposed to be inside there. Let's just come back here. There we go. Okay, it just took a little bit for my IDE to sync it. So this is the file here. If I double click it, you can see that that string was appended there. It wrote the file and then it appended that data into that. Of course, we can append other things to it. Okay, so we can, let's just right now try to append some data to it. And there is another function that we can use for that. And let's just come back here to writing, and let's append some data to it, to the same data that we got there, to that file. Okay, so can you guess what the name of the append data of the name of the method that we were going to use is? Look at that, append, right? Simple. So we get the path, the data, and options, and of course the callback function. Same thing as this one here. Okay, so it's just append file. Oops. There we go. So let's go ahead and append something to it, and extra data appended to this file. Okay, ready? Let's do it again. Enter. And then we got this. Now, if you want to get a new line there, you have to tell it to. Okay, so when you are creating this data, make sure that you want to include some line breaks. Okay, so for example, when you are doing it here, we can use the template strings here. Let's just do, we don't need template string. We can just do the end here and append some new lines. Let's just do it again. Let's come back here, enter. Okay. Let's come back. So I'm not using template strings here, so that is a problem. Let's just do the new line. Oops. Let's just do the template strings here. There we go. Come back here. And you know what? Let's just do the new line here. And the new line right here. Okay. And we can do the same thing here. I don't need the template strings, but I like to use the template strings nowadays. Okay, and there we go. Let's run it again. Let's come back here, and now you can see that clearly. Okay, so we got some new lines here and new lines after it. Okay, all right, so that's about it for creating, writing to files and appending data to it. It's pretty cool stuff. Okay, guys, thank you so much for watching. I hope that you learned something really nice in this lecture. We're gonna keep learning more stuff about files later on. Thank you. Welcome back, my dear students. So in this lecture, we are going to be learning how to create directories. Not only that, but we are going to check to see if the directory exists. And if it doesn't exist, we are going to create it and write a file and create a new file inside and write some data into it. Let's do it. Okay, let's create a new file. And guys, one of the reasons why I keep writing the data myself and I'm not, I don't create the data before and copy and paste it is just because when I was actually taking classes from instructors back in the day, and I took classes that they copy and pasted a lot, it was kind of boring and I didn't learn much. Okay, what I suggest for you to do is just to pause the video when I finish writing the code, and write the data out. Okay, some of you are gonna watch everything I do and then write it. Some of you are just gonna watch and never write it. For those of you that don't write it, you're not gonna learn as much. So make sure that you write the code if you want to learn this really good. Okay, remember this is a beginner's class, but this is the fundamentals of Node, and it's very important for you to learn this to go to advanced courses. Okay. Okay, so let's get to it. File directory. Um, let's just call this creating directories .js. And don't worry too much about the naming here. I'm using this for my own purposes, and you can name it whatever you want. Okay. Let's require the file system. Let's play around. And the way we create directories is with this make directory function. Okay. So make directory is going to take a couple different arguments. We can either pass in, well, the first argument is going to be the path or the directory we want to create. The mode, which has to do with permission, that's more of an advanced course, and I'm not going to show you that here right now because it's just going to take a lot of lectures to do that. And this is a beginner's course, and it's going to confuse you. But we don't need that now. And it's also the third parameter is going to be a callback function. So let's name this directory views. Okay. Now, if I just do this and I execute this file, and then directory or creating directory, enter. It says that deprecating warning calling asynchronous function without callback is deprecated. So you can't do that. Okay. It needs to have, this is a um, asynchronous function, feature by default, and we have the synchronous here. You can do this with this one here. Okay, so we were able to create that, but it's not recommended to do that. It's just a warning. Okay, so don't do that. Everything that's deprecated, try not to do it. Let's just delete this, and it's very simple to create one. Come back here and we just call, and that creates a directory, as simple as that, without putting anything there. Remember that this is synchronous. This is has a blocking. Okay, so it's gonna block all the functionalities of other things that you have going on until it completes it. So it's not recommended unless you already finished with everything that you're doing. Let's just delete this and let's do it asynchronous. Okay, let's pass in a function, and of course we get an error here if things don't go according to plan. Now, I don't want to create a views directory unless I know it doesn't exist. So why don't we check for that before we do this? Let's just wrap this in an if statement here. And let's just use another function here called exist. And let's just pass in the views. And if this does not exist, let's just do a not exclamation point there. If views does not exist, the views folder, then I want to create it. Simple as that. And when I create it and I get that we don't have an error, okay, let's just do that first here. If we don't have an error, then I want to write to it. I want to create a file. And I want to create a file here in the views. We have to give it a path. And it's going to be a new .html. Okay. HTML. It's been a long time since I've written anything like that. And let's just say this is a new directory in data. Another error we get in the callback here. If we have an error, so we can just use the same thing here, like this. And if we were able to save it, then we can just log it in. directory and data saved or file. Okay, let's run this and let's see what we get. Enter, and voila. See that? Pretty simple, guys. Don't get overwhelmed. This is super simple stuff. Here's the code. Now you can pause the video and write it and try to make it yourself. I know this is super easy, but the more you write it, the better. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next lectures. Welcome back, my dear student. So in this lecture, we're going to be learning how to remove directories and files as well. So let's get to it. So let's create a new file here. I'm just going to call this file removing. Simple as that. .js. Don't you love that we are writing JavaScript code and we are doing stuff with our computer? That's great, right? I don't know if you're excited, but I get excited just thinking about it. So let's start doing stuff with it. Let's create, just for the heck of it, let's just create a, not a file, let's create a directory. And I'm going to call this new directory, new dir. Okay, there we go. And let's just delete it right away, right? And let's just remove that directory. And it's on here. And you know what I'm going to use? I'm going to use the sync version of it. So that way I don't have to write a callback. Because if you do this asynchronously, then we're going to have to get the callback. And it takes, the second argument could be a callback with the data back as an error. Okay, so just the same thing we have been doing. If error, return error. If not error, then you return successful, right? Or we do whatever we need to do. So I'm just gonna use the sync version so that way I don't have to put the callback. Okay. So I'm just gonna remove that directory. Let's enter, and voila, it's done. You see how easy that was? Okay. And I gave you a little bit of I showed you this before. I went ahead of myself, and when I was doing the autocomplete, and I told you that was for removing directories. So now we have a very similar one for, let's create the directory again. We have a very similar one for files, but of course not similar, but it removes stuff, right? It removes files. So let's create that directory again, new dir, and inside that directory, let's create a file, new file.js. And I'm not gonna put any data there. I just want you to see how we do it. So the fs on link is what we're gonna be using, and I'm gonna use the sync version of it. Again, I'm gonna give it the path to where that file is located, and this one is called new file.js. Okay, so you see the file right here. Okay, let's do it. Enter. Oops. Let's first comment this out here. Enter, and you see the file is gone. Okay, so we use the onLink function there, or method, to delete the files, and the remove directory to remove the directory. Okay, pretty cool stuff, right? Now this sync here will give us an error if it's not able to delete the file, and we can use a try and catch block like this to get the error if we want to. Okay, we can just get the error here. Okay, but we can try to delete this, and we can console the error here. Okay, so that way you can see it. So let's clear this out real quick. Let's run it, and you can see we get the error right here. No such file or directory. Okay, There we go. Let's append something to it. Here is the error. Okay. Let's come back and do it again. Enter. There we go. Here's the error. No such file or directory. Got it? So I just wanted to show you that. Most things that you can do a try and catch and get an error, especially when you have an error coming back from here. That's it. That's it for removing files. Let's jump into the next lecture. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next lectures. Welcome back, my dear students. So let's try to finish this section here with the last thing that I think we are not forgetting, but I wanted to leave it for last. We already know how to create directories, how to create files, how to even remove them, remove files, remove directories, even insert data into files, right? But we are missing out the renaming directories and files, right? Well, let's get to it. And this is going to be pretty simple for those of you that have some knowledge in Linux commands and terminal. But if you don't worry about it. It's going to be pretty easy for you too. Okay, I'll make sure of it. So let's create a file here. Let's call this file renaming.js. Okay, and don't worry too much about this. Again, naming is not the best. Okay, let's require this and let's just play around with it. So we can use this function here called rename, and you can see that we have the sync version as well. I'm going to use the sync version because I don't want to write the callback code, and we have been writing that all along. This callback is just going to take the error if we are not able to rename that file, and of course I want you to write the callback. Okay, and we have been doing that with the rest of the other ones, like the removing, but not here. We did a try and catch block here. You can do that as well. But anyway, so let's use the sync this time, and we are going to be renaming a file. Or when I say rename, you see this is very similar to the terminal. So in the terminal, if you write like move, this command here, move, and you write the name or where the file is located plus the name of the file, and then you write a new location, it will remove that file and take it to the next location that you tell it to. The problem is that, well, not a problem, but you can also, when you move the file, you can rename it at the same time. And that's the same thing with Node.js. For example, let's create a new file here, and let's call this new file.js. Very, very creative, right? And let's create a directory. Actually, it was supposed to be a directory, not a file. And new directory. Oops, already have it. So let's just use that same directory there. You see, if here my terminal, and this would be different in Windows, okay? You can try it in Windows. I don't think it's the same command to move files from one place to another, but you can also try the git bash shell that I explained to you in the beginning that I use just to, do the similar commands as we're doing here with Linux, okay? If you don't know what that is, let me just see if I can find. Let's come back here. Remember that I told you that you can use git in the beginning. So if you want to be very typing in the same code as me, download this shell here. This is going, when you download it for Windows, this is going to give you a shell in your desktop. Open it up, and it's going to be very similar to the commands that I'm doing here. But I don't guarantee that everything's going to be the same because it's just a wrapper. But anyway, so you don't have to do this. I can move the file in this directory called new file to this new directory in here, and I can name it something else like new file tool.js. Enter, and you can see that that moves the file from here to here, and it renames it. Okay, and it's the same file. Okay, so that's the same functionality we have with this rename sync or rename function here. Okay, so I'm going to take that back to the root. Okay, and I'm just gonna rename it. Actually, you know what, let's just rename it ourselves here. Okay, so I'm gonna use rename sync because I'm not using a callback like I mentioned before. So this is in this directory. It's called new file tool.js. I want to take it to another directory, the new directory, and this new path is going to be new there, and let's rename it to new file.js. Okay, let's execute that, and that's going to be file renaming. Enter. Watch. New file and same file. See that? Very simple. What if I wanted to, if I had a directory inside this new directory? Let's create another directory here and call this child. Oops. I'm just gonna give it a weird name, child directory, or uppercase. Okay, that should be simple enough, right? Let's just comment this out here, and that new directory is inside that one there, right? And we want to move it to our root. Do we want to rename it? Now let's just call it parent directory. Okay, so we should be good there. Let's just do that again. Enter. Voila, it's gone and it's in here now. Okay, very, very simple, guys. Very simple, you see? So we were able to rename files, and we can rename or move directories. Okay, so very simple. Thank you so much for watching. I'm glad that you're here with me taking this course, and I'll see you in the next course. Keep it up, guys. You're doing great. Come on, you can finish this. Let's do it. Welcome back, my dear students. So we got to the point where we are going to be learning about HTTP requests. Okay, so let's get to it. So with Node.js, there are a couple ways of making HTTP requests. And if you don't know what HTTP request, it means just that we are making a request to a server online or to an API somewhere, right? Which is located in a server, and we're getting some data back, and we are responding to that data. We get either we send the response. I mean, we send the request and we get a response back. Okay, so like I mentioned, there are a couple ways of doing that. I'm going to show you how to do it natively with Node.js, meaning that I'm going to show you how to do it with not downloading any third-party libraries. We're not going to be using any third-party libraries. We're just going to use the native um, request functionality with Node. Okay, so let's get to it. Let's create a file here, and let's call this HTTP. Okay, hyphen request.js. Okay, now in order for us to use the native we can either use HTTP or HTTPS. And most of the online domains nowadays are HTTPS. Okay, they have the almost exactly the same functionality, guys. But of course, the S stands for secure. Okay, so we're gonna be making a request to a secure website, or should I say something that has a SSL certificate, right? So let's just say require, and we are going to require this module, built-in module, HTTPS. If we were doing HTTP, we would down get this one, right? We're doing the S, the secure version one. And we're going to be using the file system for this example because I want to actually build some type of functionality in these lectures so that way you can get a good idea on how we can use that. So one of the first things that I'm going to do is I'm going to create a variable here, a constant for a URL. We're going to be making a request to a website called JSON placeholder. Hopefully I'm spelling it correctly. I wish I had the website with me. Actually, it's not that JSON. It's typeco.com or something like that. If we get it wrong, then later on we'll fix that. Okay, so we're making a request to this website here. This is just going to have some data for us to pull. But if you want to make a request to somewhere else, or maybe you already have an API somewhere that you can use in your own server, or maybe you can make it to another website that you know, okay? And just make the request, and you should be able to get some data at the end of this lecture from it. So let's use that, and we got this get method here that we can use to get some data out of it, okay? So let's start filling in the options here. The first parameter is going to take the URL, of course, where we are making that request. And the second, that was the first parameter. The second parameter is going to bring back the response, okay? Now, one of the good things about doing it like this is that it's simple. You don't have to use third-party libraries. It's just a little faster to do it with built-in modules with Node.js. Um, Now, the problem with this is that it's a little bit verbose. You know, it's just a little bit over. We overdoing it a little bit. There's a lot of code that we are writing, and it's just a little bit more complicated to do it this way. But it's good when you're doing it. It's simpler in the way that it is natively included, but at the same time, it's just a little bit more code to write than using third-party libraries. Okay, so now since we can get the response just like this with our arrow function instead of writing function or doing the little parentheses there. And this is ES sits. We're gonna have to set the encoding. Let's see if I have that option here anywhere. I don't, so I'm gonna have to, hopefully I'm spelling this correctly. Okay, we'll find out soon enough. And UTF-8. Okay, so we have to set the encoding ourselves. We're gonna have to create some type of variable here to hold our body. We'll concatenate to that later with the response we get. We're gonna have to hook into this listener. This is one of the reasons why this might not be the best option sometimes, is that we have to hook into this listener and we got to listen for data. Okay, and of course this brings back the data. We don't have to put the parentheses there if we don't want. We just do it like this with the arrow function. It's just simpler. Okay, I'm trying to write less code, guys. So now we're gonna have to concatenate that with the data that we get back. You see that? Now we can use this variable later on. Now you can of course eliminate all these lines like this if you want. I'm just doing it a little bit separated there so that way you know what we're doing. But you are welcome to eliminate those lines. Okay? All right, the second thing here that we need, well, not the second, but the second major step that we do here is that we need to listen to when the data is done, okay? What do we want to do with this data once we're done? So we are listening to an end event here, And once that's done, of course, we execute this callback. We can do it like that. Let's use the file system to write whatever we get. Okay. And I'm going to create a file. I'm going to call this post, or let's just call this data. And that reminds me that the data that we're getting here is endpoint is posts. Okay, so make sure that that's there. If this is not available, guys, do not worry. Just use any other URL and you should be able to get some HTML data or something, or some text. Okay, and if this doesn't work for you, you can copy this file from the exercise files. Okay, and I'm gonna include a copy, and if I forget, remind me, but I'm gonna include a copy of this file, this same file, in this lecture here, so that way you can have it instead of going to the exercise files and trying to look for it. So let's call this data.json, and let's is the body that we want, and let's just say it's UTF-8, and of course we get in that callback just to make sure everything is right. And if error, then we return that error, right? Great. If we were successful, then we just say we just pulled all the posts and created file. Okay. I think this is good. Let's check it to see if it works. Okay. Hopefully I'm not forgetting anything. If we have an error, we'll fix it right here live, right? Okay, let's run that file and let's just say node http request enter, and of course we have an error there. It says error event. Okay, is refusing to connect. Maybe this is wrong. JSON placeholder. Let's just check the URL real quick. I'm not sure if I typed in the right URL and I was correct. It's not the right URL. Let's check. Let's inspect it, and that's not it either. It looks like I misspelled it, or you know what? Let's come back. And I can't see it right now, guys, but just take it from here, okay? I couldn't see my arrow. Sometimes I can't see it even if I try to debug it because I'm writing the code and I write a lot of code every day. So this is the right URL. Let's go back and let's just paste it here. I can't see where I did it wrong. Paste it. Okay. Enter. Return binding requests. Huh. Let's come back here. Let's see what in the world this is. Right string. Oh, okay. This is right file. You probably saw that. Let's come back here, enter, and it says just pulled all the posts and create a file. Okay. So we should have a data.json here. When we click it, we see that we pulled out all that information, all that data, all this JSON data, okay, from that API and created this file with it, which is pretty cool stuff because now you have a JSON data here that you can grab and convert to JavaScript objects and start pulling in all this information. Okay, so you can go ahead and pull that data and create objects with it, which is pretty cool stuff. Okay, as a matter of fact, let me show you. Right into the file here, we can convert all that data into objects and display all that. So let's just override that and let's just say JSON that parse. We're gonna parse that into objects now, right? We're gonna use console.log, and let's use template strings with a little, it's not a tilde, it's a ticks, backticks. That's what it's called. Sometimes I call it tilde by mistake. All right. So here what I could do is, and if I remember the data correctly, oh, I can't reach my terminal. All right. So the data is as a user ID. I want to display the title and the body, right? So that's why I got to find in that body, the title and the body. So let's come back here and do body dot title, right? And I should be able to see something there in my console. Let's see, and you know what? We can create this new line here. Let's just do it like this and see what we get out of it. Oh, undefined. I'm doing something here. What is it? Body. Oh, we need to. This is supposed to. Let's see if. See what the JSON data is. Is an object and is it an array? Oh, it is an array. So we need to access the body 0 and then the title. Let's see. Oops. There we go. Okay. So we got that array there. You see that? So we were able to access that first title there, which is right here. Okay. So keep that in mind that this is an array. Okay. You can, ultimately loop through all of them and display each title if you want. Okay. You can just create a loop here and do that. Super simple. Create a loop. It has an I of index and do that. Create a for each. Create, not a for each. Well, actually, it does have an each function. Okay. So I'm not going to play around with that now, but just this gives you an idea how this is done. Okay. But anyway, so I think that's it for this lecture. There's nothing more that I want to show you here. My main focus was to show you that we were able to do a request using Node natively without using any third-party library, and we were able to grab that data and put it in a file, okay, which was pretty cool, as you can see right here. Okay, this was just a quick crazy example that I gave you here, nothing much. We got to play around a little bit more with that data if you want that data to be in a certain way, right? Anyway, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next lecture, guys. Take care. Welcome back, my dear students. So in this lecture, we are going to be doing something a little bit different. What I had in mind was to show you more ways of creating HTTP requests. Now, there are other ways that I want to show you about creating HTTP requests require us to download third-party libraries, and we're not to that point yet. So I want to take you step by step and build on that knowledge. So we are going to jump into the next lecture here or this lecture by showing you how to create a web server. Once I show you how to create everything like core, using core modules, then we jump into third-party libraries. Okay, deal? Let's get to it. So what I want to do is create a server. Now you might, if you come from PHP from my other courses, this is just going to kind of take you to another path. We're used to seeing Apache handling all our requests, and we are used to seeing this done automatically for us when we are, coding in, let's say, PHP. Now, with Node, or should I say JavaScript, right? We have to create our own servers. Now, this might sound like an overwhelming task,
but I can assure you that it's super easy to do. So we can create our own servers using a built-in module. We're going to continue that path until things become too hard, and then we do it with third-party modules. But right now, let's create a server. Let me show you how this works. So we're going to require this module HTTP, and we can of course require HTTPS if we wanted to have our server secure. Now the issue with that is that you need to have some type of certificate to use in your server. We don't have one here. Most of the time you're going to have to purchase it. The same thing as having it with the a certificate. Okay, it doesn't really affect the lecture much. So let's continue with this. So the way we do this, the way we create servers, is by bringing in the HTTP module. Okay, then we invoke a function or set up some type of listener for requests, right, to our application. And our application is going to be hosted, let's say, on the web somewhere. And every time somebody makes a request to that domain, to that URL, our application is going to react. And in this case, we're doing everything in development. So our location would be probably like localhost, right? Because that's the location of our server, right? Our default environment. So we are going to create this variable to hold some information here. We are going to be using the module, and there is this built-in function here called create server. This is where we place this listener. This function is going to get invoked every time there is a request. We invoke this function, and then everything else comes back to us. Like, for example, now when I say everything else, I mean we get a callback function to us that we can then use to do other things. For example, in this create server, there is this callback function inside, and I could write it like this if I want to, remember that. Or I could just take this off in the new syntax for ES6. So we're gonna get two objects back to us. The first object is the request object, and the request object is the request that's being sent to our server. That's the request that has been sent, and we grab it, and then we can do things with it. And the same thing with the response. But since the request object, okay, has data that that could have data being sent to us, we also need to do things with it. But right now we don't need to do anything with it because that request, for example, has to be set up in the other side. Like for if I'm creating an application that's going to request some type of information, remember that we went here and we go ahead and set that up in this side, right? So in this case, we're gonna go get data. But if we wanted to send data, then we would just post. We would send a post request, okay? And then we set everything else inside. Now, let's go back here. This request object can have a lot of data, and let me show you some of the data that it can have, because I want you to be aware of it. Okay, so I have Google here, and if you go to Google and just refresh, and you go to the network tab on your browser, you see that Google gets some get requests. We got a get request from Google here. All right, we're pulling information, and we see that we get a status code. You're gonna see this a lot. It's a get request because we're going to the Google server, and this is basically the response headers. Look at that. That's the data. Okay, it's saying it's taking HTML. That's why you see the page. You see some stuff here. Okay, the character set is UTF. It means that it has a lot of different uh, characters inside to detect many different languages. He has a lot of information. He has cookie information. I mean, you name it, is here. And then it has information about our system. It has it says that it's using Firefox, Mozilla here. I'm using a Macintosh. So there's a lot of information in that request header. Okay. So here, the request header already has predefined information when you're sending it from this side, right? When you're sending that request or trying to get some. But the response object, okay, it's something that we need to fill in. We need to create what type of response we want. In this case, we use a function called write head, okay, to write to the header. And we're gonna send a status code of 200 because we want the response to be good to the user, right? If they send a request to our server, we're gonna send, hey, listen, everything is okay. That's the status code. Everything is okay. There are some, we actually, when we write application, sometimes we detect for the status codes to be 200. If the status code is 200, then we go ahead and create and do other things with our application. We see that a lot in AJAX. So the second parameter here of this function is what we want. In this case, we want to write something to the header. We want to set something to the header. This is pre-built text inside our header server definition. So content type, I'm not making this up. This is all is uppercase here, hyphen, and uppercase here, okay? This would be the key of that object, and I want it to be text, and it's gonna be plain. Now, the response I'm sending it, I'm gonna end the response with some text here. I'm gonna say, hi guys, it's Edwin Diaz. Yeah, there we go. Now, in order for us to finish this, we need to end it by listening to requests in some type of port. Because right now we are listening nowhere. So let's use that variable that we have here, okay, that we created, and let's listen to anything that comes to, let's say, port 9000 or 9100. Now, usually you're going to see people putting 3000. They are not going to put 3000 just because I know that I'm using something in my computer in that port. So I'm just going to put 9111. Now look what happens when I execute this file, server, enter. You see that this cursor is blinking here. That's because it means that our server is actually running. So if I go to here and I type in 9111, enter, you can see that our response is there. Okay, and if you go to the top here, you see the status code here, our remote address here, text plain, and you can see some of the information on my computer down here, which is great. So let's go back here real quick, and let's just make sure that we see that our server is running. We could do this by doing a log and writing something here. Our server is running. Okay, let's come back here. And if you want to see the changes here, you're gonna have to cancel your server. You're gonna have to turn it off. Basically, restart it. So Control C and then up again for the next command, the previous command, enter again, and now you can see that it says our server is running. If you want changes to take effect, you need to turn this off all the time. Okay, now there are modules, third-party library modules that we can install later on to do this automatically for us. So every time we make a change, it will detect that we're making a change and will restart our servers. But we're not up there yet. We're not up to that lesson yet. Okay, so now if I wanted to send HTML here, I just do HTML. Let's do some HTML tags here, and let's restart our server again. And I have this here. I always forget. I'll do that in the next tab. Refresh, and now you can see that we see those HTML tags. Let's make this a little bigger here. See that? Now our browser, our application is now really reading this. When we send it back, our browser is like, okay, you just want to display text. We know that. So we're going to display text for you. Okay? That's not really what I want, right? So I'm going to tell this in the header that I want HTML. That our text is going to be HTML. I'm gonna restart the server, come back again, refresh, and now you see that it's actually reading HTML. And if you check this, you can see the HTML here. Okay, see that? So that's it for this lecture. I don't want to go, and by the way, guys, you can make this whatever port you want as long as you're not using it in your server. Okay, make sure that you're not using it. There is a command to actually find out what type of, if you are using one of these, and you got to just type it for your operating system. And if you go here and you say what request is in this port, and this is just to give an explanation, um, or find open ports Mac. Okay, then you'll go here somewhere and you'll find some type of command here. Okay, so depending on your operating system, you might want to do something like this to try to find out what is happening in your computer. And I do that all the time. Okay, and I actually have a shortcut, but I'm not going to go into details. I have an alias for that because it's an inconvenience to be writing this all the time. Okay, so once you type this into your computer, you will start seeing the type of ports that are open. Okay, and it will tell you. Okay, and it's using the netstat command here. You see, some of my ports and localhosts are open, as you can see that. Okay, but anyway, thank you so much for watching, guys. Let's continue with the next lectures on this HTTP section. Let's learn some more stuff. Keep it up, and I'll see you in the next lectures. Hi, welcome back, my dear student. So, like I mentioned before, I'm showing you the core fundamentals of Node.js. So we're doing things kind of the harder way to do it, and the reason is because you need to learn the core fundamentals, the core features. And then later on, you're going to see how easy it is to use third-party libraries or third-party modules to make things better and easier for us to do. So right now, let's do things the hard way and let's have fun anyways, right? So let's create a new file. What we're going to be doing in this lecture, though, is we're learning how to serve files. We want to be able to read the request that's being sent to us to where it's being sent, and we want to read that URL, and depending on that URL we send back a response, right? So we're gonna be using some of the core modules here to make that happen, even though later on you see how easy it is to use some type of framework to do it, but right now let's do it. So I'm gonna create a file here. I'm gonna call this http server files. Okay, and .js. Okay, let's bring some modules that we need, like the HTTP, and if I can write it, that would be nice. And HTTP. And I hope you guys, some of you are pausing these videos and writing stuff down because you're gonna learn a lot more like that. Okay, we're gonna use the file system here to do some to get some file to read files. Okay, I don't know if I showed you that yet, but I will. Okay, all right. So let's first create a server here. And remember that we have this callback function there, that we have the request and the response, right? I'm trying to get you used to this ESIT syntax. That's why I'm always writing it like that. Okay, so there is some type of properties here that we can access to, all right, regarding the request object. So if I log the request object, you're gonna see that we have a lot of data there. Let's just listen to it real quick, and we can even attach it here if we want to, um, like this. Listen,
and we can just say we want to listen to it in the port 30, 33, 33. Okay, let's execute this real quick. And what do we name this? Server files, enter. As you can see, it's moving there, so it looks like it's listening to it. Okay, let's go back here, and once we make a request, look what happens there. Remember that that is response to the request. Enter, and now you see when we send that request, we get this back here. So every time we make a request, we will get a response. And you see this object, how big this is huge. Look at the headers here. The headers property that has an object in there. That object has a whole bunch of other properties. An array. Look at the server response here. Look at this is one of the things that I want to get access to, the URL. Okay, not specifically this guy here, but you can see that we have access to a lot of methods and properties. So one of the methods and properties that I want to get access to is the method. I want to know what method we have there. So I'm going to do Control C. I'm going to clear my console. I'm going to execute this again. And if I make a request again, you see that I get. Okay, pretty cool stuff. Oh, let's enter. Our server is still running there. We haven't told it to stop. Get, there you see that? Okay, pretty cool stuff, right? But we're not getting any data here back, so let's fix that. Let's actually, let's just say that we are listening to console listening. Come back here. There we go. At least we get some feedback back. There we go. Okay. All right. So the next step here is to trying to put some if some conditional statements here, and we're just gonna say, well, if the request URL, which is another property that we can have access to, is equal to maybe the root, which that's what's gonna be equal to now, we can do something with it. And let's grab the file system here, and let's just read a file real quick. And we're gonna be reading exactly where we are right here. So let's see, do we have an index file here, global.html there? So global, okay, that index, actually that HTML. Okay, let's make sure that we get it right here like that. And this is UTF 8. Now we get a callback here with an error and the data, right? And the data. And that data could be anything. But let's say it would be HTML, because in this case it is HTML, isn't it? Okay, so now let's write something to the header. Write head, and let's say the status is 200. Let's set the content type, and it's gonna be text, and it's HTML. Great. So we send that, and that's great. Great stuff. Go ahead and end it with response at end here. And let's end it with some type of HTML. So when we're reading the file, this here like this with the data. Okay. Because remember, we're reading the file here and we're getting the data, and we can just send it back here. Okay. But that's an if statement. Let's do the else real quick here. And the else is just basically the same thing here. And you might be asking yourself, why do we need to do this all the time? Because we are doing it like this. We decided to do it using Node natively, not with some type of party module like we're going to do it later. Okay. So here, just in case we can't find the file, we just do a 404 status code. We're going to send a plain, okay, because we don't need to send HTML, or we can send a page if we wanted to, but we're not going to do that, okay, because we're going to send some data here. We're going to say something like 404 error, could not find your data, or something like that. Okay, let's test this out real quick. I'm going to execute this, and it's listening to it. Come back here, let's refresh it, and there we go. Okay, we're writing that data there, and look at that, beautiful. That's the data we got in global.html. Okay, so that's how we do this. Now, if we were listening to another URL, like let's say about, we can do a, and as a matter of fact, go ahead and try to do that yourself. Trying to see if you can find out if the client is making another request in another page, like an about page, and try to display that data by reading that data there and doing the same, basically the same thing we do here. That would be a good practice exercise for you. Okay, but you see how we were able to do that? That was really good stuff, right, guys? Beautiful. If you check the network, you can see all that in there. Okay, but anyway, thank you so much for watching, guys. We still got a couple more things that we would like to do here in this section, that I would like to do in this section, to show you some of the core fundamentals of Node. But we're almost jumping into the npm section, where where I'm gonna be showing you how to do this with packages. Thank you so much, and I'll see you on the next lectures. Welcome back, my dear students. So in this lecture, what I want to do is I want to serve some JSON data. I know we have done that before, but I want to use the HTTPS module, the HTTP module. I want to use the file system module. I want to show you, when we create a server, how we can actually pull information from an API, okay? So let's start playing around with that a little bit. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new file here. I'm going to call this HTTP. And guys, by the way, every time you create, if you're using WebStorm and you want to create a new file and you right click, you can create always a JavaScript file. And when you click JavaScript, you don't have to type in the extension. Okay. So if I want to say something like HTTP serving JSON or something like that, that file is created automatically for me. That extension, you see that right here? Okay, and it will give me a little bit of some information when this was created, which is pretty cool to have. Okay, I don't want that though. All right, so the first things that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get my HTTPS module, because we're gonna be making a request to the JSON placeholder website, and we're gonna need this module. Now remember that if we were using a third-party module, we would not need all this. I'm doing it natively, and we're just doing it the hard way. Actually, I just want you to kind of build up a little practice app for you in a way. Okay, so that way we can practice some of the things that we have learned and learn new things. Okay, let's go. File system. And now what I want to do is I want to create some type of constant here, URL. And I believe we already had this somewhere. We can come back and get that here. I want to make sure I get the right one. There we go. So I'm going to use my HTTP module to create a server. Remember we did that? And let's put the callback function here. We're going to get that request. and we're gonna call this the server um, response. I'm just gonna name it differently just because I'm gonna be using that response from another callback later. So now that we create a server, let's actually attach a listener here. We can just change this since it's related. And we're going to be listening to port 444 in this case, just to show you that we can use whatever port we want. Okay. And let's just put here console.log server is listening. There we go. Okay. So we can check this. Let's see if our server is already running. What is it serving? JSON. Enter. Oops. There we go. You see that? So our service is already running. And with just a little bit of code, guys, a little bit of code. Okay, so the first things first. Now we want to check the requests to see if the request is either a get or something else, right? We want only get requests to hit our uh, application, our routes, right? So we have this request method property here that we can say if this is equal to get, okay, then we can do something. And what I'm going to do is in my application, we want to also have a route that would say something like um, my website. Of course, it's not going to say like this, but we want something like posts. So we want something like localhost post like this, okay, localhost like that, okay. So let's also check to see if the route URL is the, equal to posts like this and like that. Okay, just to show you that we can do that. Let's use our HTTPS module now, and let's make a GET request. So I'm gonna use that URL that we got on top here to make a request to JSON to this URL. And let's bring the callback, and let's just call this HTTP response object. Okay. Now, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be listening for a response, a data event. Okay. And when we get that data event, of course, we're going to have a callback function, but we can use just this syntax here just to bring back that callback instead of just using the other syntax in the beginning that I showed you about. Okay. Just like this. Okay. So now that we have this here, what we need to do is we need to go ahead and set the encoding, okay? And just in case, so we don't get that binary data, okay? We want to get our data in UTF encoding, okay, with all the right characters. Encoding, and my editor is not helping me with this, but pretty sure I got it correct. Now let's do UTF-8. And we want to make sure that this is working, so I'm going to console log this data, okay, and let's check it out real quick to see if that's working. Let's do node service listening, and let's come back here again. Oh, we have to hit that data right here to see that. So local 444 and then post, enter, and now we're hitting that, and we have some type of error here. Let's come back here. it's not a function. Oh, I misspelled that. I knew I was misspelling it. And coding. There we go. Let's do that again. Let's hit that. And now you can see that it keeps going, okay? That means it's still making a request. And you can see all the posts here being pulled in. Okay, so it's working. Now we need to end it, all right? So let's go and get to that. You see how easy this gets? Now let's listen to another event here. And some of you might be thinking, wow, Edwin, this is super hard and this is something that I cannot memorize. And you're right, okay? You don't need to memorize all this. Remember that we're doing it the hard way first because you need to learn this. And then we are going to be doing it the easier way later. So don't worry too much about this. I just want you to get the concept of it, okay? How you can do it with Node, with the core, with the native modules. So now what I want to do is I'm listening for an end event here, okay? And when that's over, okay, when that request is over right here, when we get to that 100 posts right here, okay, I want to do something. And just to show you that that's what it does, I'm just going to say it's over, just like that. So now let's go ahead and execute that file again. And there we go. Now let's go and make that request. And you can see this going around here, okay? Now you see the here that request is over. Okay, that's because that is done getting all that data. Now we need to close this though. Okay, so let's close that because that keeps going around. So I believe I have a variable there up there that we can end it with right here, the response from this original server down up here. Remember that we are creating the server. Now we need to end it. Okay, so that it knows. Now let's go ahead and Control C again. Let's node and let's make that request. Look at this, and you see that that stopped. Refresh, and you see it goes around a little bit and then stops. That's because we are ending that response. And now look at this. We still get our data back here. So I'm just gonna clear this. Oops. Control C, and I'm gonna clear this. Let's go back here. Let's do that again. Oops. We got to turn on the server though first. There we go. It's listening. Let's refresh. Now come back and you can see all the posts again here. So we are golden here, okay? Pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool. Okay, so I'm gonna leave this lecture just the way it is right now, just because it's getting kind of long. But on the next lecture, we're gonna continue building on this. But I hope that you see the benefit. I mean, not just the benefit, the knowledge here. What there's a lot of stuff to learn, but I hope you see the flow, how it works. Okay, we are practicing some of the things that we have done before. And if you're not writing the code, I want you to stop whatever you're doing. If you're watching, I want you to pause the video and I want you to write all this code that I just written here so that way you can get some practice. And then we're going to continue on the next lecture, okay? So, and we're going to go over it once I'm done with it. Thank you so much, and I'll see you on the next lecture. All right, welcome back, my dear students. So in this lecture, let's get to it. We were on the last lecture we were creating this application where we create this server and we're doing all this functionality in the middle, which I'm going to explain to you later on. All right, so we got to the point where we go and pull in some JSON data from this URL, right here. And there is a lot of steps involved here to make that happen, but it's really good knowledge. Okay, so let's finish this. Okay, so right now I don't just want to console the data, okay, because that's what we're doing, and we're logging in the data in here in our computer, but I want to write to it. So I have set the encoding here, so all I need to do here is use the response that I get here from my server, okay, to write some data. And I'm just gonna use this here, write, okay. And now just simple as that, we're just gonna write the data like this. Okay, super simple. And now what I want to do is I want to create an else statement, right here, because just in case we don't hit that route, or the client that's consuming the data doesn't hit that route, what do we do? Well, first of all, I want to write something. I want to write to the head. And did we do this here? No. And that's very important for you guys to do. We want to write a response so that way you let the application know that it was successful. But in this case, if we don't hit this route, since we don't have any other routes that we want the application to hit, anything else would be just 404. And let's just go ahead and practice some of the things we have learned. Let's write to the header, the content type, okay? And let's just say that it is text and that it is plain. Simple as that, right? Because that's gonna be an error that we are gonna show below. Here, and we're just gonna say 404 error. Oops. Could not find what you were looking for. Okay, simple as that. And it would be nice if you, I mean, this is all we can. If you, that's it. You can just leave this the way it is, guys. There's nothing much to it. You can take this console data out. We're gonna test this application in a minute, but I hope that you see the how the functional how everything works. You can tighten up this lines here. I leave a lot of space just because I want you guys to see the code when I'm explaining it, okay? But it's nice to have all these lines like that, okay? Save a lot of lines in your code. It just looks cleaner when you have a lot of lines, but you don't want to do that if it's not needed, okay? Look how different that look. How different, okay? So anyway, let's go ahead and test this out real quick. Control C to end that. And let's hit the route, enter, and voila, we got the data that we wanted and we are writing it to our client. So they can also not only consume it, but they can see it. Anyway, that's it for this small application. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next lecture, guys. Keep it up. Keep doing the code. Don't fall asleep. If you're falling asleep, wash your face. Drink some natural energy drinks. Thank you. Welcome back, my dear students. So in this lecture, what I want to do is I want to show you how to submit post data coming from a form. Not only that, but I want to show you how to read that form and at the same time submit it using Node. Okay, so now this form is going to be included in your exercise file. So make sure that you look for a file called HTTP form submit.js. It has hyphens in between each word, or you can just find it in this lecture. If you don't find it in this lecture, make sure you find it there in the exercise files, or just ask in the discussion. Okay, so that way you don't have to write all this stuff. This is just simple. It's just simple form. It's not the best in the world. As a matter of fact, I'll show it to you right now. It looks horrible. Okay, so it's not much to it. Okay, but anyway, so let's start with this. So create another file here. This is another file called http form submit.js. Okay, so I already included the module http and the module file system. Okay, now let's start playing around with it. The first thing that we need is to create a server, right? So let's go ahead and create a server. And once we create a server, we're gonna get that required and the response. All right, I like the body because we need that later. All right, now let's check to see, and as a matter of fact, we have something very similar to this, but I'm not gonna copy. I'm just not gonna be lazy this time, guys. Don't try to be lazy, okay? We're gonna check the method to see if the method is get. request. Okay, and then we're gonna do something with it. First thing that I want to do is, as a matter of fact, let's just make sure that this is working. All right, before we write a lot of code. Console.log. There we go. It's working. Something like that. Let's attach the listen function here. We're gonna be listening to 444. As a matter of fact, this should be down here, right here, and then this should be giving me the method like that. Okay, so let's execute this HTTP form, and then what's the other one? Submit.js, enter, and it says it's working. Once I hit that route, then we should get something else, right? And localhost 444, enter, enter, and you can see that get request right there. Okay, are you getting the flow of this? Okay, great. Looks like it's working really good. So let's go. So let's go ahead and start writing some of this information or sending it with the response. Let's first write our headers, right? Head right here, and then let's just send a 200 status with an object of content type like this, some text, and this in this case is going to be HTML. Okay, so now let's go ahead and read the file. We're going to read that form that we created, and it's inside this directory, and it's called http hyphen form.html. Then of course it's a UTF, that's what we want. It's encoding, and then we have a callback here which is going to have an error and the data. All right, now we can say if error. We can do it like this. Our whole application will crash if we have an error. This is what we are doing here. Then we are gonna just write the data to the browser, and we are going to end that like this. Okay, so let's go ahead and execute that, and let's see how it looks. Okay, this body variable that we created here, we're gonna use it later on. We have seen that before. So let's, oops, we have an error here. Let's check this out real quick. Unexpected token in rest right. Oh, right here. Let's come back. It says it's working. Let's go and hit that route and see what happens. Enter. And as you can see, we have the form now. Remember what we're doing here, okay? It's super important for you to remember. We're actually reading that file, okay? We are consuming that data. We're bringing it back with a callback function, and when we're writing it back to the browser, we are sending it back with a response. Okay, so keep that in mind. All right, so what's the next step? Well, we want to make sure that when we submit the form, we detect that. We want to detect if it's a post method, if what kind of data we got in here. We want to display that data. We want to use it somehow, right? So let's go ahead and play around with it a little bit. I always forget that I have this here. Let's we got this if statement here, so let's just create a if and else statement, right here, else and if statement, and let's just say if the required method is equal to post, then we want to do something with it, right? Let's attach a event listener here on data, so when we submit that URL, When we click on that URL, we're gonna get this callback function here with the data. Okay, and now remember here, that data that we're getting back there is post data. So let's append here some of that data to a variable like this, so that way we can use it later down here. Okay, so let's go ahead and create another event here for the end of that request for that data. And this one here does not, we should not put anything there. We don't need anything from that, because we are going to be using this end event here to detect when this is over. And then when this is over, I want to actually write something to the headers. I want to say, well, your request went okay, client. And as a matter of fact, I think I have it here somewhere. Okay, there we go. Paste that in there. And we want to write. And this function here, you can pass in the data, and you can also get a callback function here. Okay. And what we're gonna do is, once we write that data, we want to end it like this. Okay. As once we get the data, that's why we get this callback function here. Okay. Perfect. So the next step for this would be to write our else statement, right? We got our else if. Let's get the else statement here. And basically here we're just gonna write a, let's just write this, the head here. Give on the header, we're just gonna submit that information for the client. Want to let them know that something went wrong, and we want to make sure this is plain here. Simple as that. And we can end our request and write some type of data. Since this is plain data here, we can say 404. I always do that. 404. You can use template strings if you want. Error. Could not find that page, or something like that. Okay, so let's check it out. I think we wrote a lot of code, and I'm going to explain to you in a minute everything we have written there. But this is pretty simple stuff. We're just mostly practicing. Okay, the only thing that we're doing different here would be getting that post data. Okay, so let's come back here. We got our server running. Make sure it's running. We're gonna write some data here, submit, and you can see that data on the title here, but we're not writing it to the, I want to write it. So let's just end that. Come back again. Let's go ahead and refresh this. Write the data here and here and submit. That data is not being, let's check the form. Oh, and the form, make sure that you put method as post, because if not, it's going to submit the get request, and we don't want get request. This is only detecting if we have a post request. Okay, so that's why we were getting that error there. Let's come back and right here. Sorry, I got some of the all right, title, enter, and now you can see the data written back in the browser. Okay, so let's go over to what we did. Okay, so the first thing is that we are, of course, requiring the modules. We are creating a server. We are listening to it right here, and we're of course logging in that it's working. Okay, remember that we are chaining that. You're gonna see a lot of that in JavaScript. Then we're creating this variable here because we are going to be using that variable to append some data right here. But the reason why we're doing this is because this data here is only available on this function here. If we try to take that data somewhere else, we might have a problem. This is a callback function. So that's why we're appending it here. We can use it later. So here we're detecting if we get a get request, because the first request is going to be a get request. When we hit that API, we want to write the headers, make sure that we're sending a 200 status code, make sure to let the client or the application know everything is fine, right? And we're sending HTML, so get ready for it. We're reading that file with its function, making sure that the parameter here is UTF encoding, meaning that we can accept different characters. And then we're getting a callback function with the error or the data. And then here we're checking to see if the error, if we have an error, and then we throw a error here on the page. We crash the application. Then if we don't have an error, we go ahead and write the data, and then we end that response, right? Then we're checking here to see if we have post data. Once we get this, we submit the form, we get the post data, we're listening to a data event. That means when the form is submitted, right? So when that data, or you remember when every time we submit that form, the page gets refreshed, meaning a new request. We are getting that data, we are appending it to that variable, and then we're listening to an end request here, an end event. Once that's over, our request is over, we can go ahead and tell the browser, send that information in the headers, so the service can read that, right? And once we get, well, actually this is our own server, but we are sending that information so our applications can know that everything is okay, and then we are writing that back. We're sending that back with that response to the body. We're getting that callback function, and once this is in the page, or that once that response is done, we are ending that response. Just in case it doesn't, it's not a get request or it's a post request or some kind, then we see that we have an error, and we are writing that to the headers, and we are ending that response with some text. Simple as that. Now, of course, this is not perfect, and you might want to check the URL instead of the method. You want to check the URL, and at the same time, you also want to check to see if you're submitting post data, because right now we're just checking for post data because we only have a form in there. We know that, and we only have one route, which is the root route, right? So of course, this can be improved, but again, this is not something that I want you guys to focus on. I want you to digest the information. I want you to learn it, and so that way you can use it in the future for other things that we are going to be doing. Anyway, thank you so much for watching. I'll see you on the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear students. So it's time for us to look at the biggest, most powerful feature of Node. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. Now, we've have been recently doing some boring stuff with Node. Things are about to change. So the most powerful thing in Node, and in my opinion, is the Node Package Manager repository. Here you will find basically any package you think or you want in your application. You think you want, or you might want, or you want in your application. Anything that you can think of. This is the fastest growing repository in the world for JavaScript. What's great about it is that it's open source, is free, completely free. And remember that Node is not limited to the browser. We can use Node by building desktop applications as well in our computer. Okay, so let's start by searching this, and I think I did this in this course. I like to use Express, and most of the time, every time you see somebody messing around or playing around with Node, you're gonna see this Express require on top of the file. This is because Express is a framework that allows us to do this. Okay, you can build your server really fast, as you can see here, make routes. Okay, and we're gonna see that later on. But you see this app that get this here, you can put about there, and now you might be thinking, okay, what's the difference between that and what you showed me with the if statements? Well, it's a lot of difference, and you can pass information here that it's really hard to do with Node by itself. Basically, this is a framework. It has a lot of Node features, but improved, and basically it wraps around most of the functionalities that are really hard to do and makes it really easy for us to code. Look how many times it was downloaded the last day. This is just last month, 18 million downloads. By the time you watch this video, these downloads numbers are going to be different. Now, one of the most powerful thing besides the repository, of course, is the Node package manager itself, the one that ships with Node. Remember when I told you that we get this little program called npm when we install Node? Well, that's what the Node package manager is. And this is, remember, this is my terminal. So when I type in npm -v, it tells me the version of npm. Remember, this is different than the Node version. Okay, the npm is its own little program by itself. It pulls stuff from the repository to our application. Okay, it's like a CLI type of thing. Okay, so now we can do a lot of things with it. The npm installed, and then following the package name in all lowercase, we'll install any package locally to our application wherever we want. Okay, but now when you do this, and this is the command that you want to do all the time, you're installing it, you're installing a whole bunch of things with it. Let's actually try this out. I'm going to install a package that is good for HTTP requests called AJAX. When I do npm install AJAX, enter, I want you to see what happens. It installs 5 packages. Now, look at this node underscore modules folder that was created. And that's done every time unless they change it in the future. Inside there, we see our 5 packages. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now, you might be thinking, okay, why it did install 5 packages when I told it to install just AJAX? Well, because it installs all the dependencies that AJAX needs in order for AJAX to work. Okay, so it also returns its dependencies. Now, it also installs this package -lac.json file. This keeps the dependencies, the version numbers of that file. Okay, of our packages, actually, sorry. So you can see this package here called follow redirects. The version number is that. It keeps the information of those packages there. Okay, the version number mostly. So that's great. I can also delete this, and of course it will delete the packages, and I can also delete the package like JSON file, and I can use another command called npm init. Now this command is going to, and let's actually let me clear my console. Now remember that I'm using my terminal here. So npm init is going to create a package.json file. This is where we're going to be keeping all the files that our application needs to work, either for development or for production. So it's asking me a couple questions here. It says, what's the package name? Let's call it node. Let's call it demo. Enter the version number. And you don't have to write it. You can just press enter on everything mostly. Description, example app for class. Enter. Entry point. This is where you want your server entry point to be, and or your application entry point for the code, okay, that you want to execute later. I'm just gonna say index.js, enter, test command, enter, Git repository. We don't have one, and we could have a Git repository if we want that to be available. Keywords, if you have some keywords for your applications, enter the author. I'm just gonna write my name, license, enter. Is this okay? and you look at the information here. If this is okay, you press yes, or you enter yes. I'm going to clear this out, and I'm going to show you what it creates. This package.json with every information we just gave it. Now you might be thinking, okay, what is this useful? Well, let me show you. I want you to look at what's here now. When I install a package npm install AJAX, okay, and I do enter, you're gonna see what happens with this command and another command that I'm going to install. Okay, it's going to install the AJAX now. I had to pause the video a little bit, but now look, when I you see that it says it has a new dependency called AJAX. You see that? So the data is being entered here. Not only that, but it created a package like JSON file as well. If it's not there, it creates it. Okay. So then we have, let's install another one. Enter, and we got the express dependency there as well. Okay, this is stuff that our application needs to work. Okay, now there are other packages that we can install globally for our development environment. Okay, so if you do save here like this, okay, and you're gonna see that in some applications you're supposed to do this, pass a save command there, so that way every time you install something it gets recorded in your package.json. You can see that right now, even if I don't do that, it gets installed in my package.json. It gets referenced. Now for some of you, you're gonna have to do that. You're gonna have to go ahead and pass the flag hyphen hyphen save, so it saves. Okay, they're always changing and updating the the npm program, so things will change. But know that this flag was used and is used to put the information in the package.json. If it doesn't work for you the first way, do it the second way, this way. Okay. Now let's go to the lack, and you can see the dependency here. Let's go all the way to the bottom here. See that? Okay. So let's do npm ls, and you can see all your applications here. Okay, a list of all of them. Let's clear this out, and if you want to remove them, of course, npm, and then you remove whatever you want. Npm remove. Let's press. Okay, so that's just a couple different commands there, nothing much. Okay, now if you want to use this, of course, you will require it. Okay, and it's super simple to do, and I will show you that in the next lecture, but I just wanted you to be aware of how this works here. Okay, now in the next lecture we'll take a look at some of the tools that we can download to make our lives easier with Node, and how we can require our files as well, our packages. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear students. I hope you guys are doing a really or having a really awesome day. Great job for those of you that have actually worked through the issues and have written the code with me. For those of you that are trying to learn this and digest this information, great job as well for trying. So in this lecture here, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be installing a package or using a package by doing the requiring the package and actually using it. All right, so let's go ahead and play around with that a little bit, so that way you can get a good idea how this is done. So in the last lecture, we saw how we were able to install some packages, and we did install AJAX, if I'm not mistaken, which is right here, okay, in the Node modules folder. Here's the code here for AJAX, okay. So we're not going to go into details on every little package here because there are so many, but I'm going to show you how we can use AJAX, okay. So I'm gonna create a file here. I'm gonna call it ajax.js. I'm just gonna give it the same name as the package, okay? So the first thing that we need to do is we need to come here and require it. Simple as that. And there we go. And now once we require it, then we start using it. And let me show you how simple it is just to make a GET request with AJAX. And for those of you that don't know what AJAX is, I'm gonna actually show you. I have it. I have the window here. Let me come back here. And if you go to the repository here, it's just basically a package that allows us to do HTTP requests. And they have a page on GitHub here, and you can find more information about it. Okay, here's some of the documentation here, some of the things that you can do with HTTP. All right, super simple. But look what we got here. We got the get, delete, head, options, post, put, and patch. Okay, a lot of stuff is supported here from the request. So anyway, what I'm gonna do in this lecture here, and this is a very simple thing to do, is we're gonna make a request to a GitHub page. We're gonna pull information from a user, a public information, of course. We're not hacking into anything yet. And I say yet because maybe in the future I'll show you how to do some things like that. I'm just joking, guys. Come on. Anyway, so I'm gonna start using the package here. I'm gonna make a GET request, and we want to make a GET request to HTTPS. And yes, you didn't see me typing in the getting that module because HTTPS allows us to make any type of request we want, either HTTP or HTTPS. It would detect it in the background. Okay, it's a really cool package. So we're gonna hit the API of GitHub, and we want the users, and but we want to actually create a user. Let's create a variable here, and I'm just gonna type in the username. I'm just gonna put Edwin. Okay, that's not me. That would not be my profile. I wish I had that name, but I don't. So this user, this is a root user in the GitHub repository that we are gonna get information from about. So you can type in any name you want. If you already have a GitHub account, go ahead and feel free to type in your name or your username. All right, once we have that, then we are going to get some data back. And this is what we use then. This is using promises, okay? So then we get a function here. It's a callback function, and we're gonna get the response. Simple as that. A promise is basically information that we are promised to get back. Okay, that's what promises are in short. Now, like I said before, I have a ES6 course, and that will give you some more information about promises, or you can look it up. We're not gonna dig too deep into promises now because this lecture is about AJAX and how we can use a package that we just installed in our application. So now that we have a promise, make sure that you always have some type of catch function attached to it, because if not, this will fail. Here we have another callback with an error back. Okay, and here I'm just gonna console. I think back in the days you didn't have to attach a catch, um, some type of error or anything, error handler. But now everything is always moving and improving, and now we always need to handle that error. If not, we're gonna get some type of issue in our application. So once we have the information, the response, we can just console.log, and we console the response dot data. Simple as that. Okay. Now let me show you what we get with that. Let's execute that file. Is hs. Enter. And if you look at it, we get all the information from that user. Okay. Type of user. It's a user, site admin, false. The name is Mohammed Edwin. That's really cool. Mohammad Edwin, and we get some more information from that user. So how can we access that user? Well, we can start going like this and accessing the properties of that object. So now let's execute that again, and you can see that it's going to give me the amount of followers that user has, which is 40. Okay, pretty cool stuff. And you can keep accessing information. You can access even the blog of that user like this. Enter, and you can see the blog of that user there. All right, you see how easy it was to use with AJAX. We didn't have to type in all this on event listeners or anything like that. Just required information, and behind the scenes, AJAX is helping us achieve this. Thank you so much for watching this lecture, guys, and I'll show you some more example in the following lectures of how we can make Node really fun. Thank you so much, and I'll see you then. Welcome back, my dear students. So in this lecture, I want to show you how to use some of the development tools that make our lives a lot easier when we are coding Node applications. All right. So there is this tool called NodeMon. Okay. Now this is going to take care of one big issue that we have every time we have to make a change to our application. And what is that change? Well, restart the server, right? Every time we make a change, we have to restart the server all the time. That is the issue we got. So this program here gets installed in our local computer, and it works only for development. Well, it actually works for your um, local files, but it also works for your global files because we can install it globally in our computers, and we can install it locally in our application that is inside our computer. So let's go ahead and play around with it. So I'm going to say npm install. We pass the G flag -G to install this globally in our computer. But if we are doing this using a Mac, we need to say sudo for the super user command, type in the password of the computer, and enter. This is going to install NodeMon globally, meaning that I can come to my terminal in my computer and type in NodeMon like this, and it will find it. As you can see, it's finding it. Okay, so if I type in NodeMon help -help, then we get a whole bunch of other information. Now, like this page said, we can install it globally, locally as well. But let me show you how this package works first before we install it locally. So do you remember this process file here that we created that is asking a question, right? It's about the stud out object and stud in and the standard input object, right? The standard output and the standard input. Great. Now, if I want to use this as the way it is, I have to type in node and the name of that file all the time, and I have to do Control C to stop it and turn it on again if I'm making changes. To see those changes, I will have to stop it and turn it on, stop it and turn it on. But with NodeMon, I can say NodeMon, I want you to watch this file, and it says okay, gives me the version, restart at any time, enter rs. We don't want that, but it's actually watching that file. So if I make a change and I say ask me a question now, you see that it's restarted NodeMon again, Node, and it made the change. You see that? You see the changes right there. So this is the beauty of NodeMon. Hello, come back here, voila. So this will help us in development a lot. Okay, now it was saying that it helps us. Let's do Control C to get out. It helps us do this in the development locally as well. So npm installed, and then we save this to, and I believe this is the development. Let me see. We can save it locally as well. All right. So right now, if we type in NodeMon by itself, like this, it's actually looking for an index.js. Do you know why that is? Why you think NodeMon is looking for index.js? Well, let me show you. If we go to package.json, that's the entry point here. So if I type in, if I give this another name like index 23, and I execute Nullman again, it's looking for index 23. Still working, but it's waiting for the file changes before starting again. Okay? It's waiting for this error to go away. So I'm gonna do Control C, and that's it. Let's actually install this locally so you can see how it looks. So let's do npm. Let's clear this out first. Npm install to the development dependencies, and let me show you. If you go to package.json, actually we are here. We have the dependencies that our app needs to work. This is what our app needs in order for the app to actually do everything we want it to. But then we have another section for dependencies. I'm going to show you that. Enter it. And we're going to install Nullman in a development dependencies section. You're going to see how this is going to appear here in a minute once my IDE finishes indexing all this data. All right. It's taking a little bit because it's doing all the things at the same time. There we go. Dev dependencies. Okay. So this is the dependencies that we don't actually need. These dependencies we get ignored when we are doing other things like, bundling this up so we can make it work in the server. Bundling this up and putting it together for production. We're not going to execute none of this stuff. Okay. Anyway, that's it for showing you this tool. There are a lot of other tools that you can use that are very similar to Nodemon. There are tools that will help you with syntax highlighting, like linting, telling you if you know how to code better, giving you better examples, like lint. Let me actually show you that. JS lint. If you type that in, okay. So there are a whole bunch of tools that you can use. Grunt lint, JS lint. There are other many tools, and you probably heard of Grump as well, right? There are many tools that are super cool. But anyway, thank you so much for watching this lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. Take care. Welcome back, my dear student. In this lecture, we are going to be learning, or I'm going to be introducing you to the Express module. That's a web framework to use with Node, and it's very popular, as I mentioned before. Let me show you real quick. Express. Okay. Fast minimalistic web framework, basically a wrapper around Express just to make things easier for us. So let's go ahead and create a really example file real quick here, and I'm gonna call it Express server.js, and the simplest way to use it is to include it, of course, and that's the only way to use it. And notice that I'm not typing in the path here of our modules that are going to be in the no modules folder. Now, remember that we already have that package Express installed with the npm installed command that we did, right? So by default, this require function looks into the modules folder. Now it does looks into the pre-built functionality of Node, the pre-built modules. But if it doesn't find anything there, it goes to the no modules folder, and then it goes to a path, unless you specify here that it is a path that it needs to follow. Okay, so I'm gonna create a variable here to hold my Express app here. Now that I have this variable here, I can start using it. I can go ahead and listen to whatever port we want right away. So I can listen to, let's say, 9999 there. And if I execute this, I'm going to use Nomon in this case. Express, enter, oops. Nodemon is a command not found. Oh, I put node mom instead of node mon. There we go. As you can see, we are playing around with it already. We have a server up and running, as simple as that. Okay, and I'm gonna put it's working. And now if I click away, click this way, you can see that our server is working. I'm going to show you how to do a lot more things with Express. I just wanted to give you an introduction to how we can create a server, okay, by using just a couple lines of code here with Express. Anyway, thank you so much for watching, and I'll show you more things in the next following lectures. Take care. Welcome back, my dear students. I hope you guys are doing awesome today. So let's get to it. In this lecture, we're going to be learning a little bit more about Express, just because we use Express all the time with Node, 99.9% of the time when we are developing, because this is just a lot easier to do. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to create some routes here, and I want to show you how that works real fast. Okay, so we saw how easy it was to create a web server in the last lecture. Let's see how easy it is to create a route. Okay, how to create routes, and this is something that you are going to see in most applications that you are developing on. All right, so I want to show you first of all how Express handles routes. Okay, so we're not going to dig too deep into routes now, but we are going to uh, get to the start. So first of all, I want to make this a little bit more dynamic, just in case I launch this in a production environment. Right now, we are in a development environment, so we really code this just with numbers. But there is a better way. We could, if we wanted to create a constant here that would hold our port number, depending on the environment that we're on. So if we access this process, that env file, this is going to give us the environment variables information. Okay, there's a whole bunch of environment variables that we can access depending on what environment we are on. Okay, we can also set values here. So let's say I launch this into a hosting in GoDaddy, and I don't know if GoDaddy is actually accepting Node.js applications in their servers, but if they are, let's say for example, we launch this application, we can actually listen to whatever port we want. We need to make sure that we're listening to the port that we have available in that server. We can detect to see if that environment has a port by doing this. This is very standard to find a port variable on a Node.js environment with within the process.env port. Okay, and if we can't find it, we're just gonna do or, then we are in development. For example, 999 like this, and then here we can just pass the port number. Simple as that. Okay, so let me show you how we can create routes with Node, which is super cool. Let me just put this on top here. Oops. All right, we're gonna be using the app, the same Express variable that we got up there, and we are going to be using the get function. Just basically remember that Express is just a wrapper with Node, and he adds more features to Node. Okay, so if we get somebody to a root, okay, we are going to execute a callback function, and this callback function is going to have a request and a response. Simple as that. Let's go ahead and execute something here. Let's send a response, and we got this function available to us called send. And now we can set whatever we want here. Behind the scenes, Express is going to detect a lot of data that we put in here, and it's going to execute that for us. Simple as that. And let's execute this Express server. All right, and it says it's working. Let's come back here, 999, enter, and you can see this big hello there. Great. Okay, Pretty cool stuff. Now, let's all create another route. We're not limited to the root or to the just the to that first route there. We can create any route we want. Let's create another get route to, let's say, some type of API. Okay. And then of course we'll have a function here, callback function with a request and the response always. And then here we can access API page or something like that, or API file or function. Let's go back. Let's actually execute this with node mon. Enter. And let's wait for it. Let's refresh this. Let's come back here. All right. That's good. That's working. Let's just do API. Enter. And as you can see, we are doing routes, which is pretty cool. And that's a lot simpler than attaching a non-data event and detecting whether it's a method that's get or post, or if it's the request URL is certain, has certain values. A lot easier than what we were doing before, isn't it? Now, of course, we have access to something else here called the adjacent method here. And what this function does is that it sets the content type of whatever we have in here, and it will make our objects, JavaScript objects, it will stringify them. It will make them strings. For example, if I have an object here that says name Edwin, like this, and I send that, I just comment that, refresh here, you can see now that I get that in strings, which is pretty cool. Okay, and I believe the reason why I'm getting this like this is because I have some type of app in my Chrome browser, and it makes it pretty like that. I forgot which app I downloaded, but one of these apps makes this pretty. You can actually search it if you type in JSON Chrome extension something like this. I know I'm misspelling it. JSON view I think is the one that I have, and it just makes your code a lot nicer to read. Okay, so I think that's one of why my code looks like this there. Okay, JSON viewer, unless Chrome is already creating one like that for us, some functionality. But anyway, so I hope you see the usefulness of Express, and we're gonna jump into more features with Express later on. Okay, so hang tight, and I'll see you in the next lecture, guys. Welcome back, my dear students. Are you guys ready? Let's do it. We're going to learn a little bit more about Express before we jump into other sections. Express is going to be useful for a lot of things, and we're going to be doing a lot of things with Express. So let's get ready. We're going to take a look at route parameters. So right here, I'm going to create something very similar to this. So I'm going to do a save as on this page. I'm going to call this Express uh, route params. Okay, let's get to work. App that get first is the route that we want, and we are going to be passing a parameter. So I want the user, when they go to post / some type of number or some type of ID, I want them to go somewhere else. And this is going to invoke this callback function that is going to have the request and the response object. And now we just give the user what he wants, right? We're going to send back. Okay, and we can just send back an object if we wanted to. Okay, so we can just create some type of object here, but we can do it here as well. I'm just gonna send back some type of dummy data with the parameters. Okay, here is, and then we are going to access those parameters like this: request params dot and the name that you gave up here after the colon. This is how you create in the, basically this is a placeholder here. Okay, colon, the name you want, it's what you need to use down here. So if I change this to number, I will have to change this to number here. This params is going to have all your route parameters. Okay, so now if you wanted more, of course, you would put forward slash and then you would put whatever you want. You can put another parameter here, or you can just say category forward slash colon and then category ID. Simple as that. Okay, come back here, and I believe we're using port 9000. Let's execute this with no express route params. There we go. This is import 99. It says it cannot get this because we don't have a route for the root. You see right here, our root has to have the post in there. So post, and still it shows it to me, but it says no, I cannot. I can still not get the root. So we can remedy that. App get root. Let's pass the function. And of course request and the response. I'm just gonna say home. Okay, come back here. That says home. But if I come here to post, I don't get, cannot get post. Let's go to home. Let's come back here, and let's just say post number 1. Now if we come back here, we also have category there. Let's delete this, and let's just get post number 1. Let's go back to home and post number 1. Here is 1. Here is 200. See that? Let's go and create another one, like category and category ID. Come back here, category 46 or 34 in that case, but we're not gonna see anything because we don't have it here, right? Category is ID. Come back here and let's refresh. There we go. Here's 34. Nice, 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 right? So there you have it then. Passing parameters on the URL and consuming it in our application. But in this case, we are just responding with it so that user can see it. In other cases, we will be doing something with this parameter. We can detect some type of user and pull that user from the database, or pull the user from some type of API that we are consuming with an HTTP request. Thank you so much for watching, guys. I hope you guys are having a lot of fun, and I'll see you on the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear students. In this lecture, we are going to be learning about middlewares. So let's get to it. Now, middleware is some type of functionality that we can plug in when we're using Express that we can do before the request and the response objects are executed, okay, or are called or invoked. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get one of these guys ready. I'm going to do a save as. I'm going to do Express server. No, actually Express middleware.
You're gonna see this a lot in Node applications because most of the times we need to insert certain code before the request happens. All right, and the way you're gonna see this is by seeing something like this: the use method or function. Okay, now let's actually make a request first. Okay, and then let's execute this with a request and the response. And of course, we know that we send some type of data back. And let's say this is home. So let's execute this file here. Let's just say Node Express middleware. Oops. Well, let's comment that out because we got to provide something there. And let's digest this. As you can see here, we see that response. Great. But what if you wanted to, like in some cases, we need to do certain things before our page is rendered, before we get anything that has to do with the request and the response. And we want to kind of insert something in our application. For example, sometimes we want to pull, let's say, the cookies out of our client's browser and pull that information and use them in our request or do something with it. What if we want to plug in certain code before all this is happening so we can do something with it first? For example, if we wanted to handle static files, and that's an example that I'm going to give you here, we will have to do this manually, all right now to detect, let's say, if we had a public folder and we wanted to detect a style.css files, we will actually need to read this manually in order for our application to work. But we have a static solution for it. We have a static feature that Express offers that we can use to serve our static files automatically without us having to handle that manually. I'm going to show you how to do that right now using middleware. All right. So know that middleware here is a functionality that we use before anything happens. So for example, if I want something to happen when somebody hits, let's say, this route right here, that CSS, I can just say, well, I'm going to invoke the callback function. Oh, and by the way, this net parameter here that you see is just basically a function that's provided to us by Express just to signify that we want the next request to happen. We want this to keep going. So we insert our middleware, our code that we want to execute, and then here or later on in application we continue with it. That's why we have these nets here, and I'll show you how to use it. But right now, let's say I want to, I don't know, let's just say I'm gonna console.log here, and I'm gonna say middleware. Okay, simple as that. And then I'm gonna put nets here, and I'll show you in a minute why we need to put nets. Okay, remember that this goes to the nets. And so let's execute this file. There we go. It says it's working, right? And then we come back here and we refresh. Great. And we see here that it still says it's working. Let's come back here and let's make that request for the CSS. Cannot get CSS, but then you see here that that still gets executed. We don't have a route to handle this, but we do have a middleware. So we do have some functionality that is happening in between this request, in between anything else that we're doing in our application, even though we don't have a route and we're not rendering any other data like we're doing here. Okay, now if I do this, I come back here and I refresh, we get an error. Okay, but what if, and look, it's working and then we get middleware. So middleware gets executed before this one does here. Okay, and that has also have to do with that I have this file on top as well. Okay, but we can execute this. We don't even need a route here. Watch this. Let's press there. Let's refresh. Let's come back here. Enter.
And now you see that it says it's working in middleware. And now not only that, but we get home. So we get all the functionalities. We were able to insert some type of code, some type of data or functionality before we hit this one here. We don't have to pass anything, of course. We don't have to pass the route, the path if we want to execute something there that has nothing to do with that path. But if we want to execute, let's say, some type of static files, then we need to tell it what type of route we want our API to hit, right? Or we want our client to hit. So let's actually use some static files. Let's actually do this here. So I'm going to insert another middleware. Okay, I'm gonna use the use function again, and I'm gonna say every time somebody asks for CSS files, I'm just gonna use the same one again. I want to execute some type of function or something, some type of code, okay? And Express offer us this static function here that we can say, well, I want you to serve everything that I put in here as static files, meaning that I'm going to Express behind the scenes is going to make that request for us and is going to handle everything that has to do with the files. It's going to download those files for us. Instead of us doing the reading the files manually and sending the response to the user and doing all that. So here we can use this their name, which is very common, and we can concatenate it with the file that we want. So this is going to be the directory we are on plus the file name or wherever we have our files. In this case, sometimes and most of the times we have a folder called public, and I'm going to create that right now. Directory public. Not only I'm going to create that, but I'm going to create a CSS file there. I'm going to call this style.css, and I'm just going to write something here like background all black or something like that. Let's go back to middleware. Okay, I'm gonna write some code that is going to make to digest all that. So I'm gonna use template strings here. Okay, and I'm just gonna send a full HTML document there. Let me see if I have one here. Yeah, I'm gonna send all this, but I'm gonna link it first. So I'm gonna create a CSS link, and I'm gonna hit the CSS style.css. Now, one thing that I want to explain to you here is that this static function here is going to do a whole bunch of things behind the scenes, but one of the things that it's going to do, right, the way that I'm setting it up here, is that whatever files come after this, if this is style.css, is going to serve that statically. It's going to make that request and handle everything for us behind the scenes. I can name it whatever I want. Basically, I'm just setting up the folder, and everything that comes inside that folder is going to be handled statically every time somebody hits this route. So right now we are here. We are going to hit this route because we have /CSS and then / whatever comes after that. This static is going to, the static function is going to pick it up and it's going to serve that statically. I'll show you that in a minute. Let's just put this in here. That was the HTML that I just took from that global.html. Let's just take that out from there. We don't need it there. Let's come back to Express there. So we're making that request. Let's see how that works now. It says it's working. Boom. And as you can see, the screen just turned black and we're getting some data in there. Okay. That's because we are getting that file is being served statically. We don't have to handle that ourselves. Remember that what we got here is a server, guys. This is a server and everything has to be done manually by us. Okay, serving static files, reading images, serving the images to the client, doing everything automatically, manually for our clients, right? Whoever is asking for the information. So we would have to done this manually like we were doing before when we were reading files. We were doing that exactly like this from Node right here. As a matter of fact, right here we have this. We're using the file system to read a directory, and we are displaying the content. We would have to do something like this if we would have want that file to be read and digested by a application. Not exactly like this, but you get my drift. We will have to do it manually. So this middleware here is helping us a lot by giving us the chance to do everything behind the scenes. Okay, and handle that all that request for us. So let's go back here and let's look at the console real quick. And if you look at the network console, when you make this request, you can see that in localhost right here. All right, pretty cool stuff, guys. There we go. This is the style.css. As you can see, this is the a request. And look at that, the path right here. See that? So let's come back here, and now we can go to that public directory here, okay, and change the font color. Let's see if I haven't forgot my CSS yet. And as a matter of fact, I think I have. Color white. Let's see if I have not forgotten. There we go. All right, so that way you can see more what's going on. Anyway, I hope this was very helpful for you, and I'll see you in the next lecture, guys. Take care. Hi, welcome back, my dear student. Now, I want you to understand something. This is not a Express course, so we're not going to be digging too deep into Express, but I want you guys to at least understand the fundamentals of Express in case you see it. So maybe later on we'll build an application with Express and show you some of the more advanced features. But right now, just keep in mind that I'm trying to show you as much as possible about Node. Okay, so this is just another section of our course called Express. Um, and if it's not named Express, well, you have some Express knowledge now. Okay, but anyway, so one thing that I want to show you here besides this middleware is that we can, like I said before, we can, install all the middleware, other middlewares and use them. And I also feel like I should give you a little bit more example of this application here, of this functionality that we're doing here with this middleware, serving our static content or static files in the public directory. I want to give you another example, and I want to give you another more examples on executing or consuming post data, okay, with parameters, which is super important. So let's go ahead and create another file. I'm going to name this express post data.js. It's just that I think it's very useful for you guys to understand this. Plus, I want to show you a new module that is super important. So I'm just gonna require Express because that's the first thing that we need to require. And as a matter of fact, let's go and let's grab this and copy it here. And I'm just gonna delete a couple things from here. We don't need this. And I'm going to leave this the way it is right now because I just want you to see this is just a middleware. This is another middleware here that we're using. And now there's another module that I want to download and I want to show you. It's called the body parser. That's going to allow us to parse post data. Okay. So let's come back here and let's clear this out. So npm install body parser, just like that. Now in the case of Node
earlier versions, we had to pass in the hyphen hyphen safe just keep that in mind that we don't have to do that now. After Node 5, some versions after 5, I believe after 5, we don't have to include that hyphen hyphen safe. Okay. But anyway, that's just to include the packages in package.json. It would do it by default now. I think I told you guys about that. I just wanted to make sure that you knew that that's the way it is. Okay, so let's actually use this module real quick. Body parser. And because by default Express does not parse post data. Just keep that in mind, okay? That's something that we need to do. So I'm going to insert some more middleware here. And if I use body parser by itself, I think that's deprecated. Let's go ahead and check it out real quick. Node Express. Let's do Node man. Express post data. Enter, and it's just gonna tell me, oh, that it cannot find the body. Oh, it's called body parser. There we go. All right, so it does says that body parser, the individual function, is deprecated. We could have passed the whole thing before. Now it's saying use the JSON URL encoded option, and it gives you some information there. So we can use that JSON, okay, just like that. And here we can, let's just use it this way here and see if that works fine. Okay, so it's telling me that everything is fine now. Let's go ahead and create a form in our public directory here because we're serving static files here, right? So we can create a form if we wanted to. As a matter of fact, I have a form somewhere that I'm just going to copy there. And I just have some Bootstrap. So I'm going to call this form.html. And you know what? I'm just going to make this index, guys. Let's refactor this. Make this, oops. Index.html. There we go. Now if we visit that folder, when we hit, well, we need first of all to come back here and we need to tell it to hit that specific. Well, it's serving our files when we type in the CSS here, okay, which is better to do this assets, okay, and let's come back here. So when we right, let's check this out here where I have this file assets, then I will hit that enter and now we have the form. Okay, of course you can name that public if you like, but anyway, so you see the form here. We try to submit this, we get that. Now this form is making a request already. So if you look at the form, let's study the form for a little bit. We're making a post request here to add user. Okay, let's just delete that and make it to post. And now we have this name attribute here that has a value of email. Remember, this is how we carry those variables to our code, and this one would be password. Okay, this is some Bootstrap form that I found somewhere on the Bootstrap website, and I believe this is Bootstrap 4. So let's go, as you can see here, 4. All right. Now, if you try to post this data without the body parser, you will get an error.
And I want to show you that before we actually make it work, so that way you can see the difference. So let's start creating the functionality of that request that we should get, right? So we are expecting a post request from a form that's going to be adding a user or something like that, right? Let's give it the callback function, and we're gonna get that request and the response. Let's for now console.log it's working or something like that. Let's do template strings. It's working. Let's come back to our terminal here. Let's there we go. So we are expecting a post request. Every time we hit that form, we should see this in the log in the console. And it's going around because we haven't finished that request. And as you can see, it says it's working. So we are doing good. Okay. Now, there's no way for us to parse the data that's coming in. So even though we can access the request, there is nothing that we can access there related to our form, to our post data. So there is a, and there is a, this body parser, let me just tell you right here, adds a functionality to the request called body, which has all the elements of the form that are carried in these values here. Okay, let me show you. So now if I want to console, let's say the request parameters instead of params, right? Because that's in the URL, we use body. But now keep in mind that because we're not using body parser, we have an issue. That's not gonna work. Okay, cannot get post. When I submit this form, enter, it says undefined because this does not exist. But if I use our body parser here, okay, our middleware, let's come back here. Let's make sure that we refresh this page here. Enter, submit, come back here, and you can see that we have some type of object here. So we are getting something now. Before we were not able to get anything out of it. Okay. So if we want to get some data, we need to write a little bit more code here. Now, if I wanted to get the email, right, I would write body.email because in the body, this object here, we have all the properties, all these properties, we have all these values, and they will have the same name. So this will become some type of property in that body object. Okay, and then we just get that object, that email object, back to us. Now, let's come back here. If we do this now, though, we're still gonna get, and let's just refresh back here. Refresh, come back here, write something here, come back. We still get undefined. Okay, let's kill this again, and let's just make sure it's working there. Refresh it. Sometimes you have to do this. Let's come back. It's still undefined. Now, this is not going to work unless we use another, okay, another function from the body parser. Put the function called the URL encoded. So I'm going to do this here, and it's called the URL encoded, and it has this property here called extended to false. Okay, and now let's go back here. Let's refresh this, enter, submit, come back, and now you can see that we get the email. Okay, pretty cool stuff, guys. Pretty cool. So as you can see here, we were able to parse post data by using this module and inserting it in our application using middleware, right? This middleware feature. So pretty cool stuff, and you're gonna see this in all the applications that you are submitting post data. You are going to see that. Now, if you go back here and you just log the body of the application, you're gonna be able to see a lot more information than what you saw there. So that way you can just play a little bit with it and study that body object. And oh, cannot convert object to primitive value. Okay, let's see if it works like this. Let's come back here, enter. Oops. Oh, service is off. It crashed. Crash again. And of course, that does not need to happen. Let's come back here and enter. And now you can see that big object, that body object, okay? The body object is going to contain all the data from the form. Right now, it's getting the email, okay, object. It's getting an object, which is, and then it's getting these properties. You see that? And look at the values, which is pretty cool because you can do other things with it. And this is what we do when we are using databases, right? We connect to the database and then we send this information to the database. We send the value of the email, we send the value of the password, and we get the user either registered or logged into the application. Okay, but anyway, so I hope this was a valuable information to you and you learned a lot on this lecture. We're going to continue with this, and we're almost finished. If not, maybe we are finished with this section here. I don't want to go and dig too deep into Express just because Express is a different animal on itself. It would be an Express course if I continue with Express. I just wanted to show you some of the things that we do. But anyway, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next lecture or section. See you in the next one. Welcome back, my dear students. So it's time for us to create a web socket. Let's play around with web sockets and let's see how that works. All right, so I'm gonna go back to my folder here, and if you notice, I did change the font in this. Let me actually go ahead and restart it. Let me just come back here and synchronize this a little bit. All right. So I did change the font size. I want you guys to see clearly what I'm doing. So let's go ahead and create a WebSocket server first of all, and let's see how that works, okay? So I'm gonna go ahead and create a file. I'm gonna call this WebSocket socket server.js. There we go. All right, so the first thing that we need to do to create a WebSocket server is we need to require that module, right? So let's come here and say socket server like this. Let's require. Now, let's make sure that we do have that module. The module that we are going to be using is the WS module, okay? So make sure you come to here and say npm install WS, okay? There we go. So that package is installed, and mine was not installed, it was updated because I already have it there. I already had it. So now that we have that module and we are requiring it, let's use it. So I'm going to create another constant, and we are going to get the a function out of there. As a matter of fact, let's do it here. Let's get the server out, and let's just say, well, create a new instance of that WebSocket, and then we should be seeing the same guy here. Okay, now this is going to take a parameter here, and we're going to have this object with different options. We want just the port, and we can pass it whatever port we want. I'm just going to play around with it, and I'm going to say 3232. Okay, so now we need to create a connection between all the clients that are going to connect to all the clients in this server, because we could have 1,000 clients, right? And they all are going to be coming. We're all going to be making a request to this server here. So we are going to be using the WSS here dot on. This is a listener that we are attaching, right? And what we're going to be attaching here is a connection. And of course, this is going to have a callback that is going to bring us each individual client so we can edit the connection here. Okay. So every time a client is connected to our server, we are going to get that specific client right here, that specific client here, and we can edit that connection inside. Okay. So we can come here, and right now, let's just do a console real quick. And I want to show you something. Now, if we try to use this server the way it is here, and we say node WebSocket server, you see this is blinking a little bit here in my console. This is because our server is working, right? But we need to make a request in order for us to actually invoke this callback function, okay? We need to make a connection. Right now, we are listening for a connection, but we don't have a connection. There is nowhere in our application that we have a connection. We just created a server. Now we need to make that individual client. So let's go and create a client right now. Let's, come back here. Let's create a new file. And then on this file, we're going to call this WebSocket client.js. Okay, I hope that this is starting to make sense to you. This is just creating the server using JavaScript. We are attaching a listener here for connections. When we create that connection somewhere else, which is going to be in this file here, once that connection, the browser or the application detects that connection is on, we make basically when we make a request to our server in port 3232, we are going to be invoking this connection, and we are going to be executing this code right here. But let's go ahead and create that connection. So this WebSocket this WebSocket feature is already included in JavaScript. Okay, we did not have that before, but we do have it now. So if you go, let's open a browser real quick, and let's come back here. And if I say WebSocket here like this, I'll show you. We already have that included. Okay, you can find out some more information about it, and there is even a good article somewhere here that will give you some of the more better examples. Okay, so but anyway, let's get to it. Let's go now and create this new client. So I'm going to call this client, it's going to be a WebSocket, so I'm just going to put WS there, and let's just say new WebSocket. You see my JavaScript, my ID is already detecting that is included in the API, right? So now remember that WebSockets use a different protocol, HTTP protocol or WS protocol. In this case, it's going to be a WS protocol, all right? Basically like a different different language for transporting data on the internet, right? Or through a network. So WS, that's the protocol there. And now, of course, the server in my computer is localhost colon, and we are using port 3232. So now this is going to make a request here to this server. Okay, so once we open that connection, okay, we're good to go, right? This is it. We're creating this client here. Now, there's no way, the only way to make a connection to this in our, let's say using the browser, we need to have a file making that request. Because right now, this file is the one making that request, but we can't use this in the browser, right? We have to use Node to execute this file, right? So I don't want to use Node. I want to use a browser. I want, when somebody opens that file, I want that file to make that request. So we're going to say WebSocket uh, HTML. Okay, let's just call this, that's fine, let's just HTML. Okay, now we need this index type of file, right? And now right here in the bottom, before the body tag, the ending body tag, we are going to be including that file. Okay, let's just do, we have that client. So now we have that client connected there. Okay. Hi, welcome guys. This is Edwin from the future. I'm just updating this lecture right here. So my, my work environment is gonna look a little different. So all you have to do now is make sure that your server is running. Okay. Right here, this is the server file. So make sure that you do node WebSocket server or whatever the name of your server is. And this is the server right here. Remember, that's what we're building, right? So once that's listening, all you have to do is double click this WebSocket.html file and open it up in your browser, and that's it. Okay, you should be able to see some type of message here. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. I'm gonna go to where that file is located in my computer. I'm gonna double click it, and you're gonna see that it's listening. Okay, now the reason why I'm editing this video here is because some of you, and that's why I'm leaving this lecture like this. Some of you were a little confused when I use my built-in server from WebStorm. I went ahead and did this, and as you can see, that works. But it opens up this URL right here that's super weird for some of you, and some of you were actually typing in this URL. Okay, and that's not the right URL because this is a built-in server that WebStorm has. Okay, so that's why I'm editing this video, but I hope it's clear enough for you guys. You don't need any extra server out there. You just need to double click on that file and execute our code. Okay, thank you so much, and I'll see you on the next lectures. Welcome back, my dear students. So our little project's coming alive, right? We are making a request to our WebSocket. We are getting a response. We are actually logging in a response from our client, right? We are detecting that connection. That's nice. But what if we wanted to submit some type of data? What if we want to listen for data from our client, which is like, say, our application on the web server, like maybe a form? It's being submitted, and we want to get that data and transmit it to all the clients, transmit it to every other connection, every browser that's open. Maybe like a chat application where you say hello and everybody sees your message. How can we achieve something like that? Let's get this to be a little bit more exciting. So let's go to our client, which is in this case this WebSocket.html page or HTML page. And let's write something a little bit more exciting. Let's create a form. There we go. And in the action attribute here, what I want to do is I want to stop the form from executing. Basically, I want to stop the form from refreshing the page. So I want to use this void function, and I'm just going to say 0 here. That's going to stop the form from refreshing. We can double check that in a minute, and that's what we're going to be doing just to make sure that that's working, because it's been a long time since I used that function. I'm just going to write message here. I'm going to write a little input here. I'm not using Bootstrap. You're welcome to do it. Maybe we'll do it later, but right now we won't use any framework for HTML for now. I don't promise it because I want this little app to look okay. So let's open this in the browser real quick, and it would be nice if I see my form there. There we go. So that's looking very small. Let's make it a little bigger. So I got this form here that if I press enter, nothing is happening. Let's go ahead and create a little button here. Let's just say button. Hopefully I'm spelling that correct. And let's just say submit. We should put that in another screen. This little browser here. Let's just put it in another.
There we go. So now let's refresh this. If I click, if I submit it, you see that that does not refresh. Let's go back to it. Excuse me, guys. Let's take this off. Make sure you save your documents. Let's refresh it. Now if I click here, you see that the little thing moves here. That's being refreshed all the time. We don't want that. Let's put it back. I just wanted to show you how that little function works, and I wanted your form to actually work. Make sure that you're doing the job with me, guys. It just helps. Okay. So now we got this form that we want to receive data. We want this form basically to send data to our server. How can we do that? Well, we have our client, because right now this is just HTML, but we have our client hooked up to this right here. So let's manage that connection here in the client. So let's first of all get a handle on that form. We're going to be using document forms to get an array of all the forms that we have in our application in that HTML file. We only have one, so I'm just going to say 0. And we are going to attach this submit. And this is not a function. This is just a property. Now we get the function here. There we go. You can pass whatever data you want here. I'm not using anything, so I'm not passing any data to that. I just want to get data from that form. Now we can grab that form by ID right here. And I believe we have an ID of message, if I'm not mistaken. And let's go and check that out. Yes, you see that? Let's go back to it. Once we get a handle of that, we can do a console. And that's kind of big. I need to get rid of that. Console.log. Let's see how that looks. Let's open our console here in the bottom. It's a little bigger. Let's refresh the page. Write something here. Enter. And we got a connection arrow here because it says WebSocket. Oh, our server is now up and running. There we go. So that way we don't get any errors. Let's just turn our server on. Okay, great. All right. Let's check our connection here in the client, because this is supposed to be unsubmit, not submit. Sorry about that, guys. I just noticed that. Let's refresh. Let's just take out all these arrows here. And let's just say now it works. Enter. And you can see that we get the whole input element. Of course, if we want the value, we can get the value out. So that's working. Great. So now what we want to do is want to get the value out of that. So I'm just going to create a variable here real quick. Oops. And I'm just going to use the new let keyword in ES6. And now we can just do a console here for input value. Just making sure that the form works. Okay. Let's refresh here. Enter. And you can see the value. So now we got the form working. We got a handle on the form. Now it's time for us to push that data into our server. So let's try that out and see how that works. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this instance here. And that's how we are going to send information to our server. Remember that this is the hook that we have with our server. We're making that request right here to our web server in this protocol. So we're hitting that server, right? And we get something back, right? We can get this instance and send data to that. So we use the function send. And what we're going to be sending is this input value, of course, instead of logging in it and instead of being connected here, right? Now, I'm going to be running Nodeman instead of that because I might be making some changes later to that WebSocket server. There we go. All right, so now it's sending information to our server. Now, let's go back to our server here. We are logging in information, data that we hard coded here. We are not really grabbing data from anywhere. We're just hard coding data. Can you guess how we can grab data from our client? Okay. I really wasn't expecting you to actually answer that just because I can't hear you, first of all. And second of all, you don't know this information yet. So what we need to do here is grab this WebSocket right here. Okay, this bring what we call a listener. This listener is going to listen for a message from that specific client. Remember that on this connection here, on every connection, we get this instance of this client. This would be our client right here, basically, or clients, should I say. But we have methods that we can use that. And this listener is listening for any message from our clients. And let's just put it right here in this callback. It gets this callback. Okay. And now we can listen to that. Now we have a handle on that message that we are getting. All right. So we can log in this message and see what we get. All right. Now let's see. Let's go to this page here. We are going to refresh, and when we refresh, we are connected. But then if we say Edwin Diaz, enter, we get a log right here of Edwin Diaz. When we go back, we get Edwin Diaz on the server as well. Now don't get confused with the log that I have right here. Remember, this is just in the client. So we are going to see this in the client as well because I am doing it there. But now watch this. I already made a comment on it and took it off from here. So now if I press submit, I'm not going to see anything here, but I will see it here. Let's go back and refresh it actually. There we go. We are connected. You see that? Now, gibberish, enter, and then we get this gibberish data there. You see that? You see how easy that was? Okay. So again, I want you to be very clear on this. We get the form, right? We get a handle on the form right here. So we're getting data from the form, and we are putting it in this variable. Then we use this instance, this hook right here that we have to this web server to create this instance that has methods that we can use. One of the methods that we can use is send. Okay, this is going to send data to our web server. We are sending this data here, a WebSocket server actually. We're sending it, and now by default we get this callback with that data coming from any client, right? But this instance as well, right? This has methods as well that we can listen. And this is a hard-coded listener name here. So you always have this message that you want to listen to. This is not a name that I'm making up. This is something that is waiting for. Okay, this is what I'm waiting for. A message from any client. We're grabbing that message and we are, of course, using our own features here. We are logging this to the console in the server. Okay, this is all in the server right now, and this is in the client. This is happening here in the HTML basically. Okay, anyway, thank you so much for watching, guys. I hope this was clear enough for you, and I'll see you in the next lecture where we're going to be using a couple more different listeners and see how we can actually make this work a little better. You're doing awesome. Just keep coding, keep doing it, keep rocking it. See you in the next one. Welcome back, my dear students. So we're having a lot of fun with WebSockets, right? Well, it doesn't look like much now, but this is powerful stuff, guys. Very powerful. I hope some of you might understand how powerful this is. So let's go back to see where we are at in our little application, our little chat application, should I say. So we're getting data from a form that we have in this HTML page. We're getting this data. We have a hook on that data through JavaScript, right? Through the client. So we're grabbing that data. We're sending that data to our server. We are grabbing that data and logging it right here, which is not very useful. How can we grab this data and transmit it to every other client? In this case, any other web browser, any browser that opens up and goes to our application domain or something, right? How can we get that data to everybody? Well, we got the data, okay? Let's come back here. And now we can use this connection here that our WebSocket server, okay, to access an array of all the clients that are connected. So we can come here and we say, well, I want to access this clients array or variable, you could say. But because it's an array, we also have different methods for this array, because right now it's just an array of all the clients, of all our connections that are hooked up to us or making a request. We can loop through it, right, and create this for each and pull each individual client from there. All right, and we get in this callback function. Don't let this confuse you. This is just the same thing as writing, inside the for each writing function. So now we have the client, and now we can grab that data and send it back. And this is the same send that we got, that we can get from here. We can get another function instead of on. We can get send, but we can send the message back. Okay. So now you might be thinking, all right, so you're sending the message back. So now if we make a request, we get the message, but where do we catch the message? We don't have a hook for that. We are just sending data from our client. This is just a form here that we're using just to grab the user's information or data. And here, this is where we have the hook on that form. But this is our client. This is where we manage the connection with the server. So how can we listen for that data? Well, we have methods in here that can help us do that. So one of the methods that we can do is that if a message or some data is sent to us, please give it to me, basically, right? So we're gonna say ws on message is the one that we need. So this property here has our message. Now, this is also what's called a payload. Basically, a payload, when you hear this word online or anywhere else, right, connected to the related to web technologies, the payload is everything, every data, the headers, everything that you can think of when transmitting information online. But the payload data is what we want. We don't want headers. We don't want any other information besides the data. So we can do a console.log, and we can say, well, we get this object that we can get the data from. Okay, and this property here is going to have that specific. Oh, I forgot the little. This object is going to have this property that has all the data that we want. Okay, so this listener here is listening for anything coming from the server in this specific client, of course, right? And is getting it. But now, guess this is what we're doing right now. We are going grabbing the message. We are accessing every client. We're looping through all the clients. Everybody is connected to us, and we are transmitting, broadcasting that data to everybody. That's what we're doing here. Not to just that specific client, but to everybody. So if we go to and hopefully we are connected here. Okay. So if we go to our client here, let's refresh this a little bit. And let's just make a couple of these.
so that way we can see what's going on. Right here. Let's open this up. All right. Let's open the console here, and I'm gonna open the console right here. Okay. So if I send a message here and it says hello, I say this, you can see that automatically all of them get the same message, which is pretty cool, right? Pretty awesome. You can build a really cool chat application just using these little features that I just showed you. So hello, look at that. Everybody gets the same data. Pretty cool. Let's do it from here as well. Let's do hello 2. Enter. You see that? Pretty powerful stuff. Not even and the page is not even refreshing. Hello 3. Look at that. Everybody gets the same data. I hope you had a lot of fun in this lecture. Thank you so much for watching, guys, and I'll see you in the next one. Take care. Welcome back, my dear students. So, we have been learning some pretty cool functionalities, but I don't want to leave you just with what I have shown you so far about WebSockets. Even though we are not going to be using WebSockets in this form or in this format when we are building applications online. We want them to be a little bit more flexible, a little more compatible with browsers. So we are probably going to be using other modules, but we're not going to be discussing that in this lecture. What we're going to be doing here is I'm going to be showing you some other different methods that we can use with this way of doing WebSockets. Okay, so let's go back to our server here. And of course, yeah, we are sending some data back to the client. But besides this on message listener here, we have others. There's other ones that we can detect what the server is doing, right? Let's explore a little bit more about it. And there's one called onOpen right here. Okay. And of course, there's one also called onClose, but we are going to be doing that later. Let's just use a new syntax. And I'll always forget this little guy here. He's just trying to get used to that new syntax. And we can, of course, do a console here and say, well, I want to say connected or something like that, or connection is open. Open, there we go. I misspelled this, of course. And let's go back and let's get a browser open. Can I get a browser open, please? Let's put it somewhere else. Right here. Let's go to that WebSocket address. As you can see, it says connection open. I refresh and I get connection open again. So it's detecting when we have a connection open, and we are sending that information, and we are logging that information on the client. And we also have is close. Okay. So connection close. Now to detect connection close, you have to turn off your server. You have to say, okay, disconnected. So you're gonna have to create another tag, another one here. Let's just come back here. Right? Well, you don't have to do that, but you will see that it says connection closed. That's the only way of doing it. So if I turn the server off, oops, come back here. Let's go back again and do this. If I spell it correctly, that will work. So now the server is on. We get that on open. Connection open, connection open. Okay. Now let's turn our server off. We go back and you can see that it says connection close. Okay. Automatically. We don't have to refresh the page. Pretty cool stuff, right? Let me show you how we can do something a little bit more functional. Okay. So let's create a function here that displays a title or something. Let's just say display title, just to show you how you can play around with it in the HTML page. So display title, and we're just gonna take the title here, whatever title we pass, and we're gonna display it. We're gonna grab some type of element from our page, and let's use a query selector, and let's just select an H1 tag or something. And then we're just gonna place that in HTML. We're just gonna make that in HTML to equal whatever we pass into this function. Okay. Now, where can we actually use this set title? Well, let's use it right here on open. Every time a client is open, we are going to display connection is open. Okay. So let's go and create an H1 tag here somewhere. H1, there is nothing there, right? New connection. I'm just gonna put app. Let's just refresh here. You see that it says app, right? So let's go back to the client. So every time the connection is open, I want to grab this function here and execute it. And I'm just gonna say connection connected to server, something like this. Okay. So let's turn on our server. Let's come back here. And now if I refresh, there we go. You see that? So every time we get a new client, connected to server. Welcome back, my dear student. So on this lecture, what I want to do is I want to make an adjustment to a little app, and we are using the display title function here. Might as well just use it here. And I want to show you a couple more functionalities inside here, and we might even create a messages bots that we are going to be using to display all the messages in the application instead of logging it to our console. Let's first come back to our client here, and we need to use the same function here, but this is just gonna say disconnected from server or something like that. Now let's go back to our server, and let's write some type of if condition to detect that close and to detect something from the user, so that way we can close the connection. Okay, so we can say something like if the message that I'm getting from the user, the data, is equal to something like close, then I'm going to be using this function here to close that connection, right? Once, if anything else, then I want to keep executing this line here. Okay, great. Let's go back now. We can use this, and let's open another browser. If I can get one open, that would be nice. Here, there we go. Ah, I lost it. There we go. Okay, it's disconnected from server. There we go. And if I have another one here, well, that's disconnected from server because our service is disconnected. So all the clients have that. Let's just go and connect. There we go. Great. It's on. Connected to server. Disconnected. Disconnected. Great. So now it's working. Great. So that we got that done there. Let's go back to see if we can do something here with showing the user all the messages, all the users.
So I'm gonna create a bot called messages or a div. I'm gonna leave it empty because what I want to do is I want to get the data that I get from here to that bots. So let's go back to the client real quick here. I don't want it on close connection. I don't care about that. I want it on message. Okay. I don't want to just display um, the data on my console. I want to use something else. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create another function because the way I'm seeing it here is just gonna make things very confusing for you if I don't create some type of function. I have already a function called display title. Let's just create a function called display message or something. Okay. Yeah, let's create it right here. Display message or messages. There we go. And I'm gonna get the message here. And I'm gonna be calling this function from the onMessage listener here. And of course, that's gonna be the payload.data. There we go. Great. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the div that has the class of messages, and I'm going to append, actually, let's just create that on the fly. Let's create an H1 query selector. Actually, sorry about that. That's not what I want to do. Is I want to create an element. And guys, if you don't know what I'm doing, I have pretty good JavaScript courses that can show you how to do this. This is pretty simple stuff, but if you don't know, it could look very hard. What I'm doing is I'm using JavaScript, plain vanilla JavaScript, to create an element, an H1 element, right? I save that element in a H1 now, okay? And here I just have a handle on that. But before we do anything, I'm going to assign the text of that H1 to my message, just like that, okay? And here I just want to use another function here, append child, and I'm just going to append the H1 to that. Okay, I think that should work outside. I mean, there's nothing else that I think I'm missing here. Um, okay, let's see what we can do. Our server is now running. Let's just make sure it runs. Node WebSocket server. Oh, I should have just did Noman again. I forgot to do that. Nodeman. Let's go back here. Let's open a couple of them. There we go. Just to make sure that we see what's happening. I'm just gonna open two, guys, okay? But remember, this could be 1,000 of them, and all of them will get the same message. Hopefully, if we didn't make a mistake, right? So let's do this. I hope you guys are really excited either to get an error or make this happen. Okay, so I'm gonna enter, and as you can see, voila, message. Hello, enter. There we go. Let's make this smaller so you can see it. Look at that. Come back here. Hello, one. And I go to the other side. Hello, two. See that? Pretty simple stuff, guys. Pretty simple. I hope you start seeing the things that we can do with WebSockets. It's pretty cool. So basically here, I'm gonna go back and explain a little bit. Here, we're just using a function to pass the message that we are getting from here. Okay. Of course, we're sending that message because we're getting that from the form, and we have the form. Where's the form? Oops, lost the form. There we go, right here. We're sending that to the server, and then we're using the server to broadcast it to each client. Okay, and then we're catching all that in the own message guy right here that is using this function that we are using to write some plain vanilla JavaScript to create some elements, and we are assigning the data to the element and appending that data to these bots that we got right here. Okay, super simple. Thank you so much for watching, guys. I think I'm gonna call it quits for this WebSocket tutorial on this. Welcome back, my dear students. So in this lecture, we are going to be learning how to connect to databases using Node.js. Now we have a couple options on how to deal with databases using Node.js. So let me show you real simple here. I found a page. It's called, well, if you type in Mongo or Node.js, uh, let's just say Express databases. All right. Let me show you a couple integrations here. So we're not limited just to MongoDB when it comes to Node.js. We can install MySQL driver here and play around with it. Let's just click on it and you can see how easy it is. Okay, so of course you have to make sure that you are in an environment that has a MySQL, like maybe inside a folder called htdocs in MAMP or XAMPP, and then you will have your Node.js application there. You download the module, as you can see here, and just basically copy and paste this configuration here if you want to play around with it, so you can see how it works. Okay, super simple. This create connection takes this object as a parameter, and then you have all your configuration for your database in here. Connect, make your queries, console log, and end the connection. Okay, of course you will have methods that will take care of your queries if you want to make this a little bit more universal, but that's how it is. Then we have the MongoDB driver, or should I say plugin or something like that, right? So we get this MongoDB client out. Okay, get the connect. And if you notice this, it's very different than what we use in MySQL. MySQL, which is something I use a lot in my other PHP courses, uses localhost. Okay, this is the type of a default address for MySQL. But here we use something called the MongoDB protocol. Instead of being HTTP or HTTPS, is MongoDB. Okay, so when we are dealing with localhost, we deal a little bit. We don't deal with MongoDB protocol. So MongoDB has its own protocol. Then we type in the localhost, the port number, which is this is a general port number for MongoDB, 27017. Of course, you don't need to type this all the time, but if for some reason um, to make it work most of the time, this is something that's going to work on everybody. Okay, so let me show you how to do this, and we are going to be doing this using just MongoDB, just because MongoDB is what's used in most database applications. In most, not just database applications, I'm sorry, most Node.js applications. No, MongoDB is a schema-less database, has no schema. And when I say schema, I mean, let me just show you. There's no structure, okay? If we go to this ecom database here, we don't have any of this structure. We have to build these structures ourselves using JavaScript files. Now you might be thinking, oh my God, that is super complicated. Don't worry, I'll show you. Basically, we're going to build objects that have different types of data going inside of them. We do that by creating JavaScript files, of course, in the document. Now, but we'll use another integration besides the module itself. We'll use we're gonna be using. I'm gonna show you how to do it with this one, but I want to use something called Mongoose. Okay, and Mongoose is this. It's called a ODM. Okay, Object Document Mapper, or document modeling, or something like that, or manager. All right, they have different meanings for it, but if you look it up, if you look up ODM Mongoose, it has to do with documents. When we're dealing with MongoDB database, it has to do with documents. Just keep that in mind, okay? Forget about anything about tables or anything like that. Is documents. Object document mapper. Okay? So as you can see, super easy to integrate with anything else, and it's all the same. Requires a module, configure a module, use a function to connect it, and voila, you're done, right? Well, I was just saying, but we don't have that here. It's just a little bit different with this one, right? With Oracle. But anyway, so in the next lectures, we're gonna start playing around, and we're gonna start enjoying how to connect with databases using Node.js. It's gonna be pretty fun. So stay tuned. Take care. Welcome back, my dear students. So it's time for us to install MongoDB in Windows. So let's get to it. So I'm gonna go to Chrome here. I'm gonna go to mongodb.com, and this will change over time, guys. So don't worry. Just go to the download section somewhere. Go to the community server if you have that tab available. And just download whatever is appropriate for your operating system. We are using Windows in this lecture, so that's what we're going to be doing and learning how to do. So I'm gonna get this MSI file here. I'm gonna click it. This is gonna be the installer. So it has an installer already, and it says that I already have it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to uninstall it, so that way I can do it from scratch with you guys. So MongoDB, and I just show you how to uninstall it for those of you that don't know, but you should know how to do this already. Come on, guys. You guys are developers, right? All right. So this is uninstalled already. Let's follow the procedure here. And let's go back here real quick. I have a whole bunch of copies here in my download section right here. So I'm going to install it real quick from scratch so you guys can see. And I'm gonna press complete. I'm gonna uncheck this little guy right here just because I don't want to install Compass. Compass is a GUI for MongoDB. You guys are welcome to use it. I have not personally used it yet. I heard some good things about it. I don't know if they charge for it. I'm already using Robo T for Mac operating system, so I don't use Windows as much. But you are welcome to use it if you want, and let me know how it goes. Should be a pretty good, awesome tool if they don't charge for it, right? So let's install this without Compass, and this should be pretty quick depending on your operating system or your computer. I mean, that's it. It's done, right? So the next step that we need to follow is going to make a folder for our data, because by default MongoDB is going to look for some folders in our computer. So we need to have those folders available so that way it can put the data in there. Okay. I'm supposed to go to with installation right here. So install on Windows, and I'll show you the folder that it needs to have, and this is the command here to do that. So go ahead and open your shell, and I'm gonna right click on it. I'm gonna run this as an administrator because we says that actually we do have to do this. Anyway, we might not, but anyway, just run it as an administrator just to be on the safe side. I'm gonna say md backslash data backslash db, enter, and now it's telling me that this folders already exists in my computer because I already have it. But if you don't, you will be able to create it by following this command right here. Okay, so once that's done, Mongo is installed in our computer, but right now our computer doesn't know where to find the executable. So for example, like if I type in Mongo, that's not going to work. All right, so I would have to go and type in some type of long command to find Mongo. Okay, something like this. Let me just, if I, something like C programs. So basically, I would have to write the whole path where that executable is located. I'm gonna show you where it is right now. Let me see if I remember correctly. This is a Windows computer. And if I go to program files, let's see, open this in a new window. You see MongoDB right here, right? And open, open, open. So this is where the executables are located. We got the Mongo right here. This file is the shell. So when you click on this, let me see if I click on this, you see that we are connecting to the shell. Of course, this is gonna fail because we don't have the other executable. If I double click on this one, this is gonna turn on the server. So you see this says OK right here. That means that we're good to go. Now the server is on. So let's go ahead and click on the other one. And now we are connected to the shell. Watch this. Should connect right away. All right. So if I say show, let's see if it works. It's actually not working right now for some reason. Let's see right here. Huh? Huh. Let's come back here. Let's see if that works. If that doesn't work, don't worry about it, guys. We'll get it go up and running. Just got to make sure that our server is up here. That's okay. Right now, it looks like something is going on, but we'll fix it in a minute. Let's just get all this out. So you get the point, right? We need a way for us to write Mongo here, like a shortcut, and tell our computer, listen, the executable is located right here in this path. So I'm gonna copy this and oops, I'm gonna go and edit my environment variables because that's where we can actually play around with our path, right? So we're gonna go to this environment variable called path. I'm gonna double click it, and at the end here, you can see that I have a couple shortcuts already. So every time I type CMD, it's gonna know where to find that program. You see that? This is where you can find all that stuff. Okay? So npm has a path as well. When you type npm globally, it's gonna find that um, program. But look at this. I'm gonna paste that in here, whatever I copied, whatever path we have here for where all the executables are located. I'm gonna press OK. I'm gonna press OK here, and then I'm going to open another terminal. I'm gonna type in MongoD, and that is going to do the same thing that we did when we double clicked on that, right? So I'm gonna open a new window. I thought I could right click and open a new window here with this, but it looks like I cannot. Let me see. Edit, maximize, size. Really? Really? All right. Well, I got a Mac keyboard, so my shortcuts are not even working either. So, but anyway, let's open another CMD. I don't even need a CMD, to be honest. I don't need all this. I can just use my git bash, which is my preferred uh, shell that I use. And I right click on this, and I'm going to change the text here real quick to something a little bit bigger so that way we can see what's going on, right? I'm gonna put 18. I'm gonna apply, save it. Now if I type in MongoD, okay, that should open one. Then new here, and now we can say Mongo. Okay, and now we are connected to that Mongo shell. I can say show dbs, and now you can see all my databases. Okay, so there you have it, guys. This is how we are able to install the MongoDB using a Windows operating system, and at the same time we created a little shortcut so we can execute MongoDB from anywhere in our computer. Thank you. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear students. So in this lecture, we are going to be installing MongoDB on our Mac operating system. It's going to be pretty easy, okay? So let's get to it. So let's go to the website, mongodb.com. Then we are going to the download section here, and then community server and download. Okay, once we have that file, we're just going to go ahead and drop it in the desktop. Okay, and I'm going to unzip it by double clicking it. I don't need this on there. And now let me show you something here. This bin directory inside that has the two main executables that we need. We need all these files, but this MongoD is what turns on the database. So when you execute this file using whatever you're using, your terminal, you are going to be able to turn on the database feature in MongoDB, right? So that server, that little program is going to be running, and you're going to be able to hook up your applications to database, all right, to make the database features of your app work. Now, this Mongo executable here is for the Mongo shell, meaning a little program that you can go in and access whatever is inside the server and control the data, all right, inside the little program. Well, not inside the little program because we use a directory to save our data in our computer. I'll show you that in a minute. So the first thing is that we have to do is copy all this that is in the bin directory to our user local bin inside our computer, so that way we can run Mongo from anywhere. Meaning that in order for me to run my MongoDB executable files, I will have to go to that specific destination and do this Mongo and then MongoD like this. And if I press enter, you can see that I'm running something there, right? And then if I press Mongo, you can see that I'm running something there as well, right? But I don't want to be doing that. So what I want to do is I want to transfer that to that user local bin, so that way I can just do Mongo, and my computer will be able to find that executable. And inside this file, let me just get out of there by doing Control C, clear. Inside the user local bin, I'll show you, we have a whole bunch of other programs that are executable with just one name. Okay, look at that, pi2, pip, okay, Python, package manager. We got, I even have Mongo here, but I'm gonna override that and show you how it's done. So don't worry about this. You shouldn't have this if you never downloaded Mongo. I just had it installed there before, so that's why it's there. So I have a whole bunch of little programs here in this user local bin that I can just execute with just typing the name in my terminal. For example, if I type eb, that's, you see, my computer already knows where to find that. So that's what your user local bin is, a place where your computer can find those executable. So let's move whatever we have in our desktop in that bin folder here. Let's move it to that user local bin, so that way we can just type in Mongo and MongoD instead of writing the whole name. So copy the tilde here, the desktop, whatever is in here inside the bin. I'm gonna put a little asterisk. Let me just make that bigger. So you can see I'm just using the copy command, little tilde, because that's the home for the Mac, / the desktop, capital D right here, and the name of that directory bin, and the asterisk just to signify everything inside there. Okay, so I want to copy that to / usr. If I press tab, it finishes for me, the tab key. Local tab, you see, finishes, and then the bin. So I want to copy all that inside the bin directory. So if I press enter, it's going to tell me permission denied because I need, and I'm just going to take that out. I need a sudo. I need a super user permission to get in there. So I do sudo enter. It's going to ask me for my computer password. I enter it and then enter. And now everything's copied there. Now I can just type in MongoD and it knows where to find that. You see that? So before I had to type the whole command, or you had to type the whole command, the whole path, and the name of the file to make it work. Now we don't need to do that. So once that's done, the next step to do is to make a data folder like this in a DB folder. So that way MongoDB can save all that data there. Right now, there is no way for us for MongoDB to save the data. We want to save the data here. Okay. So let's create that. Let's do sudo mkdir the p flag -p /data, and it doesn't matter where you are, what location you are. Once you put this / there, we find it, and we do that first. Let's see, db like this. There we go. Now let's go in there and see if we can find it. cd data, and then we do ls inside there, and we can see that that directory has been created. So we created two directories, the data and the db, all together with this command right here. Okay. Okay, so now the next step is to give it permissions. Right now there are no permissions there, so MongoDB goes in here and it says and cannot do insert data because it doesn't have permissions. So sudo and then change mud and 777 and then / data like that. Actually, yeah, that would do good anyway. And data / db. So I pressed the up arrow key to get the last command, and I just added db at the end. Even though we are inside that data, cd dot to get out. We can still do it again if you want to just make sure. Okay, there we go. Now we can just go ahead and say MongoD. Turn it on. As you can see right now, it's working on port 27017. So it's waiting for connections. So let's go and give it a connection. I'm gonna do Command T to open a new terminal window. Clear. I'm gonna do Mongo. Enter. Okay. And I'm gonna do show DBS. Enter. And now it tells me I have two databases, admin and local. Okay. Simple as that. So that's how you install that in a Mac operating system. If you guys have any issues, let me know in the discussions and we'll help you fix it. But it's super simple to do. See you in the next lectures. Welcome back, my dear students. So let's start playing around with our code. So I'm gonna get all that off and I'm gonna create a folder here. I'm gonna call this node 2. All right. And then I'm gonna open this in my IDE. I usually have music. If you look at my file right here, I usually have like a little music when I'm coding. So I recommend it for those of you that like to make your code a little bit more exciting. All right. So I'm gonna open that file in my IDE. You can use whatever you want, your text editor or whatever it is that you're using. And right here, there we go. Now the first step to every Node.js application that we need to do when we start creating one is configure it to be a Node.js application, right? So npm init. There we go. It's gonna ask for the package name. I'm just gonna press enter to give it the same name. Version. I'm just gonna put database stuff. And I suggest you guys to actually code along with me. Enter. Whatever you want it to be default, just press enter. Okay. Now this is going to create a package.json, of course. Now in order for us to connect, we need to download some type of module. Okay, everything in Node.js is about module. Let's go ahead and download MongoDB. So npm install MongoDB. Enter. Now, a side note here. If you're doing this command, npm install MongoDB, and it doesn't install your reference here to that dependency, that means that you don't have the most current version of npm, and you need to use hyphen hyphen save. Right now, as I'm recording this video, I updated my npm, and now I don't have to type in save, the save flag, because it will do it automatically for me. By default, the installed command will put this save. There we go, as you can see. Okay, so now, of course, we have to require this, but let's go ahead and go back to Express database integration, and let's look for that MongoDB. And of course, let's just play around with it and see what we get. I'm gonna create a file here called app.js. I'm gonna paste that in there. Okay, now we don't have this mammals collection, and when we talk about instead of tables in MySQL, in MongoDB, we call this collections. Okay, a collection of documents. Now I'm gonna comment that out because we don't have that collection, right? We don't have that this collection of mammals, and we don't even have a database called of mammals. But if we run this with nodemon app.js and press enter, you can see that something is happening here. It looks like it's connected, and you might be wondering, why in the world is this connected to what database? We have not created a database. Well, MongoDB does not need to have a database in order for it to connect. We don't have that database, but it's assuming that we will create one. And the way that it creates a database is when we first insert data into that wannabe database. So right now, that database does not exist. Okay. So Control C. I'm gonna get one of these console pieces of code here. I'm just gonna say connected here, just to give me some type of indication that it is connected. Nomon app, and you see that it is connected. Okay, so this is how you connect using the MongoDB client. This is like the default client, but we're not going to be using this connection for a database. We're going to be using our Mongoose connection. So Mongoose is the ODM that I was telling you about, the object document mapper, which is going to allow us to create models later on of our data, which is going to make things a lot easier. The CRUD operation is going to be a breeze because we just have to use the methods that they have for us. It's very similar to what we have in Laravel and PHP, which is our ORM, object relational mapper. But in this case, it's an object document mapper. So let me show you how we do this in Mongoose in the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear students. So let's get to work right away. So let's start using Mongoose to connect to our database, which is something very useful. Okay, we don't even need to use this Mongo client file here. Okay, so you can just comment that out if you like this Mongo client code. Instead of saying code, I say file all the time, right? So let's install Mongoose. Mongoose. Strange name, but that's what it is. Make sure that it is in your package.json, and let's go and connect to it. First thing is requiring this big guy, right? And then we say require Mongoose, right? Next step is connecting to it. Simple. Connect. Now here we need our first parameter here to connect to our wannabe animals database, and the nets, we need to pass a parameter here because they have deprecated some the way we used to connect. We used to connect just doing this before. Now we need to specify the client and Mongo client. Enter, and this will be true. Here is giving me an error. It says is a oh Mongo. Oh, it doesn't look right. Let me see. There we go. Hi, welcome, my dear students. So I'm interrupting the course. This is Edwin from the future because I want to make you aware of something. In some of the lectures, you're going to see me using this code right here. Use Mongo client equal to true. One of the reasons we were using this is because on version 4 of Mongoose, if I go to version 4 right here, like this, we have some deprecated code that we needed to deal with. So the developers gave us, this code here to use so we can kind of put a patch on the issue. But after version 5.0, okay, of Mongoose, we don't need this anymore. So every time you see me or you see the code that has this, just delete it if your version is over 5. Okay, and most of you should not have a problem with this, but make sure that you don't have that use Mongo client true anymore because you don't need it. Now if you want to check for outdated packages, let me clear this out. You can do npm outdated like this, and that's gonna scan all your application and tell you something needs to be updated. Mine does nothing needs to be updated, but if for some reason I had a package, let's go back to version 3 here of this package. And guys, do not worry if you don't see the same code in your screen. Later on you're gonna have all this. Remember, I'm from the future. So I'm gonna do npm update here, okay, and that's going to reflect the change that I created here. Okay, so let's wait for it. Because it was doing a couple things, so it took a little bit, but you see it says remove 3 packages and updated 1 package. Okay, so now if I do npm outdated, I just wanted to show you that. You can see now that it tells me, listen, the latest for this package for express file load is 0.40, and you got this one. So if I do npm update, if I change this, let's go back to 4 and I do update or install, we're good to go. Okay, I just wanted to show you that. So make sure that I use Mongo client true. It's not there if your version of Mongoose is over 5. Okay, so you can go back to your lectures now. Take care. Remember to take that off if you see it in another lecture. Bye. Okay, so if I run this like this, Noman app, you can see that something is happening here. If for some reason this wasn't able to connect, it probably would give me an error. Let's see. It doesn't give me an error yet because we don't have anything listening for that. So let's go ahead and attach some listeners so we can detect when it has an error. So first, let's go and play around with the connection. I'm gonna use this once method here to attach a listener. So when the connection is open, I want this to give me some type of message. Remember, this is just an arrow, fact function. They call it the arrow function, but an arrow function. And I just want to console log connected, just like that. Now it's already giving me all this ugly typos here because I'm not using ES6 configuration in my IDE, and it should correct that in a minute. There we go. So when it's open, it's going to give me this information, but I also want it, let's chain together a on, and here I'm just going to say, if you see an error here, let me know as well. Now, keep this in mind that I'm not making this up. This is something already built in, okay? So it's already knows that this is the name. This is not a name that I'm making up. I can't go ahead and say, oh, listening for opening connect error event listener, right? An event listen for an open event. I cannot say that opening event. This is an open event and an error event, just the way I'm writing it. All right. So don't go and write something else in there because it's not going to work unless they already made some other names for it, right? So here I'm just going to say, well, just console log something. I'm just going to say could not connect. And I can pass an arrow here like this. Or I can just concatenate it if I wanted to. So let's go ahead and run this. Oops. Let's run this. And you can see that it's connected. If I had some type of error here, come back here, and there we go. Right there. Could not connect right there. Could not connect. And then I got this whole object of errors. All right. Cool. All right, there you have it. This is how we connect using Mongoose. Pretty simple. And guys, don't get discouraged or don't overwhelm yourself with this. This is gonna become a lot easier later on once we start creating a really awesome project. Okay. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next lectures. Hi, welcome back, my dear students. So on the last lecture, you saw how we were able to connect to MongoDB using some drivers, some modules, right? We use Mongoose and we use the Mongo client, MongoDB client. Great. But like I said before, we can, and if I haven't said that, we can connect to different connections. So I'm just going to say express database connections here. Okay. And there is a lot of integration that we can do with Node.js. Okay. We can connect to different databases like Cassandra, MySQL, Oracle, Postgres, you name it, and Node.js has an integration for it. Okay, we can use Express framework to do some of this connection to make it easier. But anyway, so what I want to do on this lecture here is show you some of the differences or the vocabulary of, let's say MySQL again, versus MongoDB. Okay, so not only that, but I want to also download a GUI for MongoDB database that we're going to be using later on. We're going to be using different databases, and I mean, we're going to have different databases using MongoDB, and we want to know some of the differences, and we want to have a GUI. So let's go ahead and use Chrome real quick to download that GUI. I'm going to be downloading MongoDB Compass. Okay. Now click on this first link, and if we go to the community edition, this should be able to be free. Okay, so this is a free GUI, and it's gonna download it. You can download it for whatever operating system you want: Red Hat, Ubuntu, and even Windows. Okay, I'm downloading it for the Mac, and the setup is super simple. Just follow the install wizard. Okay, and in the host, it should be localhost, or you should also be able to. Everything should be selected by default, but we're gonna do it anyway, so you can see how it is. But anyway, so once that's done, then we'll go ahead and continue with the lecture. So after, like, I don't know, for you was probably 1 second, but for me it was like 5 minutes. After a couple minutes, I was able to download Compass. I got a very slow connection here where I am. And as you can see, for the Mac, you just have to drag it into your applications. Okay. For Windows, of course, you keep, choosing the default. I'm gonna go to my folder in applications there, and I'm gonna look for that.
and I would have thought it was gonna be Compass somewhere. I'm gonna try to find it in my applications, and there we go. Okay, right here. I'm gonna open it up. I'll show you some of the settings, okay? Even though I already had Compass before, so I don't know if this is gonna fill in all the fields. Okay, agree. And just gonna show you some of the things and how to use it basically. I already know how to use it. I'm just gonna show you real quick some of the things. Okay, so I'm just gonna start using Compass. And as you can see, already my data is already filled in here. Now, this, I don't know if this is going to be true for all the operating system, but you see my host name is localhost. The port is 27017. Authentication none. I don't need that. Read preference primary. SSL none. SSL tunnel none. And I'm just going to say local connection here. And I'm just going to create a favorite. Okay. And I'm just going to connect. And this is going to find all my databases here. Okay. As you can see, I have a couple of databases. I can delete them by coming here and pasting the name here, or of course writing the name, which I didn't want to do. Simple as that. So I can access the database. For example, let's access this database here, and let's access the users. Okay, now I'm gonna show you, and I'm gonna compare to you the MySQL and MongoDB database. I'm going to show you the difference, okay? So, for example, in MySQL, this will be called, users will be called a collection. This is my database here, the big guy, the guy that has all the collections in there, okay? So, in MySQL, sorry about that, this would be my database. Inside the database, well, this will be my database. This will be the collections. Right here, I have this users collection. And each of this would be like in a object type field, okay? This is how it would be in my SQL. This would be a table called users. This would be a columns and rows, okay? That is the vocabulary for my SQL. For MongoDB, this is a object type format. As you can see, I have the colon here, and we have a field. Okay, now this is a document. This collection only has one document. I could go ahead and insert another document. Okay, and I can type the ID here if I want to. I can just say the property, first name, tab, Jose. Enter. Go to the next one, last name, Williams, which makes no sense, right? And then password, secret or weakret. And the version key here, 0. This is something that Mongoose writes for us. Okay, so you can make it a string, a number, whatever you want here with these fields. Okay, as you can see, we have different variations for MongoDB: array, binary, boolean, code, a decimal, double, int 32, or int 64. Okay, and we go insert, and now we got two documents. This is a field, remember. This is a collection inside the database. This two here, this whole set is a document. In my SQL, it's just the table, a row, okay, the record. This is a record. We got two records here, and these are columns. Okay, simple as that. So hopefully you were able to get the Compass installed. This is a pretty good GUI for MongoDB. I like it, and that's it. See you in the next lecture, guys. Take care. Welcome back, my dear students. So let's go back to our lectures about connecting to a database. And we were able to connect to a database, right? Using MongoDB and using the Mongoose ODM, Object Document Mapper. And this is the last time I'm going to say it, say what it means. Object Document Mapper. Okay. So I changed the var keyword here to const, just because a const is a constant, and we are always going to have a Mongo client. We are not going to, reassign some other values to it. So this is always going to stay like this. Okay. So it is going to work. Now, what I wanted to, keep you informed is that after version 3.0 in MongoDB, we no longer have a database object here as a return value from this callback. We are going to have what is called a client object. And inside this client object, then we'll have the database object. Okay. So that's just one thing to keep in mind. Okay. Now, in these following lectures, we're going to be learning the CRUD using the Mongo client, the MongoDB client, like this, just because it's a little easier. And I want you to understand the fundamentals first before we jump into a ODM like this one, Mongoose, right? Where we organize our data in separate files, and then we go by what type of data are on those files. That's how we insert data. That's how we organize our data, and we fetch data from our database in a object format from using Mongoose. Okay, but we'll talk a little bit about this later on. I just wanted to show you how to connect using Mongoose. So now let's go ahead and start creating some data in this lecture using the Mongo client. Okay, so the first thing is that we need to pull the database out from this client object, and it's going to be DB like this. Now we need to write the name of our, and if you notice, I took the name out of here. From here I took it off, so it was like this before. Now we don't have that there, we have it down here. Okay, so now that we have the database, we can play around with it. Okay, now we can't fetch any information out of it yet because we don't have that database there, but we can go ahead and create one. So we can use the database, use the method collection. Let's create a table, or in this case, because we're using MongoDB, it's now like MySQL, is a document. So we're going to create a document called mammals. And of course, this collection, we can chain other methods that are going to be able to insert data or fetch data or do whatever we want with it, with our data. So the first parameter in this insert one method is the data you want to insert. I want to insert the name. So I'm going to put this first key value is going to be horse, like this. So I'm naming it. I'm just gave it a name, any name, but I just gave it the key name and the value horse. You can give it whatever keys or values you want. Okay. And that's it. That's all I want there. Now, the second parameter here is going to be a callback function. We either get an error or we get a result. And we're going to use the new syntax of ESSits or ECMAScript sits. And we're just going to say if error, then return console log. And we just say error here like that. Okay, we can do that. Let's make it so that you can be a little more familiar with the code. Okay, like this. But and then we can say console.log insert it like that. Okay, so let's take this out of here.
and let's just put it right here. Very, 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 very easy. Okay. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's do nomon app, enter, and we got an error here. Of course, it says log, because I wrote it in my head and forgot to put it on the piece of paper or this line there. So it says inserted here. So that means the data is there. Now we can go ahead and visit Compass, which is the little application we downloaded, right? Let's connect to it. Right here. And we have a database called animals right here. And it says two documents here. It's just because I already did it before. Okay. I already inserted a document before this one. But as you can see here, the document is there. Now we can see it as a table there, but cool. All right. And I want you to pay very close attention to this document. It has something called an object ID. Okay. This is inserted automatically by MongoDB every time you insert a new document. Every new document will have a object ID or an ID by default, and it's gonna be random. And we can access that and change it if we wanted to. Okay, and I will explain just a little bit about it in the next lecture. Thank you. Welcome back, my dear student. So in this lecture, we're going to take a look at the object ID that I told you about in the last lecture, right? I said to you that MongoDB always creates some type of ID. And it creates this, object ID just because you don't want to have the same record with the same ID. It's always going to be different. It's going to create a unique ID for every single document. And when I say record, it means document, guys. Okay, I use a lot of MySQL, so I'm used to using schema-based databases. So this MongoDB is a schema-less database, meaning we don't have specific data. We can insert whatever we want. And let me show you, as a matter of fact. So I already inserted a record with a value of a key name and a value of horse. I can go ahead and do this again, and let's just call this, I don't know, dog. And the next value would be legs, something like this. And I'm just gonna say 4 in a string, right? Let's just do it in a number like that. And let's see what happens here. It says insert it, right? And I come back here and I'm gonna do refresh. Come back here. And now it says dog and it says 4. Okay? I want you to look at this document. You see, I was able to insert a different field on another document related. Now, these documents are now related, okay? We're just inserting data in the database. So with something like MySQL, a schema-based database, we have to go by whatever columns we got. In this case, we don't have any columns types, right? We can just insert as many different, okay, values we want. And of course, you see right now, this one has no field here, but this one does. So you might think, oh my gosh, so Edwin, we can insert any type of data and it can just be very crazy and very disorganized. And you're correct, it can be. And it's really a confusing thing when people come from a schema-based database knowledge to a schema-less database. And that's just really, really confusing. But don't worry about it. That's why we use something like Mongoose. Mongoose is going to allow us to create a schema for a database later on. So that way we know what type of data is going to our database and we know what type of data we got to look for. Okay? So don't worry about it. Just learn this knowledge here and Don't worry about anything else, okay? So anyway, this object ID that we have here, okay, is different for every document, like I mentioned, okay? Now, you don't always have to go by what MongoDB is inserting or doing for you. We can modify this. Now, why would you want to modify it? Well, there are cases where you want to have certain types of IDs for your documents, but really, in reality, I never use that feature. I always let MongoDB decide what is the best ID possible for my documents, okay? Now, each of these fields here, each of these characters, four, three, 4 or 5 different characters, this is a encryption in here. So there is a lot of data that MongoDB reads here, and you can go to the documentation, but there are specific characters here that means different things. Okay, so MongoDB is, reading all these characters byte by byte, and is deciding how to make this data unique by the machine, by doing some random characters, and they're doing different things in there. You can look at it in the documentation if you want more information. But anyway, so there are ways that we can pull this object ID out, okay? And I'm gonna show you. Come back here, and instead of doing the Mongo client like this, we are going to be using the structuring, meaning that in that MongoDB, we are going to be pulling out this Mongo client. We can do that by doing the curly brackets there. Instead of chaining it to the end, we're just gonna assign it here, and it works the same. I'm gonna show you. I'm going to call this fish here, and the fish has 2 legs. Let's do, and now it says inserted. Let's look at our data here in a compass, and I'm gonna refresh. Come back here and mammals, and now we have fish and 2 legs, okay? Which I didn't know fish has legs, but you get my drift, right? So we were able to do the same thing as to chaining this to the end here, but with destructuring, you make sure that you have the same name of whatever you want to pull from here, here, in between these curly brackets. Now, sometimes you're gonna see me using the structuring like this. Well, in a way, using it like that because we are chaining it to the end, or we are exporting some type of data from here out. But anyway, so let's use the structuring. And I'm going to put a comma to pull something else out of there. And what I want to pull out is this object ID. See that? And now I want to come here, and once I have it, I want to console that. Console log the object ID that I got on top there. There we go. I'm not going to be making this anymore. And now when I refresh here, you can see now, oops, that's actually a function. Sorry about that. Right here. And this function, you can see now that new ID there. Okay. Now, we can call it as a function, or we can do it as a constructor. And we can do something like const object, and then we can come back here, and we can say new object, like that. And then in this console log, we can say object. Okay. Now let's go and do this again so you can see the ID is going to be different. I'm going to do Control C, and I'm going to do Node app. You see the ID there? 753. I'm going to disconnect, Control C again. I'm going to do it again, and you can see the ID keeps changing it. We can do it ourselves. Now, Now you might be thinking, okay, Edwin, you said that we can either let MongoDB do it or we can do it ourselves. Yes, you can go ahead and create this new constructor here, this new object, right? And insert that ID, okay, inside your documents. But you can go further. You can even change it if you like to, okay? Change this to a string and insert it in your database that way. Let me give you some more information about it right here. Okay, so this is the object ID page. This is a method, and you can see that we can get a timestamp. So we get that date out of there if we wanted to. We can say to string, okay, just to return a string literal. We can come back here and you can see that this, of course, this is what we did right now. Okay, so you can go further if you wanted to. Again, I really don't use this. I let MongoDB do it for me, so I don't play around with this like this. Okay, but anyway, so that's all I had to give you guys about Object ID. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next lecture, guys. Keep it up. If you're falling asleep, get some water, get some rest. Then let's go to the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear students. So now you guys are ready to actually start seeing some data, right? So let's do it. Well, we already have the method, and some of you probably already tried this, okay? If you have not, do not worry. We will try it now. So I'm going to uncomment this. This is what we copied from the website. And let's look at the results that we are going to get now. Okay. I'm going to do Control C because I had the node instead of Nomon there. And now it's telling me that DB is not defined. Of course, that's because we don't have that. There we go. Make sure that you have that client DB object out. And let's do that again. Come back here and you can see that it is connected. And now we're getting all our data out in a array. Okay. So now we can loop through that if we wanted to and start getting some data out, right? Very, 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 very easy, guys. Okay. That's all for this lecture. It was short, right? So thank you so much for watching this lecture, guys, and I'll see you on the next lecture. Take care. Welcome back, my dear student. So in this lecture, we are going to be learning another piece of the CRUD with the Mongo client, which is the update, create, read, update, which is the next one. And there is a really good documentation on the MongoDB website. I will show you that later on. So the first thing that we need to do is, of course, like with everything that we do, make sure that you put your comment here, okay? We can say fetching data here, like that. This one would be um, inserting or creating data. Creating data. Okay, I don't do that because I want to save time and I want to, create lectures as soon as possible. So that way you guys don't have to wait 30 minutes for me to finish, okay? So we got the creating data part of the CRUD, the fetching, which is the reading. Okay, and let's change that just to reflect the name CRUD. And now we're gonna do updating. Okay, and of course we need to access the DB again, and we have this DB right here, and we're just gonna say DB collection. We're gonna access the mammals collection like that, and here we need to find, okay, whatever we want to modify, right? So there are many different, as you can see here, different methods that we can use. Now you might be asking yourself, which one should I use? Well, this comes with experience, okay? But we're gonna use one that is called find one, which that's what we want, and update. right here, just like that. It's the easiest one. And we need to give it this field is already inside every document by default. Remember that this is where the new ID is created. Okay, now we can go ahead and copy the ID from one of the fields that we got here. Okay, let me just make this smaller here so that way I can. So I'm gonna grab one of these, copy that. Okay, now remember that this field is not entirely a string. Okay, let's create this new object ID like this. We already have this object ID here. We have one here. I'm just gonna comment this out, right? And inside here, we're just gonna make it this one, the one we just grabbed right there, okay? So now we have this object, and let's just come and bring it down here. There is another parameter that we need to use here when we are updating it, okay? This parameter has to do with operators, and I'm going to show you that right now in the documentation. Let's come back here, and let me see if I can find the documentation to show you right here. Okay, so if you search on my best friend Google and you search for MongoDB update operators, you should find the page. And here are some of the operators that you can use. Okay, you can increment, minimum, and maximum in specific fields, renames a field, set, and this is the one that is most popular, set. Okay, and as you can see here, we use this dollar symbol to indicate that we are using a operator. Okay, and then of course whatever you want to set, very similar to what we do in MySQL with the set, but of course we're using object based. Okay, here let's make this a little bit more readable like that, and let's come back here and let's just write let's do set, and now it has a value here, and this is where we want to set what is it that we want to do. And this has another object here, and we want to set the name of that field to whatever we want, and we're just going to say update it here, update it, just like that. Simple as that, guys. Okay, perfect. So now if we go down here, we have this object is not defined on line 11. That's because I made some type of error here. And let's just come back here. And now if I already refreshed, that's going to refresh the data, but let's come back here and see what we got. This was the data that we were supposed to update. And we come back here and refresh. We see that it says updated now. Okay. So let's come back out again. One thing to keep in mind that I also wanted to mention is that this also accepts promises. I don't know if you are very familiar with promises, okay? But promises is a way of ensuring that our data either was returned to us as a um, successful command, or it was not successful, okay? So we can change that here. We can say then like this, okay? And then we can also, at the end of that, use a catch to signify some type of error returning to us. Here we get a result right, of that data that was updated, if it was updated successfully or not. We get that there. Catch would mean that we have some type of issue. To look real quick about this result that we get here, and I'm gonna use a fat arrow function here to show you. And let's just do console result. Okay, and we can say the same thing for error if for some reason that error was not, that data was not updated. Okay, so let's come back here. Gosh, there we go. So you can see here that it says last arrow object and one updated existing true, and then it was updated. So let's come back here and say updated number 2. There we go. Okay, so now that field was updated again, and we got the same value. So let's come back here to our data, and there we go. Now it says number 2. Now what it's saying here is that this was updated. Okay, whatever was updated, but it's not giving us the result of the new updated one. Okay, we're not asking for that. We're asking for this field, for this one here. Okay, super simple. Now if we have some type of error, let's just come back here, and now we get that error there. Argument pass must be a single string of 12 bytes or a single string of 24 hex characters. Okay, and you saw in the documentation that we can convert this new object ID into a string, and we can convert it to hex characters if we wanted to. Okay, let's just come back here. There we go. So now you know how to create, okay, data using MongoDB, the MongoDB client. You know how to fetch it, and you know how to update it. And we learn about the update operators, which are pretty awesome. So if you're welcome to go and check on the documentation, what else can you do with them? But we're going to be learning on this course some of the things that we can do with the data in our database. Okay. Thank you so much, and I'll see you on the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear students. So it's time for us to learn how to delete data. Now, when we are deleting data, we have a lot of options that we can use. And guys, by the way, here, you don't have to use promises when we are doing any of this functionality. You can still use the callback and check to see if you have an error or a result, and then you are welcome to go ahead and use that, for your own knowledge. Now, in most new modern code, you are going to be using promises, the then and the catch. Remember, the then will bring the result if it was successful, and the catch will bring the error. This is more clear, plus it works asynchronously. Okay. So anyway, but you get my point with it. So anyway, let's just come back here and let's do deleting. Okay, deleting. And this is very similar to what we did on top there. Now with deleting, there is so many different methods that we can use. It's crazy. So let's go here and say mammals, and we can use, and let me tell you, we can use delete here by itself. We can use it with delete one, delete many, delete right here. We have a callback here. Just so many different ways of doing it. So if you want to delete, let's say for example, you wanted to use delete, um, let's use delete many here. You can go ahead and say, I want to delete any field that has the name Edwin. Okay, like that. And then of course you link this with your promises or your callback if you want. Okay, and of course if you wanted to link it with your callback, you will have to go ahead and create your callback here, right? Or your fat arrow function, whatever you want to call it. Delete one, you can also use it here. So let me just put that here for you, like that. Okay. Um, you can come back here and you can say delete and find, and you can keep going. So we can delete and find, I believe, and find, and you can find whatever field. So we can delete this and then find one, and then we can get the result and do something else with that result, okay, that we find. So there is a lot of way of doing this. Let me just comment this out. You can look at the documentation for more information. And we're not gonna go through each of them because that would be a whole different course, okay? So what I want to do is I want to do the deletion here the best way possible. So collection, and then we are gonna find the mammals. Hopefully I'm spelling it right. Make sure that I have my DB up here. Okay, great. So now that we have this, we need to say find and delete. Find one and delete. That's the one. And I'm going to find this gentleman right here. Okay. Which should be, let me see if I have it here. Right here, the first one. Okay, updated to. And now that we have that, the second, and this object here, now we link the then here, and we get whatever the result, right? If it was deleted or not. And let's just do console log. Let's go right here, and there we go. So as you can see here, we were able to, it says here that we were okay. Okay, so let's go back here. This is the object that it returns. Okay, saying okay one, which means what? We were able to delete this. Now we can go ahead and format this data if we wanted to, maybe to a string, and and get it in a better format. But you get the point, right? The OK field here, key, is the one that we're looking for. Null. The value, of course, is null because I mean the OK key that says one is, it means that it was deleted. The null here is a value which we don't have anymore, right? So let's come back here and let's see what we got. Let's see if this was deleted. Um, and that's it. You see it? And now you don't. Now let's go ahead and delete another one. I like this one. So next time we should only have two records. If I can get this correctly, that would be nice. We should only have fish, fish. Okay. So let's come back here. And voila. And as you can see now, we have the ID of the record that was created. That's the result. We have the name and we have all the object, and then we have the OK that it was deleted. Now here, when we try again here, it couldn't find the object. Okay. We were not able to get the value because it was already deleted. Okay. But this one worked. Okay, so there you go. You see it? You see it now? That's what we got last time. So on the first try, we get the value because it executed. But then when our server refreshes again, we get this last error object, which has the fields that, hey, listen, yeah, you were deleted, but we have no value there for you. Okay. So you see right here it says 1. Here it says 0. Let's go to our data again now here, and let's refresh right here. Oops, right here. See that? Perfect. That's it. Now we know the CRUD with MongoDB, which is pretty cool. Make sure that you go ahead and comment your data. And well, it's already commented right here. Great. Thank you so much, guys. And I'll see you on the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear students. So on this lecture, what we're going to be doing is we are going to be installing a tool that we are going to be using in this course to test our APIs. Just because we are going to be dealing with Mongoose in the next lectures, we are going to be using this tool. Now, we could have used this tool before with MongoDB module, with the MongoDB module uh, or the functionalities that we use in the last lectures. But I decided not to do that because I wanted to show you a couple different ways of testing your application. And on the last lecture, we took advantage of our database connection, right? When our server was connected, we took advantage of that hook there, and I showed you the CRUD. But the right way of doing this would be to actually getting a tool like Postman, and we are going to be downloading that in a minute. Let me see if I can get a browser going here somewhere. So here's the website, getpostman.com. Go to that URL. Hopefully they don't change that in the future, but download the specific installer for your system. I have a Mac, so I would click here. Once that downloads, then you go ahead and install it just like any program in your computer. It's simple. Just follow the prompts and install it. I'm not going to do that because you guys either should have this tool by now or should know how to install a program, right? So go ahead and download it, install it, and it's going to look like something like this. Now, back in the day, Postman was a plugin for the browser Chrome. So we will have to install it via the browser, right? We will have to go to Chrome applications or their repository for application, download the plugin and use it in the browser. But nowadays, it's a standalone tool that you download to your computer, which I'm really glad it is. It's simpler to use. And now here, what you do is, and I'm not going to show you how to use it on this lecture. I just want to describe it to you. So this tool allows us to make those API calls. As you can see here, we can do the get, post, put, patch, and delete. We have the whole features here for a REST API, right? Now, here you can make it to whatever URL you want, and then you just click send, and that will send it to your application on whatever port you want to use, okay? In this case, we're using the port 3000, so that is your application should be listening to that port. So it's gonna send a get request there. We can send a post request, okay, to create a new post, and we will go ahead and create some type of body or something, okay, and send it. Very simple to use, guys. Very simple. Then you can also create environments here. We have no environment here, but we have a couple here. Okay, so we have a contact environment. There's a couple environments, and each environment is going to have either whatever feature you want to include there. If you want to include some post requests, some gets, delete requests, patch, put, whatever. So you can create different environments for your application. If your application was let's say, called the CMS application, right? You create an environment called CMS, and then inside that environment, you create whatever API calls you want to create. Okay, very simple to use. We're going to be using this not just because we need it for Mongoose, just because it's the right thing to do when you're testing your applications, your APIs, right? So anyway, I want to thank you for watching this lecture, guys, and I want to thank you for being in the course. I want to thank you for those of you that have already given me a 5 review. I love reviews, and I will, of course, love them when they're 5 stars. But if I'm not 5 stars by now, let me know how can I fix the course, and I will try to do it. Okay. So thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next lecture, guys. Welcome back, my dear students. So on this lecture, what I want to do is I want to rename, okay, this package here, just because I wanted you guys to have it. Okay. So let's rename this to MongoDB, okay, like this. And once, if you see one of these files in your reference files and it doesn't have a no modules, just because it's just a lot of data there to be included, right? So all you have to do is do npm install, and from the package.json you will get all this, you will get whatever modules we got. Okay, so don't worry about this no modules folder here. Remember that it will be created automatically with the package.json. So anyway, so I want to create another folder very similar to this called mongoose. Okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead and create just a copy of this real quick, and I'm gonna name this mongoose, like that, just because I want you guys to, let me just come back here, and I'm gonna go to my package.json. I'm gonna change the name to mongoose. Make sure that you do that in the MongoDB one, and you can change whatever information you want there, if you know, and you can do npm installed or update to update that data. Okay, so let's go to app.js here, and I'm gonna delete my Mongo client, my Mongo connection here, because we're not gonna use that, right? We're gonna be using Mongoose on this one. There we go. So we got a Mongoose require there, and we got a connection. Let's make sure that it works. So node app or nodeman app, and it says it's connected. So we got our database connected. Now, what I want to do is I want to use a different database for this one, a different um, database name. So let's call this Mongoose. Okay. So that way our MongoDB data here and our Mongoose data does not conflict. Okay. Does not, this doesn't get overwritten. So we have this connection open with Mongoose, and we need to start creating our API, meaning that we need to start creating routes. So that way, when we send calls from our postman, I thought I had it open here. So when we send calls from our postman, from the program that I told you to download in the last lecture, we are able to receive it in our application. Okay. So we could, if we wanted to, use just simple Node.js routes. We are going to be using Express to create our routes, okay, our API. So I'm going to do Control C. I'm going to do npm install Express. Simple as that. Okay. So now that we have Express, we need to start requiring Express in our server and using it. But we're going to start doing that in the next lecture, because I also want to create a model of our data with Mongoose. Remember that Mongoose is a ODM, object database mapper, document mapper. And I told you I was not going to say that again, and you should already be accustomed to that term, right? So acronym. So we are going to require Express. We are going to create the routes using Express. But before we do that, we want to create a model, a definition for our data, because we don't want our data to be all over the place. We don't want any fields included in our database. Even though we are the ones making the call, we want to make sure that certain data is formatted in a certain way so that everything is organized. And we're going to do that in the next lecture. Thank you so much, guys. See you then. So in this lecture, we are going to be creating a model just because we want our data to be formatted in a different way. So in a specific way, let's go ahead and create a directory here called models. And inside this directory, we are going to be creating a model. And the model that we are going to be creating is something related to our database, right? For example, if I was creating a CMS, of course, the CMS has different features that I want to include, like, for example, categories, posts, messages, chats, or whatever. So our models are going to have those names of those collections that we want to deal with. For example, now in Mongoose, I want to deal with a collection called users. So I'm going to create a model. And now there are different ways of actually naming your models. I like to name my models with an uppercase user and all singular. Okay. So models are usually going to be singular in most languages, but you will see people writing it with a lowercase. It's up to you however you want to write it, depending where you come from, what specific language. But from my convention, from how I learned, I always uppercase the model just to tell that this is a special file, right? I come from a PHP background, so we name our models with a uppercase there. So let's create a file. And now what we're going to be doing here is, the first thing is installing or requiring our Mongoose module. Okay, just like this. And now we need to create a definition for our data. Okay, so we use the Mongoose object, and we actually use this model method. Okay, and we're going to pass a couple parameters here. The first parameter that we are going to pass, that we can pass, is the name of our model. What name do you want to give it? Let's say, for example, I like to name my models the same name as the database, whatever the database is going to be. Now, Mongoose is going to grab, okay, every time we create a model and we insert data, it's going to grab the singular name, okay, of your model, and it's going to create a collection in plural, all lowercase. Okay, so I know that my collection would be users. I just put users. That's going to be, now that is kind of confusing, and if you want it to be something else, you can. Let's just call it user if you want. Okay, that's the same name that we gave our file here. Okay, now I like to, like I say, I like to name it the same name as the database, what the database is going to be, or not a database, collection, sorry. Second parameter is going to be the data definition. It's going to be an object that has keys and values, and that's how we define our data. Okay, so I'm going to say that each user is going to have a name. Now this name field is going to be an object. Okay, and this object is going to have the types of definition that I want in the data. Okay, so this key is the name that's gonna be in the, let's say, for example, if you come from a background of MySQL, this is gonna be the column. It's gonna be the row is gonna have a row of name, and the column types would be this in MySQL. But of course, this would be the type string, like this, uppercase, comma, because this is an object, and then we want to say, well, this is going to be required. So this is validation in the server, in your database. So for example, if you trying to insert a record and you don't insert the name, this required true is going to trigger, and you're going to have some type of error, and your data is not going to be inserted. So this is validating that the data has to be there before. So we have this validation here that we are um, requiring it. Now we're saying, listen, it needs to be type string. So if it's something else, I need you to cry, I need you to complain, and your data is not going to be um, inserted, okay, or read or anything like that. So make sure that you are understanding this. We are formatting how we want our data in the database collection, right? We also have other ones like minimum length, minimum type, minimum height. We can use this guy right here. Okay, there are so many different validators for Mongoose. You can read on the documentation about it. Say the minimum length has to be at least one character. Let's just put this, or it could be, I think for a name, 4 character, 4 is fine. Okay. Then we have things like trim. We want to trim all the stuff around, make sure that the data is clean, right? So this is just one. Now, if the user had a last name, we can go ahead and create another one. Okay, and paste it right here, and I could say last name like this, and let's just call this first name. Okay, last name should be something very similar, right? Let's say the user was, let's create it as is active field here, is active, and then is active is going to be type what? We can say number. Number, okay, to be 0 or 1 or something like that, or we can say boolean for true and false like this, but remember uppercase. Okay, so I'm just gonna say number here, and we can even set some type of default, and we can just say 0 or something like that. Okay, again, there are many of this in the documentation. You're welcome to read it. So let's come back here, and right after our definition here, we can say module dot exports, and we can export if we create some type of the name of the model here, we can export it out, right? Now, there is another way that I use, and this is just one way of doing it. We can go ahead and use the structure in here too if we wanted to, like that. Now, when I create a project in the next sections, okay, I don't use this format a lot. I'm going to tell you the format that I use and that I see commonly used all the time. I just wanted to show you one way of doing it. Okay, so you would go ahead and create. This is just a best way to understand it. Now that you understand how this works, remember that we are going to be pulling this module, this file, from another file that we are going to be using it. For example, we're going to be using it here in the server. Okay, or we can use it in a separate file for our routes, but we're going to be using it in the server, and later on I'll show you how to use it in the routes. But all this stuff that we're doing here is because we're keeping things separate. We could easily go back to our server and create the model here if we wanted to. That's fine, but it's not the right way of doing it. That's why we're creating this in a separate file, and then we are putting the user or whatever definition we got here in this constant, and we are adding it to our module exports object, so that way we can pull it from another file. Now, all we have to do here now is come back here and say const user, and then we require our model here. Come back here, and we say models, and we comment user. Now we have all the definition here. So now we can use the properties or objects. And this, behind the scenes, this model has methods that we can use, that Mongoose creates for us, that has pre-built methods that, for example, save It has, remove and all that. Things that we can use to create data, remove data, do the CRUD basically, okay? Now here we are using it to create, to format our data, how we want our data to be. And we do this by using keys and values, okay? Simple as that. Now on the next lecture, I'll show you a different way of doing it, and we'll create a route to start inserting data. Thank you so much. See you in the next lecture, guys. Hopefully you are enjoying the course. Welcome back, my dear students. So let's go ahead and create some type of data here, and create a database called Mongoose, and at the same time insert some data. Just because I want to jump into doing this right away. So let's go ahead, and we are already exporting this guy out from here. Make sure that if you're using these curly brackets, this is a structuring here. Make sure that you use it here as well, okay? Like this, okay? Now we don't need to do that. We just have one, okay? We're not exporting any more data out of there. And all right, so this is one way of doing it. Let's go here and start playing around with it. So we got the user right here, and we can start all of a sudden constructing a object to hold that user, okay? We can say, now one thing to keep in mind, I can use the function like this and construct the object, or I can use a little bit of best practices in a way. It's not really best practices, but yeah, a lot of people use it. So let's just use it. And you might see me not doing it once in a while. Just know that when you see the new and without it, it's the same thing. Here we're just signifying that this is a constructor, right? So we have in our data, we have the first name, the last name, and the active, right? So that's the type of data that we need here. We need the same names here, okay? And I'm just gonna make some bogus name because I'm not creating an API yet. I'm just showing you how to use the model. And last name, make sure they are spelled the same. If not, you're gonna have some type of issue. Come back here, and now is active is the last one. And I use camel case, so that's why I don't make mistakes when I'm naming my stuff. So this is a number, so it could be 1 or 0, and the default we said it was going to be 0. So even if we don't type it here, it should do it for us. But anyway, so now we can go ahead very simply and use the save method, pre-built method that Mongoose offers us. Now this method, we can have a function back to us, saying, hey, listen, we were able to save the data saved or something like that. And we can come back and say, oops, we have the function, okay, if error, return error or something like that, so that way application doesn't run anymore. If the data was saved, we want the data saved, right? Now let's turn our app on, nomon app, enter, and now you can see that it says connected and we got the data back here, okay? So now if we go to our, what is this, the compass, we can check on the compass, turn our GUI on so that way we can see it. I'm gonna go and connect to it. And you can see that we have a collection or document here with our data. Our data was successfully inserted. Okay. Now keep in mind that we don't have to use the GUI all the time. I just showed you how to use the GUI. Maybe in later lectures we're just gonna use the Mongo shell, and you're gonna see me using the Mongo shell. As a matter of fact, I'll probably create a lecture about the Mongo shell in the next lectures. Thank you so much, guys. And as you can see, we were able to use the model that we created here. We have a definition. Just a quick note here. Remember that we are using these validators. For example, if the first name was not included and we put an empty space here and we try to execute this, you see that it says connected. Okay. Now this is giving me a warning, and let me tell you why it's giving me a warning. This warning has to do with Mongo promises. If I'm using a promise, which I'm not here, it's telling me to plug in our own promises because Mongo is not supporting that promise. They don't have a promise library. Before, back in the day, they did. They don't anymore. So we have to plug in our own promises library, and we will do that in the next lecture. But as you can see, let's go ahead and change the data to Diaz. Okay. Now when we come here and we refresh, there is no data. Okay, our data is not being inputted there. It's nothing there. So let's return here some type of console.log error. And let's see if we can see that error message. Come back here. And now you can see that error. You see that? What it's saying here is first name, the validator error, path name, first name is required. Okay? And I hope you see how this works. Okay, it's saying that it's supposed to be a minimum length, and that is the first name. So if I say something like Ed and I come back here, we're gonna get another error here, and it says first name E is shorter than the minimum allowed length. Okay, pretty cool stuff. So as you can see, this was good. Now is active. If I don't include is active and I try to do this, it's gonna get another error. But if I do, let's say Jose, and I do this, it says, okay, listen, I was able to insert it, everything went good, and is active by default. Okay, is going to be 0. Hope you're seeing that. See how easy that was? Anyway, if you have any doubts, let me know and I will clear them out for you in the discussions. Thank you so much, guys, and I hope you're learning a lot. I hope you're really excited. I see you in the next lecture. Welcome, my dear students. So I hope you guys are really having an awesome day. Are you guys ready? All right, so let's do it, guys. Come on, come on. So here's the deal. In Node.js, there's a lot of way of doing things. That confuses people a lot because people that come from a background of very organized, um, you know, tools or very organized programming languages get very confused when they come here because there are so many different ways of doing things using JavaScript, right? That it's confusing, right? For example, what I'm about to show you in this lecture right here could be a little bit confusing. Now, I show you one way of exporting the model out. I'm going to show you another way, just because this is the way that is meant to be in the documentation. Not the way that you're seeing here right now. The way that I'm going to show you now is the way that I see it all the time in the documentation. So I want to show it to you. Okay? So the way we do this, in the modern applications, and then maybe they'll change it later on, and let me know if they change it. I will change the course as well, is that we go here from the mongoose and we export or import the schema. And let me show you what I mean. I'm going to name it schema because that's the name. And you can name it whatever we want because in reality, we are creating a const, a variable, right? So we export this guy, this object from here, okay? And then instead of having this here, this model, I'll show you what we have. We have this user, and I like to name it user schema like this. Okay, that's how I like to name my models, my schema with uppercase first word and uppercase second word. You're also gonna see it like this. So you're welcome to do it however you want. Okay, this is what gets really confusing in Node.js, right? There is really little organization when it comes to convention. A lot of people use many different things. I like to go by what I know, how I program, in all these years, or how I see the documentation. Now, when I see something, remember that documentation is not perfect. So you're going to have different styles involved in documentations. The original documentation, when it comes to Mongoose, might have something very different from what MongoDB recommends, okay, in some cases. So if you like to do camel case, you're welcome to use this syntax. This is what's used in the documentation, user schema, okay? You're gonna see me doing this. It's just because I'm used to doing this here, and I keep most of my applications like this. And even when I work with other developers, it's very easy to recognize that we're working with something special, okay? Like a schema. So this and this are the most popular ones. Okay, I'm gonna be using this. So now that we have this schema, all we need to do is construct it by doing new schema. We need to initiate that like that. And of course, that is a function or method that you need to wrap around that there. Okay. Very similar to the model, but the model, we still have not used that. We need to use that model because we need to tell Mongoose that, hey, this is a model. So the only thing that changes is that we export the whole model right here, mongoose.model. And of course, we name the users. And we need to give it a second parameter is going to be our schema. So we are telling Mongo, listen, this model here, users, is going to be right here. So we are passing that second parameter, the definition to the Mongoose. Now Mongoose know that this will be my model. Okay. Again, some people will use this here, and even if you use this, it's fine, and that's very popular as well. Okay. I name it the same name as I know the collection will be. Okay. Because I know the collection will be plural, whatever my model is. Okay. So users, and I, for a fact, I know that my collection name would be that. Now our application will still do the same. As you can see, it's still doing things here. So if I go to app and I change something here, for example, I'm gonna use Maria, and you're gonna use Martinez, which is the last name. I'm gonna go like this, and as you can see now, our database was updated. So it still works the same. It's just the way that the documentation uses it. Okay, so I didn't want to actually end this section without showing you how to do that. Thank you so much, guys, for watching this, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear students. So it's time for us to start creating some routes to handle our API calls. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to use Express for this, and we already downloaded or and installed Express, right? So we got that module in our package.json. You can see it here. If you have not downloaded this, go ahead and do that. So I'm just going to say Express, and I'm going to require it like that. There we go. And then we create, of course, the app. Okay. And we should already know this, right? We went and created I have a section on Express. So by the time you get here, you already know how to deal with this. And this does not go like this. It goes like this, Express. There we go. All right. So we want to use that to post data. And our API is going to be going to users, just like that. Okay. But now, before we do this, we need to create some type of server to listen on that specific port, right? So I here on the bottom of this, I'm going to say app.listen, and we can create a port right here. I can say port, and this could be either port, whatever you want it to be honest with you. I'm just going to make it 4444, or process that port. Okay. The environment that port. There we go. And this here is just a way of saying, taking this, when we take this to production, this environment, this process.env in Node, okay, is the environment, okay? And by default, it's going to have a port. So whenever you are hosting a Node.js application, by default, when you install Node.js, you have a port that you can use, okay, in that production environment. And that port depends on the platform that you're using. So we're saying either use the port that we have available in the environment, whatever environment that is, wherever that is, right? Or use our local environment, a local port. So the first parameter is going to be port. And of course, we have this callback function here that we can check to see if we are listening, right? Some template strings here by doing the little tilde. I have a ES6 course, guys. So if you want to know a little bit more about the new JavaScript syntax, go ahead and take that course. It's free, by the way. So don't worry about that. So we're going to say console, let's just say listening on. And this is how you put variables in there by the dollar symbol, the two curly brackets, and the port and the variable number inside in template strings. And this little quote here is close to the escape key. Okay, you press that there, and that should give you that, right? So let's go ahead and run this. And of course, it's still inserting data. We don't want it to be doing that. So let's just comment this out and let's see what NodeMon is saying. It's saying listening on port 44. And as you can see here, the first thing that we see is that is listening. That's the first code that's being executed. And then we're getting the connected. Okay, just because the database is just going to take a little bit more time to connect. So that's pretty cool. We're not using that right now. Okay, so the first part is creating this, installing Express, requiring Express, setting up Express here, um, and then listening to the port before we start getting into the routes. So let's start creating the routes in the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear student. I hope you guys are doing really good today, okay? And if you're not, don't worry. I'm here to cheer you up and show you some coding in Node.js. So we have a functionality of listening to whatever request we send to port 4444. Great. So now we have this server that is listening. So now every time we visit that, we are going to see a page that is not working because we don't have nothing responding back to that, right? So we need to start creating routes. So right here, I'm gonna start creating a route called get just because I want to have something there. So let's just put something in the root by doing this. And we're gonna have, of course, the requests and the response back. Always gonna have those two there available. And we can just send res send. So the response, and we're gonna send, we can send a whole HTML page if we wanted to here using template strings, just to let you know. Okay, we're not going to do that. We're just gonna say root. Okay, and if I go to port 4444, localhost, oops, that was only 3 4s. Now, keep in mind, guys, that I repeat myself a lot in my courses. That's just because the more I repeat myself, even if you already think you know the information, the more is going to be in your head. And it's going to bug you a little bit, it's going to frustrate you a little bit. But at the end of the day, because it's frustrating you, you're going to remember it. Okay, so I'm doing my job, and my job is to make sure that you learn this stuff. Even if you get upset with me, you're going to thank me later. You're going to say, oh my God, that instructor repeats so many times the routes. He talks so much times about this and about that. And when you're saying those things and you're so frustrated, you're not noticing that you are actually knowing the things that I'm showing you, repeating myself so much. You actually learn it just because it frustrated you that much. Hopefully you understand that. Anyway, so we're gonna create a post request. Okay, we're gonna create this route that is gonna take a post request, and it's gonna take a post request going to users. And of course, we have the request and we have the response here. And what we're going to be doing that there is we're going to do all this that we were doing before. So every time somebody makes a request to that route, we are going to be listening and doing some things behind the scenes, right? Right? So what I want to do is on the next lecture, I want to show you how to use promises, because right now we're using a syntax here that it's a syntax that we don't really necessarily use in modern applications. What we do use is promises. Okay, as you can see here, we have this callback function in our save method, right? So we go ahead and we execute something and we get a response back. Nowadays we use promises, and on the next lecture we get to that. Thank you. Welcome back, my dear students. I have a section, a couple lectures, I believe, in my ES6 course where I talk a little bit and more in depth with promises, okay? But now here is the documentation if you want to read more about promises, which we're going to be using in this course, okay? Here are some of the things that, some of the guarantees and some of the things that you can do with promises, like chaining, which you cannot do with a callback, okay? So as you can see, we can chain them indefinitely, right? And there are a lot of ways of doing it. Now they have a whole bunch of advantages. As you can see here, it will never be called before the completion of the current run. Callbacks added with a dot after it says. Read about it a little bit and learn it if you want to use it properly. But now I'm going to show you how to use it properly in this course anyway. So basically, the promises are much like callbacks with a couple more perks. Okay, basically we're sending some data, we wait for the response, right, and we get that. So instead of using this outdated code, I'm not gonna say outdated because there are some uses to it. I like to use promises. So instead of waiting for a callback here, we can chain the promise. Now we can't really use a promise with Mongoose yet, because Mongoose by default right now in this current version, and I believe I'm using version 4.13, maybe you're using a later version of Mongoose, it doesn't take promises. So we need to add promises to Mongoose. Mongoose used to have their own library for promises back in the day. They don't support it anymore as of this version. Maybe they will in the future. Let me know if I have to change this lecture. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna add to the this here mongoose.promise. We're gonna add the global promise that we use for our ES6, which is a global. Remember, this is the global object promise. Same name, same everything, and that's all we got to do for that. Come down here and start using it. Okay, so instead of using the callback, we're using then. Okay, and we just can say save user because that's what we're gonna get back. Because this then statement is like execute. Without this then here, this that save would not work. You're gonna need to attach some type of callback or um, the then here. Okay, so the then is like execute, and I believe you can still do it like this with the each exec function. Okay, so we can say console.log saved user. Let's go ahead and try to use our API to save this data into the database. Right now, what do we got? We got Mongoose, we got one user. We got two users, Jose Diaz and Maria. No, actually Edwin Diaz. Okay, let's insert Maria Martinez, and we don't have Maria here. We have Jose Diaz, which is my brother. I'm joking, guys. This is, I don't know who Jose is, but I'm pretty sure he's taking my class. Anyway, let's go ahead and grab Postman, and that was my compass, by the way, our GUI for our database, guys. Come on, wake up if you're falling asleep. I know it's late for you, but I wake up. All right. So we're gonna grab Postman. We're gonna make an API request. Okay. So I'm just gonna make a post request, and I'm gonna make it to 44, 44, 44 posts. Let me see if that's what I got there. I believe it's users actually. What am I doing? Users. So that's gonna make a post request there. Now, once we make that post request, this is going to be created and send. If that is our, whatchamacallit, let me see 1 second. Localhost 4400. Let's make sure we have the right URL, guys. We don't want to send it to, hold on, cancel request. Let's go and paste that in. There we go. And let's do users. We need to create a new request actually. So let's, I'm already including some stuff here that it's preset it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna delete all this that I got here, and I'm gonna start from scratch, okay? Now, most of the time, what we're gonna do is we're gonna insert data in Postman and do it that way, okay? So it's a post request, and let's see if I can. All right. Let's see if what we get when we do get. That we get root, as you can see there. Now we need to do a post, and I believe our data was saved already. I'm gonna tell you why we're not getting anything back. It just keeps hanging there, but our data was saved. I'm pretty sure of it. Let me just take this down here. It was saved already. I'll show you. Refresh, and you see it was saved a couple of times. Maria Martinez and Maria Martinez. Now it was hanging there because we don't have anything. Um, Like we don't have a refresh, we don't have a redirect, we're not sending a response back. All we're doing is we are logging everything into the server. So that's why you saw that it said there that it was sending. Okay. So what we need to do is we need to send some type of response back so we can see that everything was good. All right. So I'm going to say res send, and then we're going to say user saved. Okay. And I'm going to say Maria 2, Martinez 2. We should come up with a better name, right? Let's go get Postman now. Users, send, and you can see that it says user saved. Okay. So now we could, if we wanted to, actually use Postman to insert data in our database. And we're going to do that in the next lecture because I want to show you how to do that. I want to show you how to actually bring the data from here and take it into here, because right now we have hard-coded data. We're sending a request to this, and then we're taking care of everything here like we have the data from somewhere else. We want to actually use the data from an external source. Okay, and I'm going to do that in the next lectures. Welcome back, my dear students. I hope you guys are having a lot of fun and enjoying my courses full of errors that I actually allow to be included. And the reason why I allow this is because I want you guys to know that I'm not perfect, and I want you guys to learn from my mistakes. I know some of you don't like that, but I do, because you learned from my mistakes. But anyway, so let's do this. So on the last lecture, we saw that we were creating a request, a post request, and it was hanging there, right? It was just there because we were not sending a response from the server back to the client. We were not doing that. And then we later on we did that and it worked perfectly. Perfect. But now I'm going to show you how to take data from here, all right, from an external source and insert it in the database like it's supposed to be. But before we do that, we need to actually use another module, okay? And you've probably seen this module already. It's called the body parser. We need to install that. We need to parse post data. So let's go ahead and play around with this, okay, and see if we are able, okay, how can we take data from an external source and insert it in here, okay? There are two ways of doing this. Either we can accept this in the URL parameter or we can take a post. Now, the safest way of doing it is by doing a post data. But in order for us to do that, we need something to parse the post data. Node.js by default doesn't have that ability. We need to download some type of module. And remember, we're going to be using this guy here to do that, okay? But we got to tell it what type of data we want to send, okay? You can see that we have a field here called form data, okay? And that's exactly what we're going to be using. So let's come back here and download this module. I wanted just to give you that explanation here. It's called body parser, unless they come up with a better one in the future. And guys, you can do npm I to do npm install. It's the same thing. If you just see npm I somewhere, just know that they are the same. Here, as a new user, we are going to be taking the required body dot first name that's going to come. But now we need to require this first. Make sure that you require body parser. Require body parser. And it's called body parser, like that. Let's try to actually use this real quick. So let's come back here and say app use to install this in the middleware, and we're going to say body parser, okay, and we're going to say that JSON. This is a method that is going to allow us to send JSON data to it, okay. Now we do have another method that we can use is app.use. Let's just install it here and we can say body parser. And now this here, the URL encoded, okay, method, is going to take this object that is going to have different options, okay. And these options here is to either say I want, when it's that standard option, when it's false, it could take a object with keys and values, or when it's true, it takes any type of encoded bodies, okay. Now we're not going to get into that. That's just a lot of technicalities here. Just know that right now we are able to get this property called body attached to the request when we are using the body parser, okay. And we are expecting a first name and we are also expecting a last name, right? Body last name, simple as that. And of course this is an object, so we are expecting a active, that's optional, remember. And we can just say request body dot is active, okay. So now what I want you to do, and I'm going to do this in the next lecture, but what I want you to do is send a request here. Find a way to send a request. And when you send a request, I want you to be feeling very happy if you successfully create the request and get some type of data, which you should be able to get something like that. You might want to change it if you have a different result. Use it saved by me. So that way you know that that new response was new, okay. So go ahead and do that. On the next lecture, we'll finish it up. Thank you so much. Welcome back, my dear students. How you guys doing today? You guys are doing all right? Drinking a little bit of my coffee here. So are you guys ready? All right, let's do it. So here is where we were last time, right? We created some of these properties here that we are getting from the request, so that we're supposed to get from the request as a post data, because we have installed this body parser here, right? This body parser feature that we are including in the middleware is supposed to add this body object that's going to have our properties coming from the form, from that request. Now, how is this supposed to work with Postman? In Postman, we make a post request to whatever route, okay? And I'll create some type of route here. Let me see if I have it in my HTTP. Should work like this as well. So I don't have anything. Everything is empty here. I was able to empty everything out. I just want to show you from scratch. So body, and we keep it in the form data here. We are going to start typing our keys. First name, whatever value we want. I'm just going to name it Edwin. And the last name, remember they have to be the same as what you got in your model. Okay, I don't have to have codes here. This is a text file. So DS, and I don't have to have is active. That's not required. As a matter of fact, let's double check our model here real quick. And is active is not required. So if I put require and I don't send that data, then it's going to give me an error. Okay. As a matter of fact, I should show you how to do that. Let me go back here to app. Now keep in mind that those validations are going to show in the server. If we want to catch those validations, for example, if I send a request and the first name is not there, I have no way of catching that error. I can see it in the server, but that doesn't really help us out, right? So I can attach a catch here, catch, and catch that error like that. I'm not making this up. This is how it is. Okay. And then I can do whatever I want. I can go ahead and send a status, let's say 500 or 404, like that. And I can send the error, or I can send user not saved, because, and then I can attach the error if I wanted to. Okay, just to keep informed, there are a lot of status codes, and you can search really easily for them. Status code node or something like that. You can go to my best friend here, and Google's always has really cool documentation all over the place, right? So as you can see here, here are some of the statuses that you can set, okay? And it's up to us to do that because we are the server. We created the server, right? So I just wanted to show you how this is done, okay? This status function, we pass in the status number, and then we send in some type of data with it, okay? If we have an error, you can send the error too, and you can use the template strings. Okay, so let's go back to Postman. Guys, if you notice, I always try to show you something extra on each lecture. It's not just about what the lecture title says. I'm always trying to give you as much as I can, guys. I know you need it, okay? So we got the last name. I'm not going to include is active because that is by default 0. Okay, now we're going to switch this to this, actually. Let's just copy this. Actually, I forgot that we're doing this guy here. There we go. All right. That's what we want to do. And headers, this is doing it by default. It's doing that. So we're just going to let it. As a matter of fact, we can just take that off. Let Postman decide. So I'm just going to send a request like that. And it says user saved. Now let's check our compass data real quick. I just got some data there. And it says 4. And you can see
that was successfully installed there. Let's go ahead and say Edwin instructor or something like that. And that's a long word. You don't have to write it. Yeah. Enter and or send, refresh, and now you can see another document here. Okay, with the fields that we just created. So this is how you send some post data. Now you can send other types of data. It doesn't have to be um, URL encoded. You can come here and you can even go to the header and say content type, and you can choose whatever content type you want. Okay, let's just put the A, and you can say, listen, I'm going to be sending some multi-part data or something like that. That's what I was looking for. There's a lot of ways of using Postman. You're welcome to read the documentation, so that way you can see how it works. And you can see the status here. It says 200, so that means everything went okay. I'm not gonna go into details how Postman works 100%. I'm just gonna show you how to send, how to deal with APIs a little bit, and show you how to create some environments, which we're gonna be doing that. Okay. As a matter of fact, let's do it right now. Let's just send, save an environment here, and the request name we can say this is Mongoose API post, just like that. You can, I mean, put the description here. I just like to leave it like that. And you can create a folder if you like. I would just create a collection. Okay. And my collection could be whatever I want it to be. Okay. Let's just say Mongoose here. Okay. And enter. And now you can see the collection there and the API. Now, let's come back here real quick. Let's rename this and let's just call it post. Post um, go users. And this is a post request. You can do it like that if you like. There we go. Enter. And now you have a post request. So every time you want to run it, you can go ahead and run it, and you can go to that specific request. Okay. Anyway, I'll show you some of this, some more of this later on other lectures. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear students. So, in this lecture, what I want to do is I want to be able to create another API so that way we can start fetching the data that we have in the database, right? That would be nice. So let's start playing around with that and let's do it. Okay. So we have this post here, and let's just make sure that we create this right here. Now we're gonna do a get request because we're trying to go by the CRUD. So we create, read, okay, and now we're just gonna do a get request, and they could have the same name as long as the request is different. Okay, and let's do request and the response, and now we need to loop. We need to grab our user and we need to find something. So remember that Mongoose has methods that we can use to manipulate our data. So I can say user find one. This is to find a specific, um, not record, but document. Or record, you can call it a record if you want. But if I want to find all, I can just pass a empty object here and say, well, use my promises. And then I can say all the users will come back to this. And now this is not, I'm not making this up. This is how it works. You pass that empty because you don't really want to put any constraints. You just want all the data back. And then we execute that. Okay. And then we can just go ahead and send that.
res.send, and we send those users here like this. Okay, simple as that. So let's go back and see what we get when we try to fetch that. Let's go and say get, and we're not going to change anything here. Um, Body, headers, results. Let's go and actually let's all add a new one. Let's just go back and let's add a new tab here. And it's going to be a get. It's going to go to that same. We're not going to have any headers or any bodies or anything like that. And we're going to send. And now you can see all the data. Okay. You see that we have this array of objects. Okay. And they come in order. As you can see, they all come in order. And this is how you can fetch data. Now our APIs is working beautifully. Remember that we don't always have to send it to send the data. We can do all the things with it. This is just for me to show you how this works. Okay, you can send that, and you can also remember that you can put some type of status. You can even send your status if you wanted to. You can send, even though we got the status here, it says 200. You're welcome to actually include the status if you want to. A lot of people do that. Status, just to let everybody know that that works. And we can say users here. Okay. And now, same thing. Okay. But now Postman, remember that Postman is the one doing this for us. Perfect. So thank you so much for watching, guys. And this is how you make a GET request using Postman. We are getting through our API. The next one would be, let me see, we are creating, reading, and the next one should be update. So it should be pretty fun. Why don't you try to do that yourself? I know, it's kind of hard, and I'll show you how to do it in the next lecture. Take care, guys. Hi, welcome back, my dear students. So on this lecture here, we're going to continue with the CRUD, create, read, and update is the next one. Now, this is just a little bit harder than the rest of the APIs that we are creating. Now, we are following conventions with REST APIs. We are using very good conventions here, and we need to stay on track. So we could easily create a route, a GET request that will update anything in our database. That we can even create a GET request that will update, that will create, that will fetch data, that can do anything. And we don't have to really use these verbs that I'm using right here. Like right now, we got this get request to get data, to fetch data. We got this post request. We can do everything we post if we wanted to, okay, or everything we get. Remember that what we're doing here can be done anyway, all right, unless, all right, you are receiving everything on the URL, or you are receiving everything in the form. Uh, it really doesn't matter. What matters is what we do here. But because we're respecting best practices, we're using names, verbs, okay, like get, post, put, patch, or delete. And in this lecture here, we're going to talk a little bit about patch. There is patch or put, and I don't know if you saw that in the Postman. So let's go back to Postman real quick, and let me show you. Let me show you that. If I can get it, that would be nice. So here, if I click on here, you can see that it says put or patch. Now let me explain to you the differences. When you put something, you need to specify all the fields that you have in your model with Mongoose, okay? And this is just in general. Every time you send a put request, you need to replace all the data. When you do patch, you can just say, listen, I just want to patch the first name. I don't, and then you don't need to send the rest. Okay. So when you want to patch something, just send the data that you want to patch. You don't have to go ahead and send everything else. Since we just have one field, which is name. That's exactly, that's the only field we got, right? Actually, we have a couple. Okay, we can send a patch request for first name if we wanted to. Okay, so that's super easy to do. What we can do is go say patch. Ah, if I can spell this, that would be nice. And then here is where we do the trick, right? We tell our route well, first of all, we need to create the route. Sorry about that. I was getting ahead of myself. So we first say, well, we want the users, but we want an ID, and this is a placeholder here, colon ID. Okay, we already talked a little bit about this, right? There we go. There I am repeating myself, but hopefully you appreciate that. And we can access that ID very simply by saying something like, and let's just create an ID here and say request params that ID. We have the ID right here. Okay. That ID is not going to change, so we can create a constant if we wanted to. Okay. So now here's the deal with Mongoose. We can go ahead and access the user. Okay. And say find by ID. Okay. Or find one and then pass. There are many different ways of doing this. Okay. Find one and then you can say that and then pass the ID right here. You see that the same ID. Okay. And once we find one, then we can start to do the update if we decide to. So here the first parameter is we pass in that query, and then the second parameter is what we want to do with updating it, right? Now I want to use one here called find and update. Let's call find by ID and update. Okay. And here I'm going to be using the operator, the update operator set. And then we are going to be setting the name. And then that's just another object here, setting the name to whatever comes from the request, right? Um, right now, let's just create a different name here. Let's just call this Edwin and updated. Usually this comes from a form or something, right? Get it from the form. Sorry about that. Let's just get it from the form request body. We can do that request on Postman. I forgot I was using Postman and the name. And here, of course, we just use that, the name, even though we're using the same thing here. Okay. Now there is another parameter here that we can pass before we go, is that if we want to return, and this is something I forgot to tell you, if we want to return some type of data, um, we could request to, oops, sorry about that. Let me see, I got one parameter here. Oh, this parameter here, we can set this to new. And when we say true, what we get in return is the new updated object. Okay. Back in the MongoDB side, let me show you real quick. And that's something that I forgot to mention. Let me open this up real quick. Here, I paused the video because it took me a little while to find it. Let's just uncomment this so that I can show you. Here is simple. We create another parameter here and we send return. And let me see if I can find it in my IDE. All right, and hopefully I remember, is return original. and we can set this to true here, I mean false. So that way, when we get back, and there we go again, me messing up with this. It's actually here. This is where we put that. Okay. So when we said this third parameter here that we take is a object with the key return original false, because what we want to see in the console here is the new updated object. Okay. So you're welcome to change that. I just wanted to give you that knowledge. Okay. Let me just do Control Z, pull everything back like it was. Let's continue with our lecture. So this new true is just a little different, but it does the same thing. Okay, so we're getting basically the new updated object here. Okay, simple as that. So let's come back here. Now that we're done with that, we attach a then. Let's just attach it on the next line here. And we say saved user. Okay, come back here and we can send a response, and we can say user saved or something like that. Okay, let's test this real quick. So we need to send the ID of that specific user. Hopefully this works the first time. If it doesn't, it doesn't matter. Let's come back here. Well, we have it on patch already, but this was a get. Let's create a new request called patch. Okay, and we're just gonna say first name, and that's the only thing we got there. And let's just say Monica. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back to our application. I noticed that I call it name, and it's supposed to be first name, and this is supposed to be first name too here. Okay, and there we go. Okay, let's go back here to post. Just double checking. Okay, let's go back here to post, and we got a new tab. Go in here, and we have that request. Now, what we don't have is the ID, right? So we need to send that ID, and we're expecting that ID on the URL. So I'm gonna come here, I'm gonna copy this, and I'm gonna pass the ID of one of these guys. So the first one, this with the ID of 383 Apple 8 should change, okay, to Monica. Enter. And now it says user saved by patch. Let's go back here to our get request, and let's send it again. And you can see now that that is changed. And we only changed the first name, as you can see. One thing that I wanted to keep you aware of is that the reason why we're using this find by ID and update here is so that we don't have to actually query our database like this. We can just pass the ID. Okay. Now, and if I have I changed this. Um, I don't know if I did this before back in another lecture. Well, I probably haven't. But anyway, disregard that. So the reason why we have this like find by ID, this method, is so that we can pass the ID right here like this. Okay. So we don't have to do that, send the object or anything like that. It works the same, but of course it's easier to do it like this. And of course you can go ahead and create this, and you don't have to create all that there as well. Now, I like to make it just clean like this. So let's go and do this again like that. And let's go back to post. Okay, to do a patch here. And let's just send that request. And you can see it says user saved by patch again. Okay, so in the next lecture, we'll continue, one thing that I want to do here just before this is over, and as a matter of fact, let's do it in the next lecture, and that is setting different environments. Just because we already have post here, so I already showed you how to do that, but on the next lecture we'll do that, and we'll continue with the next method, or the next part of the CRUD, which is update, and which is the same thing, okay, as patch. It's basically the same thing. But remember, patch is when you want to just patch something, when you just want to update one part of your fields, and put is when you want to replace the whole thing. So when we use put, we make sure that we have all the data. All the data is being replaced. Anyway, see you in the next lecture, guys. Welcome back, my dear students. So it's time for us to start creating the put route API. So I'm gonna grab Postman here. I'm just gonna create a request real quick. So let's go and create this request, and let's go and duplicate. And I'm gonna rename this to something like put. I forgot to put that in the patch. A little hyphen right here. Okay, so that's basically the same thing, but make sure you save it. Now is put request. Basically the same thing, guys. Same thing. But we're gonna add the last name here. And Monica put um, Monica last name. I'm just gonna, it's not Monican. Let's just put first name here. Okay. I'm not gonna send the request because we don't have that route yet. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go and create a, make sure that you comment this out if you're gonna use the same route name and the same route URL, I mean, and we're gonna say something like put, right? Now we can use this, right? What do you think we're gonna get if we do that? Well, come back here and we send it, and it says, hey, it was saved. I'm gonna grab my compass GUI, and I come here and Monica first name, and he left the last name. Let's come back here. Of course, we left the last name because we did not get the last name. You see, these things will do the same thing, guys. It's just that by following convention best practices, we create either a patch request or a put request. But once the data is in here, you can do this anything you want. Okay? We are following conventions, we're following best practices, and that's why we have to name it like this. Okay? Some of these things may do different things behind the scenes, and depending on which programming language you're using, which API you're using, it might work a little bit different, but the concept is all the same. When you have the patch, you're patching, and when you do put, you're putting something new, right? Replacing it. So anyway, so we basically do the same thing, but I want to show you another way of doing the put request. Okay, so we're going to be placing the last name. First of all, let's fix this real quick, and we're gonna say last name, right? And we come here and we say last name and last name. And now let's go to Postman, send that request again. Okay, now let's go to Compass and let's refresh, and you can see that that's there now. Okay, all right, pretty cool stuff. Let's go ahead and learn to do this in a different way. Okay, I'm gonna copy that and I'm gonna paste it down here. I told you in Node.js there's so many different ways of doing things, especially when there's so many different with JavaScript, right? Especially when there are so many different modules. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to take all that out, and I'm gonna use find one, and this is going to take the query and of course the ID. And once I find that specific ID, I'm gonna bring it down here like this. I mean, that specific document. I'm going to bring it down. I actually have the, let's just do it from scratch here. Then we bring down the, what is the user, and we start saving that data. We say user dot, and we say first name, and we say, hey, we're gonna get this first name from the form here, and we're gonna get the last name like this. We don't need that in there. So, as a matter of fact, let's do a little cleaner. Take that in there and just put it right here. Okay, look at that. Now, once we have that, we got to go and say, well, I want you to save because the user is not saved. And then I want you to come back and say user saved. Now that's going to bring the user that was saved back to us. And we can say res.send, and then we can say user saved there. Okay. Now let's go back and see how we can do this, how we can send a request. So we already know how to do that, but I'm just gonna grab any ID here. I think I'm gonna grab, let's just make another request to get some new data. I got Maria Martinez right here, and I'm gonna grab that ID, and I'm gonna go to the put request URL, paste that in there, and I'm gonna send that request. And as you can see, we have that that data back. Now we're not getting that user save data. Let's go back here. Let's see something. Actually, we are getting that. Let's change this, and let's put new and see if that's the right data. Send, and you can see that yes, that is the correct data. Let's come back here, and I want you to look at the difference of this two approaches. Okay. Again, we could have minimized this and put this inside here, but I just wanted to create some type of variables for it. Okay. But look how many steps we saved by doing it this way, right? Find by ID and update. You can just put everything there inside this function or this method instead of bringing down the user, accessing each of the properties of that user. All right. And remember, these properties are being, we're getting this from the database. Okay. So whatever fields we got in the database, that's what we get back here. Well, we got to make sure that we know the fields, right? We can, of course, do a console log and log the user to the console. And that way we can see the properties and then assign them. But of course, if you're creating the application, you already know the properties. So you see, we bring the user, access the property, and assign a new value to it. And then we grab it. And because we are using Mongoose, we can save that data. Okay, of course, we can use a callback, but of course, why use a callback when you can use a then function? Remember, if something goes wrong, you can always attach the catch here to learn what your issue was. And this will give you more information about it, okay? Just like that, if something goes wrong. Anyway, thank you so much, guys. I hope you learned a lot in this lecture here. And it was really exciting to show you something new. God bless, and have a wonderful day. May the universe be your guide to a successful future. May your God, if you believe in God, help you in everything in life. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next lectures. Welcome back, my dear students. You guys are ready? All right, let's do it. Okay, so the last thing that we need to do is remove something from the database. So how can we create a delete request? Well, super simple. I'm going to, and if you saw that, what I did was to copy that put request that we did on the last lectures, and we'll paste it in here. I'm just going to call this delete. It's very basically we're almost doing the same thing. We need to find that record or that collection or that document, right, in the database, and we need to do something with it. Now I show you how to do this. This is very easy. Okay, once you can do it very similar to this. Once you find that document, you can go ahead and call a delete method on it, or you can just do it from here. Find one, and what do you think the name is going to be? Find one, and come on, guys, look it up in the documentation. Let me just delete this from and do it. Let's do it from scratch, okay? So I'm gonna say user dot, and we can even use remove. Let's just do something real quick. Let's find that user, and once we find that user, why don't we just call the user remove just to show you that this can be done. Okay, just like that, just to show you one way of doing it, and then I'll go ahead and show you the other way. Let's go to Postman real quick here, and let's duplicate this, and let's well, let's rename it to delete. Oops. Excuse me. I believe Mongoose has a remove instead of delete method. If my memory serves me correctly, sorry about that again. There we go. We're going to save it. Now we found that document, which is this guy right here, Monica first name. And now we need to remove it. Let's send a delete request and see if that works. Let's first of all, let's go and make sure that we are responding back. So once that user is removed, we can say resend, send. Well, let's come back here and we attach a then call user removed. And then we're just gonna say res that send user removed. It would be nice if we can just attach here if it does say that, if it gives us the information. Let's see what this method does. Guys, there are so many different methods that they use that it's impossible to know all of them. You can know a couple, but if you code like me in different platforms and different languages and tools and different things, you're going to forget, okay? So let's just make that delete request, and we got some issues. Okay, let's come back here and see what the issue was. On handle promise rejection, type error user remove is not a function. So it looks like user removed, it's not working 100%. Okay, we found a user, and why this is might not be working is because instead of find, we got to do find one. Okay, let's come back here and try that again. All right, and send, and now it looks like it's working, right? So now if we go back to get, we're not going to be able to find this ID, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to refresh, I'm going to send another request, and that ID is not there. Okay, so make sure that instead of passing find, which is going to find all the documents, you want to find one. Okay, and then you can call this method like this. Okay, that's one way of doing it. Let's go ahead and see another way. Now, you might be asking yourself, okay, Edwin, you show me a couple different ways of doing this. Which way is the best way? Well, in some cases, you're going to have to use something like this, depending on your application. In some cases, you're going to have to use something like that. I like to use this one. It's very practical. It's very easy to use. But you're going to see me using something like this once in a while. Okay, I switch it up because I don't want to forget what I'm learning. And it really, if you are using this type of syntax, make sure you stick to it throughout your whole application. You don't want to confuse any other developers. Anyway, we delete. We only got this one. So we found the document and we applied another method in there. And then we can save some time by using find one. I believe is find and remove. Let's see, find and remove like that. And once it finds that in remove, we can just attach a user removed here, and we can say res.send, and let's do template strings user, and let's just do user removed that first name removed. Let's just call it first right here. Hopefully I'm not forgetting anything. If I am, I'll fix it. And I like to leave lectures like this where I make mistakes or I forget to include something, because when I fix it, it gives you a really good insight on what you're doing wrong when you are making mistakes. Okay. Again, it's just the way I teach. Okay, let's go ahead and try to do this. So let's grab another ID here real quick. Hopefully I'm not forgetting anything. Remember, there are so many different APIs, methods, and stuff that you can use that is overwhelming. Let's go to users, and I'm going to try to delete this one that says 79. And here, find and remove is not a function. You see, so that's not a method. So let's go and say find by ID. Okay, let's do something like that. Find, I know this is long, but I know it's one of them. Find by ID and remove. Okay, and that should give me something. That has to work. Okay, so let's go back here. The best part about this is that you keep trying and trying until you get it. Whoa, we finally got it, guys. Good job. Good job if you were following me. So let's go back to get, and if we send that request again, you see that that ID, that is not there. Okay, of course, if we found it, let's see if this works like this. That would be nice just to put the ID there, right? This is how you find stuff, guys. Listen, I don't know 100% of everything. I don't know. There are new things coming out all the time. You know, the documentation is always updating things. And there are some things that you might know now because you are studying this and maybe you go into depth and you go into the documentation and reading like a maniac while I'm developing in another language, right? So you know, the best thing to do is to try things out. Hey, Edwin, and then you might ask me, hey, Edwin, do you know if this works? Sometimes when I get questions like that, I'm like, okay, did you try it? Right? No. Why are you asking me? So that I have to go sometimes and try to see if it works because I don't know everything, right? I don't know. So try before you ask and try it 100 times, okay, before you ask. That way you learn more. I'm going to try to remove this guy here to see if it works like this, right? So let's go back to delete and let's see if we remove it, right? Enter. It looks like it was removed. What do you guys think? Maria number 2, you are out. So it does work, right? So that's the whole reason why we use find by ID and remove. So that way we don't have to put that whole object with the underscore ID in there. Okay. So there is another one. There's so many different removes. This one, I believe, is called remove, believe it or not. Remove, let's see if I'm not mistaken. And then we just pass the ID that needs to be removed. Don't ask me why this works. I might be wrong. I might be wrong. Okay. Let's go. Let's delete this Edwin here. Let's delete this one. I don't like this one. Let's come back here and let's see if it works. And enter, and look at that, it worked, huh? There's so many to remember, guys, so many that you're gonna forget one. So the best thing to do is practice, practice, and practice. Okay, now I'm gonna do command Z because I want to leave this like this, find by ID and remove. Actually, it was fine there. We got one above. So anyway, guys, I hope you enjoyed this lecture, and if you have any questions, go ahead and ask it in the discussions. I'm here to serve you. It's my job to answer your questions related to our course. And if I can help you in anything else, please send me a private message. I'm here for you. Thank you so much, guys. See you in the next lectures. Welcome back, my dear students. So in this new section here, we are going to start creating a login little app. Just because I want to show you how login works in Node.js. Even though later on in the course, we're going to be creating this project that has a login system. Okay, and I'm going to show you a different way of logging into your application. A more modernized, and not only modernized, but something that we can use to log into different applications like log in using different applications like Google, Facebook, and Twitter, and so on. Okay, but that's later on in the project. Right now, I want to show you how you can do this from scratch, so that way you can have some knowledge and you can build it however you want. Okay, you ready? Okay, so I'm gonna create a folder here. I'm gonna call this login. Okay, and then we're gonna open it up in our IDE. Right? You are welcome to use your terminal or your command prompt if you like, if you guys want. I'm using my IDE WebStorm just because I have the terminal with me and because I like it. Okay, and I'm not advertising them, guys. They don't give me a dime. All right, let's go ahead and create this real quick now. So we're creating a new project here. I'm going to call this npm init, and of course I'm going to call it login. This is going to be version 1. Description: login app, entry point app.js, and test command, no get, keywords, login. Author is Edwin Diaz, your dear instructor. Yes, okay, great. So a couple things that we need here to install: the npm I, which stands for install, which is the same thing. We're gonna need express, and what else do we need here? We need bcrypt. Now bcrypt.js is the name. Enter. And now let me give you a little bit of information about bcrypt.js. Okay, even though later on in the course I'm going to cover just a little bit more information. If we go to npmjs.org, hopefully I get this right. Org. I always use my best friend Google to tell me where things are. And then we go here and we say bcrypt. Okay, you're gonna get a lot of auto completion here. We got isolated bcrypt, bcrypt pbkdf, bcrypt.js, bcrypt node.js. These are the most popular ones: bcrypt.js, bcrypt node.js, and bcrypt. Okay, they just have little different syntax on the way you use them. The most commonly used is this guy right here, bcrypt.js. Okay, and it's very, very, very simple to use, but it can get very little confusing if you come from other languages. So I'm going to show you how to use it. But anyway, so once we install it, okay, make sure that it is in your package.json there. And another thing that we're going to need, which I almost forgot, is Mongoose. We are going to be dealing with the database models, so we need Mongoose. npm, hopefully I'm spelling it correctly. I think I put too many O's. Okay, npm mongoose install. Let's see if it's here. It's still not showing in my, there we go. Okay, so those are the things that we're going to need. Next lecture, we're going to start setting up our app server, right? Our server, a Node.js server, creating a app.js file. Okay, you guys already should know how to do that. So I'll challenge you to create one, and that would be my little quizzes here on the course. So if you get a little pop-up that says, hey, are you learning something? Are you able to apply this knowledge? Yes, you are able to apply it because I'm telling you to create that file right now, which is a little challenge. And on the next lecture, you see how I do it. Okay, see you in the next lecture, guys. Hey guys, welcome back. All right, so you guys ready? Let's do this. So in this lecture, what I want to do is I want to start off our server. Let's include some of the modules and let's start it up. Let's set it up. So let's create one of these guys here. I'm going to call this is going to be an app.js file like this, JavaScript file. And let's start it up real quick. Let's call it, let's first say, the first thing that we want is our express. Okay. Once we have express here, everything else should be, oh, not yet, not yet. We don't do it like that. We require express, and then we create the app like this. And then the next thing is mongoose, and that would be the require mongoose. There we go. Simple as that. All right, so the first thing that we want to do is, of course, listen, right? And we're just going to pass a static port here because we're not taking this online, are we? Not right now. We're going to take our projects later on online. If we were to take our projects, then we would do the process.env or environment port, but we're not going to do that. So we're just going to pass a static port, and we just want to return something back. And I'm going to go ahead, go to Webstone real quick. I'm going to edit my languages, make sure that I have support for MScript 6. And I just want to know that I'm listening to something here, that we are listening on that port. Okay. Listening on port. Everything's just static. It's just very basic stuff. I'm not really doing anything out of this world yet. Nullmon app, enter. And now it says listening on port 4141. I mean 4111. Okay. So now that we have our app, we're listening to this port. Let's connect our database, and we don't even have a database yet, but let's create this wannabe database, right? So let's use mongoose to connect to it, and then we want to be in the MongoDB protocol, then localhost, and then the name of the database we want to use. Guys, sometimes the localhost might not work on some systems. Uh, the Windows operating system sometimes can be a little bad with us. So you do 127, you do this 127.0.0.1, and that will get you up and running. Okay. And then here we don't have to do the open or close or anything like that. We can just do something really simple and say console.log connected. I'm just trying to do this the simple way as possible. Okay. And now enter, and as you can see here, it says connected. Now it's telling us that that we need to make sure that this Mongo client is, that we can use this. I for a fact know that the other parameter that we can pass here is to make is an object. All right, we can say use Mongo client true here, and now we don't have this issue. Oops. Make sure that we put a comma there. There we go. It's connected now. The issue with this is simple. Okay, Mongoose has deprecated this functionality here, open. Okay, and that's not available now, so we have to work around that issue with use Mongo client true. So that way we just use the basic connection. Okay, simple as that. And if I didn't explain to you that before, now I'm explaining it to you now. So that's just a little workaround here, so that way you get rid of this warning sign here. That's all. Okay. So once we have a database connected, we're good to go. There is nothing else that we need. Now we need to go to the next lectures and see how we can make this queries to register a user, to log in a user, and at the same time do a couple other things that are necessary to log in. Okay, see you in the next lecture, guys. Welcome back, my dear students. So I hope you guys are having a lot of fun in this new lectures. Now, for those of you that want to get more involved in the finding out about the Mongo client, what's You can read on the documentation here. This I found this on this website, and this is Mongo 4.0 and above. I think by when they release the Mongoose 5 over 5, okay, we're not gonna have to go and use this Mongo client. I'm not 100% sure. You can read more about it, and you can, pay attention to what's going on in the community. There are ways that we can also create new connections to our database. We don't have to just use Mongo Connect. We can use Mongo Create Connection, Mongo's Create Connection, and that will just create a new connection to a database. As you can see here, okay, we can call this connection 1, then we can create another connection 2, or whatever, and connect to different databases, which is really awesome. So anyway, now that we have this, what is the next step? The next step is to start creating the app, the route, or the API call that is going to create a new user. But we don't have that user yet. We need to create some type of form data. That's what we use in Mongoose, right? So let's go and create that directory where we're going to keep our models. And of course, we can keep our model here in this app.js, but that's not very good to do. I'm going to create a file here. I'm going to call this user.js. And we're going to start bringing in Mongoose is the first thing that we are going to use. And Mongoose right here. And we're going to use our schema. So we're going to bring the schema object, and we're going to start constructing this. So the first thing is we need to give it a name here and new this up, new it up. That's what we do it in development, new it up. So let's new this up and call this, well, we got to use the schema, pass the object, and then we can start playing around with it. So first thing is that we're going to have some type of email to log in, right? This email is going to be type of string. Okay, this email could be unique. We can set that to true to make sure that nobody else has that email. And if we find another email in the database level, right, in the server level, we are gonna give an error. That's what it's saying here. We can trim this data. Okay, let's set this to true. Make sure we can make sure there is a minimum length. Hopefully I'm spelling it correctly, and which I'm not, of course. And let's say minimum length could be like maybe 3. Okay, let's make sure that it is required. These fields don't need to be in a specific order. Usually the require is the first one, but I changed that up this time. Let's just the second one, I mean, something like that. Okay, so that's the email, and then of course we have the password. Password is just gonna be, let's just do it manually here. Make sure you have your comma there, and it's gonna be a type of string. And of course it's gonna be required. And let's just say a minimum length 2 as well as of, I don't know, 6 or 5. That's fine. And now what we got to do is we got to export this out so we can use it. So we're going to use our exports object in the module object. And we're going to say, well, I want to use our Mongoose model that is going to be created called users. And I want to pass in the user schema so Mongoose can use it for us when we are dealing with our data. Okay, so that's all we need here. Okay, on the next lecture we're going to continue creating our little logging app, and we're going to have some more fun, guys. See you then. Take care. nice energy drink. Of course, natural, guys, natural. All right, so you guys ready? Okay, so let's do this. On this lecture, what we're gonna do is very simple. We're gonna be creating a app.get, or should I say a route, an API to manage our registration, our users registration. So app.get. Now, this is supposed to be a post request, okay? And as a matter of fact, let's actually make it a post request, and let's see if I have it here. Let's use Postman to send that data. So let's do that. I was gonna make it a get request and put all the data inside here, but that's kind of boring, right? Let's do it the right way, and let's just build a register app. I'm gonna build, you know what I want as well? I want a get. Actually, we don't. Yeah, we don't need that. We don't need to see anything right now. Okay, the register app route, and we're going to get the request and the response. Great. So the first thing that we need here is to create a user. So let's create this new user. We'll snoot this up. Remember that you can always new this up and go like this, new user dot, and you can set the email just like that. One thing that we're forgetting here is that we need the body parser, okay? Just because we are dealing with post requests, right? So let's go ahead and download the body parser real quick. I'm showing you a different way of doing it, guys. I don't know if I did already show you this, okay? Now you might be thinking, okay, this is kind of confusing, as when you use one way, now you use another one. I want you to be aware of all the ways, and not only that, one of the reasons I repeat myself so much is so that way when you are in another tutorial or you are developing an application and you are seeing somebody else's code, you can still adapt to that environment. Okay, so that's why I'm using a different format here instead of putting everything inside here. Okay. Let's do Control C and download body parser. Body parser. That's why you can't miss a lecture. If you skip lectures, you might be missing something super important, okay? Now the next thing is getting the email, right? I mean the password, okay? Password. Now what I want to do is I want to do console.log here, and I want to console.new user. The reason why I want to do that, as a matter of fact, let's send a response. Let's do rest.send, and I want to send a response of the new user, and I want to do that to Postman because we want to make sure that we're getting the right data here. Okay, and we're gonna do that in the next lecture. All right, so take a little rest, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Hi, welcome back, my dear students. So in the last lecture, we were able to download the body parser, but we did not add it to our middleware. So make sure that we do add it to our middleware, okay? And it's gonna be body parser. Actually, let's require first, right? Body parser. Let's do require. Simple as this. Boom. Body parser, and then we're gonna say JSON here, and body parser you are encoded, and we're gonna pass this options called extended here, if I'm not mistaken. We're gonna find out soon enough. Okay. All right. I like to do things like this because it's fun, guys. If you don't encounter any errors when you're building your application, you're not doing things right. We as developers have to get some type of errors. All right. So let's create a new environment, a new collection. I'm gonna call this login. Okay, and of course, let's just kill all this stuff here. Yeah, save. That's fine. All right. So the first one is going to be a post, and let's just save it right now. It's gonna say login post collection. There we go. And this is gonna be localhost. I forgot the port number. I think it's 41 something, right? And register. Let's register. Let's see what we get when we have we don't have our server up and running yet. Nomon app. There we go. Let's see if we can get something back. What do we see? We see the user is not defined. Okay, we don't have that model yet, so we can't let me see, we can't use it. So const user require, and it's in dot model because it's in the same directory. We just got to let Node.js know that we are dealing with our own modules, right? This is our own file. That's how it knows. And it's called user. Okay, let's try this again. Let's just come back here. Nodemon is connected. And let's send it again. And now we're getting something back, right? So we're getting that user back, but we're not getting really anything else besides just some random ID that MongoDB is creating for us, right? Um, let's come back here, test results. There we go. Let's set an email. I'm gonna set my personal email, edwin@edwindiaz.com. Okay, that's my website, guys. My blog. Pretty cool, right? And then let's get a password here. Password. And I'm just gonna set a secret password, of course, guys. Come on. I'm gonna click save there. I'm gonna send it now. Enter. And as you can see, we're getting everything back. We're getting the password in the email and of course the ID. Okay. Pretty awesome. All right. So we were able to do a lot of things on this lecture. We included a body parser, right, to use it. I mean, we have it right here. Since we downloaded it in the last lecture, we included it. We added to the middleware. We included our models so that way we can new up this new object, and we attach values from the form or from Postman to these newly created properties, and we are actually seeing all that stuff here as a response. Okay, so in the next lecture, let's continue. Thank you. Welcome back, my dear student. So here's what we're going to be doing in this lecture. We're going to try to insert some data and make it work. Okay, that's the first thing. And then later on, we're going to worry about the passwords, because right now this password is a string, a text. It's just a text with, it has no special characters or anything like that. It's not a very good idea to insert this like this in a database. But we have to first test this out to see if it's working, right? So let's go and use that new object that we created on top, and we're gonna say save, and let's use the promise here and user saved. Okay, just like that. And guys, every time you see me using this syntax is because I don't have any other parameters. If I have more parameters here, I will use this syntax right here, something like that. Okay, and then I would just go ahead and create all the parameters here. But since I only have one parameter, this is why I use this syntax. Oops. Save, and then user saved. Okay. So once the user saved, what are we gonna do? Well, we're gonna send a response, and we're gonna say, well, user saved. Not Daved. Why do I always do Daved? Okay. So remember that if you have any type of error, you can always catch it. And you can say, for some reason, user was not saved because, and you can just attach the error here or something. It's better to use template strings, it's easier. Okay, so let's make sure that this is working. Once this works, then we go and jump into hashing the password or something like that. Let me just put this on top here somewhere. Okay, so we're gonna run our application. Right now, it's my application was running. I'm just gonna do it again. Enter, and now we gotta make a request to this register route. Okay, a post request. So we got the login post. Actually, it was supposed to be the, let's rename this to register post. Oops. Register post. Okay. And looks like we're ready. Let's do it. Send, and it says user saved. Let's go back to our database. Let's see where our database is. Let's refresh here. This is our GUI for Compass. So it looks like we have created a user, and we do have some information here, as you can see. Okay, so the user was created. On the next lecture, we're going to deal with password hashing, guys. Thank you so much, guys. I hope you guys have a wonderful day, wonderful couple minutes. If I see you in the next lecture, take care. Bye bye. Hey, my dear students. So we are really making some progress. We have a lot of things going on here. So far, we just basically saved the user, but there's a lot, right? We got a route, we're creating some objects, we're saving the user, we're sending some data back, and we are catching the error just in case. So there's a couple things going here. So the next step for us to do would be to hash the password, because we don't want to, like I mentioned before, just transfer this password, or take this password to the database the way it is. So let's go ahead and work on that. Make sure that you have your BigCrypt.js module installed, which is this here. Okay, we talked a little bit about that, didn't we? If we did not, here is the page. Okay, npm install BigCrypt.js. That's what we're going to be using. This module is written in JavaScript, 100%, I believe, and it's kind of slower than the rest of the modules, and that's a good thing because it's gonna allow prevent the hacker or whoever is trying to go into your application and gets the password. Is gonna slow them down. Very easy to use. You can use it synchronous, meaning that you don't have a callback function or promises or anything like that to get any data back. You can just create line by line what you need. Okay, right here is creating the salt. Here is creating the hash by using a text, a password, and the salt. Okay, and here is how you can use this to verify the user. Okay, you pass the original password or the text password without being hashed, and the hash, and that will compare it. Now, asynchronously, when you get some type of response back, okay, you provide a callback function, and as you can see here, we pass the rounds, I believe, callback function. Let me just go ahead and check out the API just to make sure that we have the right information. Says it right here. Let me see if it's okay. Gen salt asynchronously with the first one is the rounds, second one is seed length, which is not supported, and then a callback. Okay, if callback has been omitted, promise. There we go. Error. Okay, see that? Pretty cool. So let's just get to it. Let's go. The first thing that we need to do is require this bad boy. And we're just going to say bcrypt and bcrypt.js. And before we save that data, that's when we need to start writing this code. So we're going to say bcrypt dot Gensalt is a password. We can use the synchronous, but we're gonna be using asynchronously. Um, let's go and rounds. We're not gonna use the seed length, which says here it's. Let me see. It gave me some information there. You saw it, right? There we go. Optional number, error strings. Okay, so we're gonna be using. We get the error back, or we get the salt. Okay, and we get the salt. Well, if we have an error, right? So you could definitely say if error, throw the error or return it if you want, but we're not gonna get any errors here. So let's just do bcrypt hash, and let's use this one. It's like this. First parameter would be the password. So we're gonna use our object that we created on top. We're gonna pass a salt and a callback, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not really referencing anything, so this is from the top of my head from what I remember. Should be correct though. If not, we just fix it. Um, of course, the salt. What am I missing here? Okay, let's just do this real quick. Boom. That's it. So now here, if we have some type of error, let's check because we could have an error here. We could say return error just to stop execution. I know that we're not gonna get any errors here, so I'm just not gonna throw it out so everybody can see it like I have done in the past. So we're gonna grab the password again, and we are going to assign that new hash to it, right? So now our password is gonna become this hash that is going to have the salt and some other generated random characters that this function hash does. Okay. Once we have that, then we can go ahead and save the user. Let's go, and I think we have the code right here. That's the whole code. Little piece of code right here. Right there. Okay. So as you can see, very simple. We hash it, we save the user, we get some data back. So in the last lecture, we were able to save that user. Let's see, we have the user. This is the password we got last time. Let's go ahead and make another request with different data though. This time I'm going to put Edwin at codingfaculty, okay, .com, which by the way is my website. And we're just going to say secret. We're going to do the same thing here. Actually, secret 123. And we're going to send it, and it says saved. Let's come back here and we're gonna refresh. And as you can see now, our password looks crazy long. We have the algorithm here. We got the little dollar symbol to a dollar symbol. And I guess this is the rounds. It says 10. And then of course we got some other data here. And if you notice, each of these is separated. Then we got this random character that's crazy long. And then we have a dot. And then more data here. Okay, so I'm pretty sure the salt is here somewhere, and then the hash that was generated. So all those are here. Okay, cool. So we're done with that functionality. Let's make sure that our code looks a little neater. If you want to go ahead and make it so it's very tight, it's up to you if you want to do that. Okay, condense it a little bit. You don't have to, but it's good to always condense your code a little bit. All right, perfect. That looks good. So let's jump to the next lecture, guys. Good job if you were able to do it. Good job. Hi, welcome, my dear students. So I know that some of you have noticed this little warning here that we got. To get rid of this, all we need to do, and probably already done this before in the past videos and you guys are aware of it. If not, this is what we need to do. When it comes to, and we're not using promises here. If we were using promises, we would have an issue. Actually, we are using it. Sorry about that. So the thing is that Mongoose used to support the promises back in some versions ago, but they don't anymore. They don't have their own library. So we're going to have to use mongoose.promise and assign the global promise to it, which is provided to us by default with JavaScript, with a new JavaScript version. Okay, so that's it. That's all. Now this will go away and no more errors. So we are able to register a user. We are even able to hash the password for a user. The next step would be to log in a user. Okay, so let's start working on that app, and I'm gonna say it's gonna be a post again, and this time we are gonna go to login like this. We're gonna get the request and we're gonna get the response. Simple. See how simple this is getting, right? Okay, so we need some type of data to log in our user, and we're gonna get that data from the request, right? So the first thing that we need is we need to access our model. Okay, we already require a model here, so we have no issue with that. And we gotta say user that find, and we're gonna find one user that has an email that comes from the form. And in this case, we're using Postman, right? So once we find that user, then we bring that user back, and then we start doing some more verifications here. There's a lot of things that we can do here. We can say if user like this, oh, and then we can execute the code below. But if it doesn't find the user, then this function, the user will not be here, right? So that's why we're doing if user, because if it finds the user, if it doesn't find it, then we do something else. But um, so once the user is found, we can use the bcrypt dot compare, okay, to grab the password from the user, body password, okay. Let's get that, and this is gonna bring a error or some type of matched or match, okay. Let's just put matched here, something like that, or result. I usually use something like match or result. There's a lot of documentation. There's a lot of people that use that. Um, I see a lot of developers use that because this field here is what is a true or false. Okay. So, but in this case, okay, if it's found, it's gonna be find. It's gonna be true, right? So if matched, then everything went through. The user can log in, and we can say rest send user was able to log in. Simple. Else, then we have some type of issue. Of course, we can check for error too. If error, so make sure you can throw it or you can return, stop everything. Okay, that's what a return statement does. Can't do anything else. If this is true, this will stop everything else after. So let's send not able to log in. Like that. So I think I am forgetting something here. Look right. It doesn't look right. Bcrypt compare here. I think we need the old password, right, to compare. So we need to pull that in, and then we get the user password here. So we got the form password to compare, and then we need the user password. Okay, that's what I was missing out. And then pass. There we go. So that's it. So on the next lecture, let's continue and test this out just in case we encounter any other issues. And it should work. And if we do encounter issues, I will fix it, guys. Don't worry. See you in the next lecture. Okay, welcome back, my dear students. Let's condense this a little bit. Let's see if this looks a little better if we go ahead and indent this. I do that by selecting everything and doing tab. Okay, let's just come back here real quick. So we're gonna try to log in a user. We need to create some type of another request here, right? We could create a duplicate of what we got here. So I'm just gonna duplicate this request. Oops, that just duplicated the whole thing. We don't want that. Let's delete the whole thing here. We want to duplicate the request, which is here, and there we go. Let's rename it to login. Login. Post. Enter. Let's see what we got. So let's change the URL to say login, and we're gonna send a body. Okay. Let's send that, and says user was not able to log in. Okay. Remember that the password and that this is that user that has that email is not hashed, right? The password is not hashed for that user, as you can see right here. So that's not going to be able to log in. What about, let's try this one here. Edwin at coding faculty. Codingfaculty.com. And if we do this, we get the same results again because that's not the password. Remember, the password was secret 1, 2, and 3. Enter, and user was able to log in. You see that? See how simple that was? Very, very, very cool. If you did not get this result, make sure that you have this code exactly like it's here. And I know this in the beginning could be daunting, all right? It could be really, really confusing. We find the user with that email. Make sure that we pull in that from the post request right here. Make sure that this, remember that this body gets added by the body parser. So make sure that you have that installed and required, and make sure that you have this in the middleware. Make sure that you're using promises here from the ES6, from MScript 6. So you don't get that warning. Make sure you're connected to the database, and make sure, and guys, one of the things that I do and I like to do all the time is that I like to log things out. All right, I coming everything out and I start logging in, you know, logging everything here. Do console log user to see if I get the user, and if I get the user, now I know this is true here. So then I would come to the next line here, and I would start, logging things. What about here? You can, if something is not working here, you can see if you have any errors by doing throw error or console.log error to see what errors you have. Okay, so it's it's easy for me to find my mistakes because I've done this a couple of times already, right? Many times, but it could be daunting. You could take a couple of hours or a couple of days to figure out, but that's what we're here for. Thank you so much, guys. I see you in the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear students. So it's time for us to start our project. We're gonna have a lot of fun and we're gonna learn a bunch of really cool stuff in this course. So if you're ready, I am ready. Let's do it. So I'm just gonna go ahead and create everything from scratch. And if I make a mistake, just keep in mind that if I don't make the lecture work in the same video, I will make it work in the next video. So if I make a mistake on this one and you notice, um, I'll fix it in the next video or the video after that. Okay. I like to make my videos with errors. So that way, when I encounter something, you see me how I fix it, and then you learn how to do that. Okay. This is how I do all my courses. So anyway, we are going to create a CMS, content management system. I'm just gonna name it CMS. I'm just gonna make a folder. So we're gonna start everything from scratch, guys. It's gonna be pretty awesome. Go ahead and open your favorite editor or IDE. I'm going to be using WebStorm. Okay, you could use a Visual Studio, which is a really great editor for JavaScript. Brackets.io is another one, so keep that in mind. I'm going and opening my um, whatchamacallit. I'm gonna go ahead and open that folder there, even though I can just go ahead and, but let's just open it up. Let me just go to coding faculty. I'm gonna go to desktop. I'm gonna try to find it here somewhere. There we go. There we go. As you can see, I have it right here. For those of you that are just getting using a text editor or code editor that doesn't have a terminal right here like this one is just basically a wrapper around the original terminal of your computer. So if you have command prompt, WebStorm is gonna use that and integrate it with theirs here. Okay. So keep that in mind. I'm going to change my preferences here just a little bit so that way you guys can see this a little better. Okay. On 20, I'm just gonna make it 22, and I just check on this one here. It was already checked, but I wanted to show you how to do it for those of you using um, the WebStorm. But anyway, so the first thing that we are going to do is we're gonna do npm init just to start our application. I'm gonna name it CMS, of course. The version is just gonna be by default. I like to write it down. I'm just gonna put, this is gonna be 1, just like that. A CMS in Node.js. All right, like this. Enter the entry point. We're gonna make it app.js. You can make it whatever name you want. I just like to use app.js. And keywords, CMS, author, your name or my name if you like to do that. Enter and then enter. So now our package.json file should be here somewhere, right? Great. So I'm not going to install anything right now. What I want to do is I want to make some directories, some of the things that we are going to be having in this project, right? So the first directory that I want to create is going to be our views. We're going to keep all our HTML in here, okay? Next directory is going to be models, or our data is going to be managed there in that directory. Oops, as a matter of fact, this directory should be in the root right here. Okay, let's make a new directory. The next one is going to be a public directory. This one, we're going to keep the public files that are going to be shown to the public, you know, to regular people. Let's say if we launch this application later on online, we want to keep all those, the CSS and the images on that directory. Also, let's do one for the routes. Let's create that directory just because, you know, in some tutorials, you're going to see that the routes are kept like inside the app.js. We don't want to do that. I want to keep it in the route directory. What else do we need? Maybe we need a configuration file. We can call this config like I do it in some of my other courses. And maybe we have some helper functions. We're not going to say they're functions. Let's just call it maybe helpers or something like that. What else we need here? We might make all the directories later on if we need to, okay? Now, another thing that I want to create is the app.js file, of course. App.js. There we go, okay? So we got our views folder where we are going to be keeping our HTML or whatever template we are using. We are going to be using probably like handlebars or Jade or something else. So that data, that the view, the representation of our application, whatever is shown to the public is going to be in this folder, of course. But remember that when I say public, I mean like where we are going to grab that data and serve it to our to the users. Okay, that's what they're going to be seeing. Then we have our routes here. This is where we manage the code for the routes, public CSS, images, and all that stuff. Models for our data, helpers, just in case we have any helper functions that we don't want to include anywhere else. Configuration, maybe like secret data from some type of API, maybe a database configuration. like username, passwords, and things like that. We keep it in this folder here. And of course, our app.js is just gonna be the server. You can name this server.js if you like. Okay. So we got the directory here, and we configure our application just to start setting it up right. And on the next lecture, we're gonna continue with this. Thank you so much, guys, and I'll see you on the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear students. I'm so glad that you're here. Now, for those of you that are tired, get some water in your face, get a little energy drink. Make sure it's natural, right? We don't want to mess up our bodies. But, anyways, so you guys are ready? Let's do it. Okay, so we were working on application. We created the directories. Now we created our app.js, but we don't have anything there, any code. The next step is for us to build this app.js, which is going to be our server. Remember that in Node.js, you need to build your own server. Okay? So remember that we have this package.json file. Okay? And this is going to have our metadata for application, basically some information. And it's going to have our dependencies reference. Okay? So we are going to be using a couple modules. One of the modules, the main module, is going to be Express. Express is so huge, you can basically build any app in Express. Okay, it just wraps around a lot of functionality of Node.js. So let's go ahead and install it. Remember that when we install it like this, most of the time, well, in a later update in npm, downloads locally, meaning that by default, if you have a new version of npm and something that maybe if you download an npm in this course, okay, with me the first time, then you don't have to worry about the flag that I mentioned in the beginning of the course, this save flag. Okay, back in the day when for me, a couple, some time ago, you had to actually do the save, so that way your dependencies would be reflected here. Remember that the only reason we have this package.json is so that when we don't have, when we are sharing our application, right? We just have to we don't need this node modules folder because it gets huge. Okay? We can delete it. And then if we have this package.json, somebody else can come and do npm installed and get everything that we have to make our application work, right? But anyway, so we got our Express framework, okay, working there. Well, it's not working yet, but it's installed. So let's go ahead and play around and create some type of server, right? The first thing that we are going to do is create a constant to hold our Express module or require. And we're just going to require Express. Remember that by default, this is going to look in the no modules folder. Okay, we don't have to put a semicolon when we are coding, but I recommend it. I really recommend this. You're gonna see a lot of developers not include that, but that's because they come from other languages. If you ever code a lot in JavaScript or let's say PHP or something like that, you're gonna put your semicolon. It's good practice to do that. Okay. Now with the new versions of JavaScript, ES6 and Node versions, you don't have to really put your semicolons all the time. Okay, so we have that Express. Now let's create an app from that Express function, right? Now we have the app. All we have to do is create listen for anything. So app.listen, we bring that listen like this. Now we can listen for, let's say, port 4500 or something like that. And I'm gonna have a callback here. And I'm using the new version, fat arrow function, some of us call it. And what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go and edit my preferences for languages because my IDE is not playing nice with me. And I'm gonna make sure that it recognizes ES6. There we go. Now it recognizes that. It doesn't give me any problems. So let's do a console here real quick just to make sure that we are listening, or that we can see that our server is working, right? I'm gonna do the tilde here below my escape key, those little they look like single quotes, but they're not. And so that way we can write template strings. This is ES6 stuff. You can in strings you can write, you can put variables basically. So listening on port 4500. I'm just gonna use that later, so that's why I'm doing it now. Okay, you don't have to, but now we are gonna be using NodeMon. Now, for those of you that don't remember, this is a module, something that we installed. This tool that we did install globally in our computer. So we could do NodeMon app.js, and we should have a server that works. Okay. If you never installed that, make sure you go npm installed, pass the flag, and install NodeMon like this. Okay. You can also do node app.js, but then your server will not refresh. Okay. So now that we're listening, that our server is working here, you can see it. It's time for us to start making sure that we are getting some type of response in the browser. So let's do that in the next lecture. Thank you so much. Hi, welcome back, my dear students. So now it's time for us to start basically bootstrapping our application, or let's just say putting some files in there so that way we can see how the application starts to look. For example, we want to create, and I have 3 files here, 3 folders that they are going to have some code for our front end. Okay, we need this because we need to see what in the world we are doing, right? So I got 3 folders here, one for the home, one for the single post, and one for our admin. Okay, now if you did not download that, and this will be located in the first lecture of this section, and it will also be in the first in the beginning lectures of the course, okay, where the reference files are. If I go here and I click, let's say, on index, I'm going to show you how our home is going to look. This is how our home is going to look. We are going to have, and I already probably explained that to you, but this is our post. When we click here, it's just going to take us to a single post page. But here, basically, it's going to have like a blog, some categories, and some links up here, and so on. Okay. So we need to make sure that this works in our application. Right now, our application, there's nothing working there. Okay. We don't even have routes. So if we go to port 4500, and our application should be running 4500, it's not working. Okay. So we need to make sure that that works. So the way we are going to be doing that is that we have to make sure that our application accepts static files. Now, the reason why we want to make sure that accepts static files is because we are going to be using some CSS that we need our application to understand, and we are going to be using maybe some JavaScript, right? So let's go back to our application. Let's just go here real quick, and let's make sure that it does accept some type of static, okay, files. So we are going to be using express, of course. That's what this variable is all about, and we're gonna inject this into our application by using use. Remember, this is how we do the middleware. Then we're gonna use the express function here to bring this static method or whatever. And here, let's include the path module that we are going to be needing here. Let's do path, and this is a built-in module, so we don't need to download it. Remember that this comes with Node out of the box, path. Okay. Now the reason why you see this underline is because my IDE doesn't have like Node.js assistance. So for those of you using WebStorm, you can go and say Node assistance or something like that. I love this search right here. You see, it helps me. If I do enable, it's gonna configure that, and it's just gonna make it work. Okay. So anyway, I'm just gonna cancel that because we can do that in another video, right? I just went ahead and paused the video and clicked enable again, just because it's gonna take a little bit for me for some reason, but I'm just gonna go ahead and I'm gonna pause the video. It should be 1 second for you. Changing my what you call it, my mind so much there. For some reason mine does not want to work, but that's how it should work. Okay, I'm using a very slow laptop right now, so don't worry about that. Sorry for those seconds lost. So anyway, but that's how you enable this, and your IDE will not complain. Okay, it should work on yours. Mine is not working. I don't know why is the reason for right now, but that's not important. So let's go ahead and start playing around with this. Okay, so now that we have our path included here, let's go ahead and create this path.join. Let's use this path and the join function to include our directory. Now we can go ahead and do it like this, and we can include our directory, but this is kind of hard code data here. So the first parameter you put the that you want to join this folder, this file with, okay, the public. Well, actually, you can leave it like this. I want to make sure that my application is a little bit more dynamic, and I want to make sure that wherever I am, whatever folder I am, or whatever file I am, is going to include that with, or basically join together with the public. Okay, like this. Now we should be able to use static files here in this public directory. Okay, so let's go ahead and right now we're not going to use this now, but we are going to use this a little later. Right now what I want to do is I want to make sure that we have some type of route so we can see something going on in our application. So I'm going to use express, of course. Again, I'm going to do a / to make it so it goes to the root, to the port 4500. Then we are going to use the file arrow function to bring the request and the response, and we are going to show something here, right? So we want to show something here to make sure that our application is working. It's not SNED, it's send. It works. Okay, let's go back here. Oh, node one should be working, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see this. Control C just to make sure. Then we do node1 app.js. Let's go back. Let's open some type of browser. Go back here. Local host 4500. Oh, not 45,000, or I mean 45. There we go. We got this here. Okay. So let's go back here, and we can do a little bit more than that now. So let's where's my application? Right here. Let's go ahead and set up this views folder. Okay, so that way we can at least see something going on here. So let's create another folder. I'm gonna call this the home directory, because what we want to do is want to create different directories for different data. I want this, all the home stuff that we're gonna have in home, to be home. Maybe later on we have another one for admin, but right now this is what we got. Okay, now I also want to create a layouts directory. This is just because we are going to be using another module called Handlebars. A Handlebars is going to look by default for a layouts folder where we are going to be keeping our layouts. For example, if we have a layout for home, and we are going to have a different layout for the home than admin, right? So in these layouts, we are going to have, let's say, let's create this, and this is going to be in Handlebars. So create a file here, and we just can call it home.handlebars, like this. Okay, that's all. Now what I'm gonna do is that in that layout, and just to see something, we are going to copy this index right here. Okay, so let's grab that and basically copy whatever is there to that file. Okay, so let me just take that out so that way I can see what I'm doing. I'm gonna drop that in there. I'm gonna Command A or Control A, Control C or Command C, and I'm gonna go to home and I'm gonna paste it in there because I want something there. I want to be able to see something. And now that that's there, let's go back to app.js. I'm gonna take that out. Okay, so now we have some data here in home.handlebars. But we're not going to be able to see anything because we have to download a module for us to see this data, right? Now, let me explain what this dot handlebars is. This dot handlebars is an engine, basically another module that we are going to be using to play around with variables and inside our HTML. Okay, so it's a template engine. We learn a little bit about that in this course, right? So we know what a template engine is. So let's go ahead and set up that engine so that it works with our application, okay? So right here, the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to use this function called engine in our Express app. And I'm going to tell it that the first parameter is, of course, the first parameter is handlebars because it wants to know which engine you are talking about. If you were using something like J, which is another template engine, you would do J here, right? But handlebars and now the second parameter would be the module itself, but we don't have that module. So let's make sure that we download that module. Let's comment this out. And so the application doesn't crash. Do Control C to end that. And you can update if you want, okay? Whatever it tells you here. So I'm going to do npm install the express hyphen handlebars. You can do that in your shell, right? So once that's installed, I'm going to require up here. So const and then it's express. I'm just gonna abbreviate it a little bit. Express handlebars, something like that, and then require. Okay, so express handlebars, just like that. So let's go back to our second. Well, not here. Where's the engine? Oh, right here. This is the engine function. So the second parameter here is going to be that is express handlebar right here. And of course, it's going to be this function that we are going to be passing an object inside, right? This object is going to have a key that I'm not making this up. It's expected this key called default layout, and it has a bunch of different keys we can use. You can go to the Express Handlebars GitHub page and find out more. But so I'm going to tell it, listen, I want you to look for a layout, and this by default is going to look in the layouts folder. And you don't have to type in the extension. You just got to tell it the name. And I'm going to be looking for this layout here. Every time I go ahead and use a function here that's going to be called render. This render function, okay, automatically is going to look in the views directory. And because we're setting up, this here is going to be looking in the default layouts folder here inside the views for something called home, right? For some file called home. So that's set up already. And this render is going to be looking, no matter, even if you're using another template engine, this render is always going to look in the views directory, unless you tell it don't look in there, which you can probably hack it a little bit and play around with it, right? But we want to render something there, right? And we don't even have that view there. Let's just now create some type of view, right? So I'm going to create a file here. I'm just going to call this, I'm going to come down here. I'm going to call this index like that. Okay. Simple as that. It's not nothing out of this world. Um, as a matter of fact, you know what? Let's just have this index inside home as well. Why don't we do that? Okay. Right here. That's where it actually has to be. So render something in the directory called home, render the index. You don't have to type in the extension. Now this is, let's see what it does here. Let's go back here. Let me show you. Let's do nomon app.js. And now it's telling me, well, this HBS is not a function. Okay. Let's go back here. PHBS is not a function. Express handlebars. So let me see if I made a mistake somewhere. Oh, I forgot something really important. And that is that we need to make sure that our application has recognizes this as a view engine. Okay. So we need to do a little bit more configuration here. The next line would be, we need to tell it, listen, I want you to expect the view engine to be handlebars. And now this, of course, this engine function helps us insert stuff into that engine, into that templating engine. But this set here is what tells our whole entire application, this is your engine. And the second parameter will be handlebars. So I'm sorry about that confusion there. Keep in mind again that this is the set variable. Now this is going to differ depending on the engine that you're using. So now all the time you're going to be using the same exact setup, but very similar. Okay, but this set here you're going to be using 99.9% of the time. Okay, so now if you were using another, then you will be doing something like this. And you don't have to do this for every single engine. Every engine has some type of different configuration. So you might want to look in the documentation for that. So now if I do this, it's still giving me issues here. We're just going to debug it real quick and see what the issue here. View engine, handlebars. We got this default layout. Let's see what, and we are doing handlebars here. It looks like it's not. See, there's a typo here. Default layout, home. See, app engine. Oh, okay. Look at that. Now let's click it here, and now it's working. All right. All right. So you see, I'm not editing this video because I want to make sure that, you guys learn from my mistakes as well. So I'm just going to go here to the local 4500. I'm going to refresh. And as you can see, we got something going on here. So it is serving our file somehow, right? But the CSS or JavaScript, whatever is supposed to be working here, is not. So we need to set that up. In the next lecture, we're going to continue with this and we're going to make this work and look nice. Thank you so much, guys, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear students. So in this lecture, we are going to be making our application look a lot better than what it does right now. We don't have styles. It's pretty boring. I know. We're just going to make this awesome, all right? So are you guys ready? Let's do it. So the way to do this would be to include some CSS inside our public folder here. Now, you could, if you wanted to, use npm, download a package in the Node modules folder, and go ahead and inside your layouts, include it. You put /node modules here, whatever, and you follow that to the Bootstrap file, right? We could do that if we wanted to, but no, I like my application styles to be
there, especially when we launch this online, right? Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. Let's go to that blog home directory or folder that I gave you, those files. Make sure that you go to the CSS, and what you want to do is you want to dump that inside your public in your project right here. So you want to go and copy it. It's better to copy it, don't lose that file, right? And go to that vendor Bootstrap and make sure you go to the CSS and also dump there bootstrap.min. Okay, that's all you got to do inside your public. So now here in my IDE, you can see that that's there, right? Oops, in the what am I doing? Okay, now what we want to do and what I like to do is create another directory called CSS just to keep that in there because I'm going to have other things in here. I'm just going to drag that in there, and that way it's separate from, and let's just create that right now, from our JS or JavaScript files. And yes, we can have some JavaScript files to do some external things, and let's just create another directory called uploads. All right, okay, so now going back to home.handlebars, which is inside the layouts folder, inside the views folder, of course, which is located there. Let's go and just make sure that there's a forward slash there and goes to CSS bootstrap.min, CSS blog home. Okay, right here. So now our application, it's being refreshed by Nodemon, right? So if we make any changes to our root or JavaScript, it's listening to it, but refresh, and now that should work. Okay, as you can see now, our application is working awesome. Now we do need to make a couple changes because right now it's just showing our template. It's showing only, it's not even showing anything, some of the pages that we want. For example, if we make another route, and I will, just to show you, let's copy this whole thing because most of our routes are going to be the same, right? We want this in a separate file later, but just to, for demonstration purposes only, I'm going to make another route, and let's go and create this about inside our views, inside our home, and let's do handlebars. So about that handlebars, I got this little live code there, or a template that it adds my extension every time I want to create a new file. I got different extensions here, so we can edit file templates here, and that's how I was able to use handlebars, okay, in this IDE. Anyway, so let's create a h1 here and call it about. And if we go back to app.js, we can see that it's, make sure that it renders home about. We don't need a forward slash here, guys. It doesn't work like that because by default our application is looking inside the views directory, so we don't need forward slash before the home. We need it after, and we don't need the extension, remember that, because it knows we're using handlebars. Okay, so now if we go to that route, or that route like some people call it depending where you're from, let's go come back here, about, you can see nothing here. Okay, now our about is working, and don't get me wrong, it is working. We could really show this by doing send like that and refresh here, and you can see that it is, something is going on, it is working. Okay, now we want to render something, but in order for the render to work, we need to go to our template and tell it, listen, I want you to show me dynamic content. I don't want you to show me this page all the time. So for us to actually, make it so that it works, we need to use this as a template, as what it was meant to be. So what I want to do is I want to take out a lot of stuff out of here and take it to the index. I'm going to leave everything inside this div container.
So what I want to do is I want to separate. Remember, we are in home.handlebars. So I'm going to separate everything, and I'm just going to take everything inside the row div. So let's go back here. Let's see where the row div is. And this is going to be a difficult one, trying to find that div. I forgot there is a shortcut that will allow me to traverse up and find that div. There we go, right here. So inside here, I'm just gonna take everything off from here. And I could, if I wanted to, and this just makes it easier. That, you see that? And take that whole thing out of here. Now what we got here is a container. Now I did Command C or Control C, okay, to cut it, because what I want to do is I want to go to index. Make sure you have an index.handlebars inside the home directory and paste that in there. I'm going to expand it by doing plus. We have that content there. What we want to do here is want to make sure that whatever route we make has its own content. And by doing that, we need to make sure that our template is showing dynamic data. So we do this by doing this. Curly brackets 3 times, then body, and then curly brackets again 3 times. And now our application knows that this, what comes here, is dynamic data. Okay? So we can go to our index, and this was just for demonstration purposes, okay? And let's just go here, and page heading is just gonna be about here. Okay? And actually not about, that's the home page, sorry about that, home. Okay, so let's go to the about page, and it has this H1 there, remember that. So let's go here to our application, let's go to home page and see what happens. Okay, we got home page. Let's make this a little smaller. Okay, home page, great. Let's go to about and see what happens. About, and as you can see, about still has the navigation and the footer, and it doesn't have the middle content that we stripped out and put it in the index, right? It doesn't have that. So it has the about data only, but it does keep everything else around the same. Okay, so now we have our application showing dynamic data by just doing a simple change here with this variable, which is pretty cool, right? We also have our application with really cool styles. Now, what we're going to do in the next lecture, and what I want to do is I want to actually create some type of folder directory and keep partials, keep different parts of our application there, like includes, okay, like I do in most of my courses. So we are going to just, take down this navigation, put it in a navigation file, maybe take down the footer, just in case we want to do other things with it later on. I'll show you how to do that with handlebars later on the next video. Thank you so much, guys, and I hope you guys are having a lot of fun. See you next. Welcome back, my dear students. On the last lecture, we made everything work dynamically, but we still have some content here that I would like to have somewhere else. So let's make some partials for this, and let's just have some fun, okay? So inside our views directory, we are going to create some type of directory called partials. Now our application is going to be looking for this directory, so make sure that you call it partials. And inside here, we're going to have some other directories. I want to have some partials for the home, and maybe I want to have some partials for the admin, okay? But here, I want to have a file. I'm going to name this, make sure that it's .handlebars every time you're dealing with HTML stuff. So we're just going to say this is going to be the home-nav, okay? Like this, home-nav.handlebars. And let's go back to the, index, views, home, index. I know this could be confusing having the same names, but make sure that you are following me, okay? And actually, hold on. Our index doesn't have that, so this layout here has, okay, so go to layouts, home, and right here, just take out the navigation.
oops, cut it out. And the way we are going to be including this, make sure you cut it out and have it in your clipboard, okay? Because we're going to paste it somewhere else now. So let's do curly brackets, and then we are going to be using the greater than symbol and the directory where this is located. Remember that it's going to look for the partials directory by default. So now we don't have to kind of write that down here. We just have to write the next directory called home. So that's what we're doing here. Home, and then hyphen home nav, like this, curly brackets. Curly brackets again to close it. Now we got to go to that partials home hyphen nav and paste that code in there. Okay, so now nothing should change. Let's go back to the home, and we should still see the home navigation here. And let's test that real quick. And let's just put a link here. Let's just say I want this to go to about. Okay, so we make that change, we refresh here, and when we click about, that goes to the about page. See that? So that's working. Pretty cool stuff, right? What else can we have? Can we have a footer? Well, let's go ahead and do that. Let's go to home layouts, and let's get the footer out of there. I just want to be able to have the footer somewhere else that I can play around with it, right? Curly brackets, greater than symbol, right? Then the name of that directory, home, and we haven't created this file, footer. Okay, just like that. Then close it again. We have not created this footer.handlebars yet. So let's go to partial right here in home directory. We are going to create that file. Remember, footer.handlebars. I'm just not typing it because I have that template already set up in my application. So footer, I'm gonna change this to 2030. Okay, let's go back. Let's refresh and let's go all the way to the bottom, and you can see that that has been changed. See that? Pretty cool stuff, guys. Pretty cool stuff. So this is how you include files using this template engine. Remember, this is for handlebars. Okay, this does not work for every template engine. Every template engine is different. They might look very similar, some of them, but they have different functionalities. The core fundamentals are always the same. Some of these template engines are going to allow you to include files, okay, and they have their own syntax to do that. So you have to look in the documentation to do that, okay. Now these scripts here, if you don't want to execute them all over the place, you might want to put them in the footer, okay. But here we're done. Thank you so much for watching this lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. Take care, guys. Welcome back, my dear students. I hope you guys are having a great day. Today is a really good day to code, okay? So this is where we are right now. We have our application working, showing the index view, but we want to do a little bit more than that. We want the users to be able to log in, register, and then be directed to the admin area. In order for us to achieve that, we need to have views, right? We need to have the login, the register view, and we need to have the admin area. So we are going to be building up the views right now. And later on, when you get a little bit more knowledge about Node.js, we are going to build a backend for login and registration. Just because login and registration is going to take a little bit more knowledge for Node.js, we are going to build just the views and then the admin area and do the CRUD. And then once we finish all that, then we build the login and registration. Okay. So I want to do this first because I want to show you the CRUD, and then once we do that, then it's just going to be easier for you to understand the login and registration. But anyway, so in this lecture, I will include a login.html and register.html file. If it's not in this lecture, make sure that you go to blog home and you're going to see register and login.html. Those files are the files that we need in order for us to create the login.handlebars and login and register.handlebars inside the views directory. So I'm going to go ahead and open up our project here. Inside this home directory, I'm going to create a login. Basically, we're going to paste that code into these files that we're going to be creating. So we created login.handlebars, and we create a
Let's just do it like this, so that way register that handlebars, right? So we're gonna just paste that code in here. I already put this in my brackets editor. So make sure that you copy that register.html content into this file here, and go ahead and grab the login handlebars and paste it in here. Okay, great. So now we need to build a route, but in this lecture here, what we're going to be doing is separating our routes. We're going to start separating it, but let's go first and create a route for it. I'm going to copy that and paste it here and paste another one. I'm going to call this login like this, login and register. Okay. As a matter of fact, we're going to build the router, or put some routes inside the router directory in the next lecture. And the reason why is just because it's going to take some time. I don't want this lecture to be 20 minutes, okay? But anyway, so let's get those views working first. So when we go to home, we're going to go to the login.handlebars, and then we're going to go to the register.handlebars, okay? And as you can see, they're here. Let's go to our partial home, and actually to our layouts. What's going on here? Oh, we don't have anything there yet. So let's go to the layouts, home.handlebars, and our navigation is not here. So let's go to our partial home nav. That's where it is. Okay. And we want to copy one of these guys just to test things out. And we want to say login and register. Okay. And of course, we want to change this to say login and register. And let's see how that looks real quick. All right. I don't have it here. Where it is? Where is it? Where is it? Let's refresh this. There we go. We got the links here. Click, and that says login and register. Okay, so it's working. We got at least that working. On the next lecture, let's have some really big fun by actually creating a router, or creating our routes in a separate directory and separate file, which is going to be awesome. So if you guys ready for that, let's do it. Jump into the next lecture. See you then. Back, my dear students. Are you guys ready? Let's do it. We're going to have a lot of fun in this lecture. Okay, so let's build our routes. Let's go ahead and open up the CMS, and I wonder where it is. Let me just check that out real quick. There we go. It's hiding from me. I don't know what's going on with this, guys. Sometimes it's hiding, sometimes it's not. I think it's some type of ghost or something. Anyway, so let's build our routes. Let's just cancel this here, just because it's gonna make us kind of crazy, right? So the first thing is build our routes. Now we could, and you're gonna see this in most applications, you're gonna see where they create a JavaScript file, and it has to be a JavaScript file that says route or routes.js or something like that. And then they put all the routes inside this file. I don't want to do that because our application is going to have a lot of routes. And I want to keep things separate. I want to keep post routes separate, categories routes separate. I want to keep home routes separate. Okay. So for that, we are going to divide this. I'm going to create a directory called home. And I want to create another directory called admin. Okay. Because we're going to have an admin. And inside the home, I'm going to create a JavaScript file. That's why I'm not actually putting .js, because if I right click on my ID, it's gonna do it for me with these templates here. But anyway, it would be something like we could call this main.js for main routes, or we can call it index if you want to do that. I just want to make sure that you know what these routes is all about. So main.js, okay, and we need to write some code here, okay? But before we do that, we need to go to our app.js, and this is all the main route. The register, the about, everything that's in the home. And you know what, as a matter of fact, let's just call this No, that's fine. Let's just leave it like that, main.js. Okay, that's going to be all the, because I didn't want to name this file home as the same name as this directory. It's just kind of confusing, right? So we need to remove all this code, remove all that, Command X or Control X, move it to here. Oops, there we go, and paste it there. Let's go back to app.js real quick. And now we need to do a couple things here, okay? We need to load all those routes. So we're gonna make a constant here and we're gonna call this a main, okay? Just for main routes. And we're gonna require that file, okay? That is, let's put the quotes here, is in the file or the folder is inside, is in the same level as app.js, right? Because it's right here. So we signify that by doing dot and then /. If we wanted to go up another directory, we do 2 dots, but it's 1 dot. So that, then routes, and then the name of that file without, actually it's home, and then the name of the file, because we had a directory there. See that? We don't need the extension, okay? Node already knows about this. And then once we have that loaded here, we need to let our application know about it, because right now we're just including that here. It's really not doing anything. So how do we plug things in our application? Do you remember how we do that? Well, we do that with middlewares, right? So we're gonna say app.use, super simple, okay? And now what we wanna actually do is every time somebody goes to our root, which is /, we want to execute the main route. Simple as that. Just like that. Okay? Simple. Now, here we need to do just a little bit of work, okay? First of all, we need our express application here, our express function, because we are using express for that. And let's require that. Let's do it here. Require. I don't know why it never helps me autofill require. I probably have to install some type of plugin in my IDE, but it should be, we use this function so much, require, that it should be that instead of request, right? But anyway, so require, and then we want to require express. There we go. And now here, we are going to be using the router from express, which is a functionality inside that lets us deal with routes. It's a wrapper around the, the requests, a wrapper around the app that, the Node.js routes functionality. So let's create another constant here, and we're going to call this router. And we are going to require, actually not require, but we're going to be using the express.router, just like that, like here, like this. And instead of doing app.get, we can now use router, like that. Come here and we replace each of those. Super simple, guys. Like that. Now, we're not done yet. We need to do something else. Now, when we are done here, using our routes, changing all that, we need to make sure that this file is exported, because remember that right now we are requiring that file. So when we are requiring a file, we need to export it out. Okay? So how do you remember how we export things out? Because I show you that in the first lectures, right? We do module dot exports. Remember this object? Then we are going to add the router to it. Look at that. This router is the same as this guy right here. So when we export that out, then that router, all that functionality is going to be right here in this middleware, right? So every time this middleware, which is the / the root, is executed, all this code here is going to be available. Okay, so now we can still, our application is going to do the same thing it was doing before. Let's just refresh, and login is the login. Register is the register. As you can see, everything is working. And because we have NodeMon working for us, everything is refreshing as well. Okay. So always keep in mind that that your application is running when you're doing NodeMon. NodeMon. There we go. Hopefully that is spelled correctly in the captions, which I know some of my words are not going to be. And that's auto-generated just to give you guys that information. Let's fix this link right here. I don't think this is going to home. Let's go to our views, layouts, actually partials, home nav, and this is supposed to be that. Let's refresh, take that out of there, home, and voila, we got that working, guys. Register and about. Perfect. We learned a lot of cool stuff from this lecture, right, guys? Really good. So I'll see you in the next one. Take care. Bye-bye. Welcome back, my dear students. So we got some of the things working, right? Some of the router functionalities. Now, I'm not gonna go into details about fixing links like this because they should be fixed on your copies of your files. They should be good for now. What I want to do is I want to go straight to the admin because I want to start building like really back-end stuff. I don't want to deal too much with this front end now. I just wanted to get this over with for now. But I want to jump into the back end, like creating posts, deleting it, editing it, and putting stuff in the database. We want to have some fun because I get bored really easily. So, and you probably do too. So let's go ahead and jump into that. Let's start creating our admin. Okay, right now we don't even have a admin layout for it. Okay, so the first thing is that we need an admin layout. Okay, so let's create an admin layout, and I'm gonna call this admin.handlebars or something like that. Admin.handlebars. Okay, that's gonna be the admin layout. Where are we gonna get that? Well, we have a file somewhere here where it says SB admin. That should be included in the beginning of this section here. If it's not, it's in the exercise files in the beginning of the course. So if I click on this, this is what we want. We want something blank that we are able to do things like this, okay? Now to get all these functionalities working, we need JavaScript, okay? We need some JS files. So we need to make that work as well, okay? So let's go and bring that up again. Let's see if we are able to go where that is. Let's go and open this up a little bit like this. Okay. We have that admin. So make sure you open up that file, the admin. I have it open right here. Admin boost, whatever, for whatever the name is. And I'm going to drag that in there. I'm going to Command A. I'm just going to copy it into the admin.handlebars, just like that. Okay. Now, in order for that to work, we need the Bootstrap. We already have a Bootstrap file. So we have that working now right there. That's in our public directory. We need font awesome. Okay. And we need this sbadmin.css. So if we go to the CSS file here, you can see that it's looking for this guy right here. So let's go to our public CSS, and then inside here I'm going to right click and create a JavaScript file, well, style sheet file. I'm going to call this admin, no, sbadmin, sb-admin.css, okay? And I'm going to copy everything that's here, okay, to that file. Paste it in there, okay? Now let's go back to that admin, that handlebars. Make sure that it goes to the root directory there and it's linking properly. If this is not going to linking properly, this is not going to work for you. Now we need to make sure that we have font awesome. Now
Font awesome is gonna need the fonts. Okay, so what I want you to do is I want you to look in this lecture or the SB admin here somewhere where you can grab the font awesome. So font awesome is gonna be in vendor. Let me see if I remember. No, CSS. Huh. Vendor. Let's see if I can remember where this is. Just it was right here. It was right in front of me all this time, guys. All this time. So copy that. Right. We're gonna just copy that into our public directory, and we're just gonna dump it in there. Okay, inside the CSS and paste it in there. Simple as that. Now let's go back to our application and we're gonna say is inside the CSS and then font awesome, and that should be all the same, right? If you look at it, you see. Now let's go and create a route for our admin. Let's go to routes and then inside admin, we want to be able to go to, I don't know, something like maybe dashboard, something like that. So that way, or maybe, you know what, let's create a main admin. Okay. Let's do something like, I don't want it to create main for home, and let's just create something that's called admin just to change it up a little bit. Okay. Okay. So this is just the routes there, and let's require that in app.js. The same thing that we did here, we are going to do here like that. And here, we're going to change this up to admin, and this is going to be admin here. You know what? Let's just make everything. I didn't want to make it the same because I didn't want to confuse you, but I think you will get more confused if we have all these different names here, right? So let's just, and you can leave it the same if you want. What I'm going to do is I'm going to call this index. Okay, that's going to be the index for admin. And that's going to be the index for the home. Okay, so make sure that instead of this, you you um you change here the name home, and this will be admin like that. Okay, and for home it's gonna be, remember that the routes is gonna go to home and then index, and then here admin and then index. Okay, so again, let's go from the beginning so you don't get confused. Sorry about that, guys. I didn't want to change it up on you like that, but we're gonna change it up a little bit so it just makes more sense. Okay, in the routes folder we have this admin directory, right? And then in admin we have an index. This index file is going to have all the routes for admin, like the admin homepage, the dashboard, something that has to do with admin. You're going to see that later on. Don't worry about it too much right now. And then in home we have another index that's going to be responsible for everything in the front end. Okay, and then here we're just requiring routes, home index, and then we name it home because that's going to be the home. And then here we got routes admin index for um, routes admin index. Okay, and simple as that. I'm going to copy this. Make sure you change this too. So this is going to be home, and this is going to be admin. Okay, now one thing that you might be a little confused here is that we need to name this differently here. So this will go to that. Okay, the root, but people have to type in admin to get to the admin routes. Okay, you might want to put some comments here, low routes, and then use routes here like that, and set view engine. Oh gosh, Why did I need my Red Bull. No, I'm joking. Not Red Bull. Natural drinks. Okay, so this is crashing. It's telling me that router. That the reason why this I get this error here is because I don't have anything in here. Okay, I'm not exporting anything. So if I go to home real quick and I copy that, I'm gonna copy all this. I'm gonna come back here and I'm gonna paste that code in here like that. I'm gonna do module exports and I'm gonna export the router. Oh, we have to do basically the same thing, guys. Now, I want you to keep this in mind. This, we don't have to change it to admin, okay? Because if we go to app.js, we are already telling our middleware that when people reach or any code reaches forward slash, which is the root admin, is going to execute admin. So in your admin routes, you don't have to go and do this because it's just gonna do it twice. It's already done for us automatically like this without us having to do it here. So now if we make another route, for example, let's say dashboard, okay? In the URL, people have to type something like this to get there. Admin dashboard, okay? Well, I misspelled it there, but you get what I'm saying, right? Because the admin is already included here, okay, in the front of in our server. We don't have to type it in here. So every time we do this here, we can create our what people have to type right here from app.use inside the server or the app.js. Okay, if we want people to type in admin users, then we edit that here, okay, and create the file there. But right now we just want people to type in admin to get to the admin. Okay, so now I want to render the admin index. So let's go to the views, and we don't have an admin directory here, so I'm going to create one. Right click and directory admin, and then we want to create a file inside here called index. Okay, and I'm going to leave this index. Actually, it's index.handlebars. Okay, remember we're doing handlebars when we're doing HTML stuff. Handlebars. I was gonna do the next time you see me doing that handlebars, I'm gonna be doing the my templates, so I don't have to write handlebars all the time. Anyway, I'm gonna leave this. I'm gonna leave the next part for the next video, just because this video is getting kind of long and I don't want you guys to get too bored. So I'll see you in the next lecture and we'll finish it up. Thank you so much. See you then. Welcome back, my dear students. So I got a little carried away on the last video here. Just I want to make my videos maybe 3 to 5 minutes long because I know how it is when we're taking classes from other teachers. We fall asleep, right? My videos are like 10 minutes now on this course, but I'm going to try to make it shorter for you guys so you guys don't get bored. So anyway, I know some of you like it long, but shorter is better. So let's go ahead and start creating our index. So for that, what we're going to do is we're going to go to admin layouts in views, in layouts right here, and we need to start playing around with this. So we need to see where this file ends. And if we go all the way down to where it says blank here, let's go ahead and try this out first, see if it works, because we don't know if it works. Okay, this is just the file path here. We have to go to our application, localhost 4500. We don't have a link here yet, so we need to make one, but let's go to admin, enter, and as you can see, something is happening here. Now, one of the things that you're going to notice is that this is taking the layout that we have in login and registration. We don't want that. We want to use a different layout for our admin. We want to use our admin layout because that's what we got here, right? So when we go to our route here and we are executing this file here,
is taking the other layout. Okay, and we don't want to use the other layout. So how can we override this? Well, we do this, and as a matter of fact, here we go to our admin routes here, and we do an override up here of the layout that we want to use. We have this default layout right here in app.js. It's telling our application use the home as a default layout. But now we want to use a different layout because we're going to admin. So we need to go to admin routes here and write an individual middleware here in a sense to override our default. So we have this router, we have this all method here that we can use to make sure that all the routes in this specific file, all the admin routes do something. So this all can be like, okay, listen, I want to grab everything that's in after admin and I want something to happen to it. Okay, if I wanted to affect everything, I make sure that it does affect everything. Okay, but here we are affecting this after admin, and let's introduce what we want. So I'm gonna open a function, a fat arrow function here. Hold on, right here as a second parameter. We're gonna have the request. We're gonna have the response and the nets. Remember that this nets function here is a how we tell it to go to the nets piece of code. Okay, this is a nets callback function. You're gonna see that in a minute now. So what we want to do is we want to apply to the request to our app locals, which means this is going to be like a variable that's available in our all applications. Okay, this is like a way of writing a variable that's available everywhere else. So we have this layout available to us, and this layout variable or setting is going to be overwritten. Okay, right now by default our application is has this layout value, but we're going to override it every time somebody comes into this route, which is of course the admin route. Remember that we are inside here, so we're going to override it by the admin route. Okay, now remember that if we go to app.js, if we want our whole application to use the admin route, we just do admin here. Okay, we don't need to write the that handlebars because our application is going to look into the layouts directory by default, and it's going to look into these files. We don't have to write the extension anyway either. Okay, but we want of course home. Let's go to this route. We want this variable to be overwritten to that when it reaches this /admin or anything. Actually, this asterisk is just saying anything after admin. Okay, so and then we want our nets routes to be loaded. That's all we're saying here. So let's see how that works. um let's go back and let's go to admin here, enter, and as you can see our admin is perfectly working now. Well, not 100% because we don't have dynamic content yet. We do have to put those curly brackets, those 3 curly brackets in the body variable inside our handlebars to make this dynamic, but we're gonna do that in another lecture. So there you have it, guys. We are starting to make our application look a lot better. We're having a lot of fun, and I'll see you in the next lectures. Take care, guys. Welcome back, my dear students. So hopefully you guys got this cover and you created your dynamic data already. If not, don't worry. I got this cover for you. Let's do it. So let's go and to the admin layouts right here, and let's find out where our page actually starts with, like, we want our content to be down here, so we need to look for this blank title somewhere, right? Oh, there we go. So we had this blank title. I'm gonna do Control K just to delete the whole line there. And this is what we want our variable body here to be, our dynamic content. There we go. Great. And we can leave this for like title variable later on if we want to include like a separate variable for every um, what you call it. Actually, I'm just gonna take that off. All right, so I'm gonna refresh here, and of course we don't have anything. Why don't we create like a dashboard type of page here, right? For everything that has to do with settings or anything for application. Maybe later on we want some functionalities here that when we press a button, it affects the whole application, right? Some type of settings page, or maybe stats or something. So let's create this route dashboard. And I think we already had it, but I took it off. My bad, my bad. Okay, let's go ahead and create that. I'm just gonna copy and paste that in there. I'm just gonna do dashboard, and we need to create that view, right? So let's go to our view admin, and then inside here, I'm gonna right click, and I'm not going to use the manual version. I'm just gonna do my templates. But remember that you need to type in dot handlebars all the time. That dashboard dot handlebars. Okay. I'm just gonna put a little um, H1 there, and I'm gonna say dashboard like that. Let's go back here, and let's also go to admin layouts. And what else can we do? Well, it does have a navigation here. I wonder this navigation, this is a big navigation here. It does have two navigations, I see. This has the fetch top navigation. So it does have, it looks like it has this top navigation here and does have this one. Okay. Let's figure this out. Right, so what I want to do is I want to look for the side navigation, and let's do a command F or control F here to look for side nav or something like that. Side nav, like that. Let's see if that's the only one there. Toggler, I don't want to look for a toggler. I want to look for like a main type of navigation title or something. There we go. This is it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this minus here. But if you don't have this functionality on your editor, make sure that you look for the where this UL ends, okay? And I'm going to take this, okay? I'm going to comment this. I'm just going to say sign nav here, okay? Like that. I'm going to cut this. I'm gonna create the partial real quick. So greater than symbol, admin, and then it's gonna be admin side nav or something like that. Let's go ahead and create this. Partials, admin, and inside here, I'm gonna create a file called admin side nav, like that. And I'm gonna paste that in there, and I'm gonna expand it. I don't have to expand it, but I like to do that so you can see what I'm doing, right? Let's go to admin.handlebars. We got that included there. Hopefully it's working. I don't have to do anything else. I'm gonna refresh. As you can see, everything looks like it's working. So we're breaking this up, okay? What else do we need? Do we need to, what else do we have? The side toggler here. Let's bring that down. And, well, let's figure out where, well, I'm gonna leave this like this because this is just the top navigation. If you want to, you could take the top navigation out Okay, but I'm just gonna leave it the way it is, guys. Okay, let's not complicate ourselves. Maybe later on, if you want it separate, you could do that. Okay, let's go to the side nav here, and on the dashboard, let's just make sure that this goes to the dashboard. So admin / admin dashboard, like that. Okay, let's refresh. And you know what? We need some type of link that goes to homepage as well. Let's make that. This is in the top navigation, right? So let's go back to the admin that handlebars inside the layouts, and where it says start Bootstrap, I want this to go to the home page. Okay, I'm gonna say home page. Refresh that home page. Oops, our home page. Oh, one thing to keep in mind that now our home page is actually inheriting our default layouts. So we need to be more specific when we are doing the routes, because it's inheriting our admin layout. So let's go to routes real quick. Let's copy. This is the admin routes index.js. I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna take it to the home routes index.js. I'm gonna paste that in here. And now we need to be specific about what we want. Okay, if it's just overwriting it. Now let's go back and refresh. And now you can see I refreshed twice. Okay, that works. And then admin here, that works, right? Different layouts, homepage. Let's put a link here somewhere so it goes to admin as well. So let's close all this and let's see where we are. Let's go to views, layouts, and home, partials, navigation, home. Oops, sorry about that, guys. So inside partials is where we need to go, and inside the partials we have what in the world happened. We have this home navigation there, which there we go. Sorry about that, guys. My mouse was not working 100%. I'm just gonna put this admin here real quick. We're gonna hide this later on depending on where you are logged in or logged out, so don't worry about that. Admin. Okay, let's refresh. We have this link here. We can go to admin and we can go to the home page. Great. And dashboard. Look at that. Everything is working. Now, guys, take your time. I know this could get a little overwhelmed, and the reason why you see me doing this so easily is because I've done it so many times. I built so many different apps using um, Node.js that it's just very easy for me. Okay, but keep practicing. Go rewind the video. Make sure you get this 100% before you move to the next section. If this is not working for you, make sure that you are exporting it, and make sure that you are loading it up here and then using it down here. Okay, make sure you don't have any other routes here, and make sure your server is running. Okay, remember that mine is running automatically doing nodeman, and I can do control C, turn that off, and then I go clear and I do nodeman again, app, tab key, enter, and now it's running. All right, if that's not running, you are going to have some type of error. So I just gave you a couple tips to debug your application if it's not working. If it's not working for some reason, please post that in the discussion and we will help you. Okay? So enjoy the rest of your day, or see you in the next lecture, guys. Take care. Bye bye. Welcome back, my dear students. So I don't know about you, but I like to jump into like the most exciting stuff, right? I don't like the boring things. So with that said, what I want to do is I want to start creating posts right away, man. I don't want to have to wait for everything here, right? So what I'm gonna do, what we want to do, and I want you to guys to follow me. Don't be copy and pasting stuff. I want you guys to write the code, okay? That's the only way you're gonna learn this stuff. I want to make sure that this button here is working, because this is supposed to drop all the way down, and we're supposed to see some links here. This is not working. And if you do Command or Control Alt J, whatever, well, if you inspect your browser, you're gonna see that this is not working here. We got some issues here. So we want to make sure that all this JS stuff is working. For that, we need the JS files, right? Yes, that doesn't take a brain to find out. So let's go ahead and go to our JavaScript stuff here and see what we need, right? Check what we need. Let's make sure that we go to our views, layouts, then admin layouts. Let's go all the way to the bottom and check this out. So we're gonna need Bootstrap. Of course, we got, well, let's go all the way to the bottom. Sorry about that, I didn't scroll. So we're gonna need jQuery first. Then we're gonna need this bundle.min whatever, and jQuery async. That's another plugin for this main jQuery, and then we're gonna need that. Let's see if we have that. So we got the admin JS here. jQuery async should be right here somewhere. And of course, we can copy all these files. Okay, I'm just gonna copy this, and we can even copy Bootstrap if we wanted to, but we already got Bootstrap. Well, so let's copy this and drop it into the public JS. Okay, I'm just gonna copy, and let's drop that in there. Let's go to public JS and paste that in there. We can also paste the Bootstrap. Okay, but since we're gonna be using that file a lot, we can just include it right away. Um, you know what? Let's just include the whole file. Let's not complicate ourselves. There we go. All right. All right. So, all right. So, sorry about that, guys. I was just sneezing a lot here, you know. Anyways, I had to pause the video real quick. But, okay. So, we copy those there, and we just have to link them. So, we got to do /JS, and here /JS again. And again, sorry about that. I just sounded real funny there for a moment, right? And oh, we're missing this guy here. I think we are. Yes, we are. So let's go and where is it? Let's go back to our JS, and this is inside that file that I gave you. Okay, let's copy that guy there. Just drop him inside that JS, in public JS, in that file there. Okay, you can also put admin there just to make sure that those are the admin scripts. So let's create another folder here and call this admin stuff, and I'm just gonna drop that in there just to make it clear that that's where it's going. Okay, so okay. So inside here, the JS, we just say admin, and that should work. Okay, let's try this out and see if we get some type of functionality. Refresh, and voila, it's working. We don't have any of those 404 errors here. Everything is working. Cool. There we go. That's working. Beautiful. Look at that. Guys, I'm getting really excited about this project. I hope you guys are too. Really cool stuff. Okay. We don't even need any frameworks, but of course, later on, if I don't have a course on frameworks, you should take one of those, like Angular or React. Really cool frameworks to work with. Now it's a lot more learning curve, but I like to do things like core from scratch first, And that way, when we learn stuff from scratch, then when we jump into frameworks, it's going to be a lot easier. You need this knowledge anyways. So anyway, so in the next lecture, we're going to continue building. What I want you to do, and maybe you can, I'm hoping you can, just go ahead and change the links on the side nav to say posts, and make sure that you have a create post, all posts, um, and that's it for that. That's what we're going to be doing in the next lecture. Should be pretty easy. And then inside those create, and make sure that they have their own dynamic data, their own routes, their own views. Okay, so create that handlebars inside the post folder, and we will have an edit as well, very similar to the create. So for those of you that are experienced, go ahead and try to do that yourself. We're going to do that in the next lecture. Thank you so much, and I'll see you on the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear students. So let's get really excited, because what we got right now is we need to convert this into a real link and make some routes and a view, some views, so that we can actually play around with the database, which is the exciting part, right? We need to put data inside our application, play around with the data, and have fun. So hopefully some of you were able to complete my little challenge. I know, I didn't tell you it was a challenge, but it was. So let's just kill all this stuff. All right. Wow, we have a lot of files here, right? This application is getting big by the minute, right? This is nothing yet. We're going to have a lot more fun. So let's go to layouts, admin. And actually, I always forget, we don't have it in layouts anymore. We have it in the admin site site nav. And we have this components li that is a drop down. It's a drop down because we have some attributes here that will help us make it, with Bootstrap. So let's change this to say components, posts. And instead of saying collapse components, I'm going to call this collapse posts. I'm going to copy this whole thing and just paste it in here in this ID. There we go. So it doesn't complain. This would be all posts like that. And this would be create posts. We're going to change the links, of course, to say something like admin posts, right? And this would be admin posts create, like that. Now we need to build those routes and the views, of course, but let's play around with the routes first. So let's go to our routes folder. We have admin here. We need to create another directory that I want to create, because inside admin we're going to have all the routes. So we could do this in two ways. We could, if we wanted to, make all the directories like I mentioned, or we can just create the files. I'm just going to create the files just not to make this too complicated. So it's going to be a JavaScript file, so we're going to name this posts, just like that word, plural. Okay, posts.js. Okay, and it's going to be very similar to this. I'm just going to copy that, paste it in there. I can even copy the module. If I wanted to be lazy, I do that, right? Simple as that. Okay, very, very, very similar to what we have. Okay, and let's go ahead and create, let's not be so lazy, let's just write this down. Router.get. Remember that this is going to be the admin post by default, because we're going to set that up in the inside the app.js. Okay, so I'm just going to make it root, but it's going to be admin posts. Well, whatever we want it to be in reality. It's going to have the request and the response as always. And we're just going to say, well, this route, we're going to send the response, and we're going to say it works. Okay, because we're going to take a couple more minutes to make sure that
the post looks good later on. But we just want to make sure that it works. So let's go, now that we created this inside the routes folder, we created this routes file with everything that we need to make sure it works. So we need to include it here, require, right? You see, this starts to get easier now. And now we're gonna call this variable post, it's constant, like that. And inside admin, inside routes, we have, um, hold on, admin, and then we have, inside there, we have what's called posts, like this, posts, okay? And now we just need one of these, and like that, and like that. Look at that. See how easy that is? It starts to make sense now, right, guys? Now, for those of you that come from PHP, this is gonna look like a mess of code. But believe me, just make things easier. It's pretty awesome once you get the hang of it, okay? You're gonna love JavaScript later on. Right now, some of you probably don't like it much, but just because PHP has a, especially with frameworks like Laravel and things like that, have things a little bit more organized. But in here, we have to do things by ourselves. So let's go back here, and if we, now the next thing is that we need to make sure that route works, okay? So admin posts, enter, and you see it says it work instead of it works, but we know that it's working, okay? So on the next lecture, we're going to continue with the next part where we make that view look good. Thank you so much, guys. It's been a pleasure, and I'll see you in the next lectures. Take care. Welcome back, my dear students. So I have decided to make our admin, and I want you to make that change as well, just the index instead of the dashboard, because we had a dashboard and then we had the index route for uh, just demonstration purposes only, right? So remember that we had a views inside admin, we had another view called dashboard. Delete that, go to the index route right here and delete that route for the admin that we had right here, okay? And just leave this link alone here like this, this code, and go to your admin side nav, or side navigation, and make it so it goes to /admin instead of /admin dashboard. Okay, so that's all the change I made because I wanted to just have the dashboard. Oops, did I make that change? Well, let's go back and make sure that our application is running. It's not running. Let's make sure it's running. Sometimes you get that error there. You just got to make sure your thing is running. Okay, we don't have that route anymore. I don't. Okay, now my dashboard goes to admin by itself. Okay, we're serving just that index. Okay, so we are about to start creating posts. Okay, and we want to do basically the CRUD: create, read, update, and delete with MongoDB. Now we could, if we wanted to, use MySQL or any other database out there. But when you are creating applications using Node.js, in frameworks like Angular and so on, you want to deal with MongoDB. MongoDB is just faster. It's just something that it goes well together um, with Node, okay, with JavaScript, right? So let's start doing that. What I want to do is I want to start creating the views for create, update, delete, all that stuff. And then we're going to start working with a database. But before we get to all that stuff, why don't we connect to a database? And you guys learned how to do that in a couple of lectures before, right? In the beginning of the course where I show you about the database, right? Go to that database section if you don't remember. And make sure you should have an instance of MongoDB installed in your computer. Okay, so if we go to another tab here in the terminal, if you're using Git or command prompt, whatever, if you type in MongoDB, you should be able to get your database working. Okay, just like, well, mine was already on, but if I type Mongo, I should be in the Mongo shell, and I say show DBS, and I should see all my databases there. Okay, databases that I got. So Control C. I'm gonna get out of there. And remember, you can do this in your terminal. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a database for this project. I'm gonna do, let's go here somewhere, and where can we put this database? I like to have my database on top, to be honest with you, like right here on top somewhere. And I'm going to be using Mongoose for this. Okay, remember that Mongoose is this ODM, okay, object document mapper, okay, because we want to be able to have methods that are going to allow us to save data to the database and delete it, do the crop basically, and just this ODM or Mongoose makes it very, very easy for us to do that. So it just helps us manage our data in object, basically with objects format. So we don't have Mongoose. If you go to package.json, we need to install that. So let's go ahead and do that. npm install Mongoose. Okay, mon, this is how you spell it right here. Okay, now let's go to app.js and let's create some type of connection here. So we're gonna use, let's first include Mongoose here. Mongoose required. There we go. Simple as that. That's it. Okay, now we have a Mongoose there. Require. Now let's start creating stuff with it. So we want to connect. Okay, and remember that the protocol for the MongoDB is not the same as the other databases. We have a different protocol. It's called MongoDB. Okay, instead of HTTP, it's MongoDB : / localhost. Okay, now you can also type in 127.0.0.1. Some people have issues with localhost, so you might want to put just the IP of that local server. Okay, and now we could say, well, the default port. Okay, sometimes this will work like this, and you can just put the database. And as a matter of fact, mine probably will work like this, but I'm just gonna type it like this just to make it more, just to make it better. So this is the default port for MongoDB, and now we want to connect to a database called CMS. Well, remember that we don't have a database. We are assuming that we will have a database called CMS, and the moment that we create some type of data, Mongoose will help us create that database called CMS. Once we insert data, it will help us create a CMS database. Okay, and one thing that we need to do here, we need to pass another parameter with a key and value called use Mongo client. Make it true. Okay, if you don't do that, it's going to give us some type of error. Okay, now I'm going to follow this by a then. We're going to use promises. Okay, if you don't know about promises, I have a free course called ES6, where I show you about promises. Okay, so this is basically, instead of using like a callback function saying, hey, listen, we got the data and we got an error back, instead of using like some function here, let's say not here, but let's say here or something, like using a callback function like this, and we say error and data or something like that. Instead of using that, we use promises. It's a lot easier to handle and better to read, and it's just better. So we're gonna say then, and of course we have the DB here, and we get something back. So when we say then this does not get executed until we use then. Then is like execute. That's what that means. Execute something, and we're gonna get something back only if we are able to connect. If we're not able to connect, then we need to catch that error somewhere. Okay, so Mongo connected. Now we can attach a catch here, and we can say error, and then we can just say console.log error. Okay. Now you might see me doing stuff like this. Sometimes we don't need to actually, if we don't have any other parameters, we don't need to, we can just do stuff like that. Okay. It's just easier syntax, guys. So then let's do nomon app tab, and it says Mongo connected. So Mongo's connected. Now if I make some type of mistake here and I do that, now we get that error, right? And we can say, so you know that that's the error, we can say testing error or something like that. Or we could say could not connect, something like that. Let's see that how that works. Let's see if you can see my could not connect. You see it right here, right? So you know that it's working. Okay, pretty cool stuff. And then we get, now we get that error, but let's go ahead and fix that. Let's port number is 27017, and now we should get Mongo connected. Perfect. So our database connection is working. We are, and remember guys, make sure your MongoDB is running by doing MongoD and then Mongo if you want to just log into the shell and play around with it. But let's start this on the next lecture, and let's start creating some of the views and try to see if we can get some data inside the database so we can start reading, updating, and deleting. Okay, thank you so much, and I'll see you on the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear students. So wake up, let's do this. We're gonna start creating posts, but not so fast yet. We still need to create the views. So let's start creating the views for our post pages. Okay, so we need to start with I want to start with creating data. Okay, so we need to start with this guy right here, create. All right, so let's go to views, let's go to admin, and inside admin, what we want to do is we want to create another directory, because what we want to do, we want to keep things separate. Whatever is in admin is going to stay in admin. So we're going to have posts, categories, comments, whatever. They're going to be inside the admin, but I want to make sure that they are in their own entity, in their own basically component, in a type of way. All right, everything separated and nice. So let's go and create a post directory, and inside here we're going to create a index for post. Okay, so make sure that you create some type of index, and you can name this whatever you want. Okay, I'm just going to name it index. I name every homepage index if there are the homepage for their own directory. So we have that view here. Let's go ahead and start creating it. This is just gonna take a little bit, okay? So let's make sure that we are, oops guys, I'm sorry about that. It's supposed to be index handlebars. Forgot handlebars. If you are using a template like AJAX, then you use AJAX. That's why probably I did that way. I'm used to using AJAX as another templating engine besides Jade and Handlebars. There are a couple, guys. There are a couple you can use. Handlebars. There we go. All right. So now let's make sure that this is working. I'm just going to put a H1 tag, and I'm going to say create post here. We're going to start creating things from scratch, guys. I know that I just want you guys to get kind of used to writing the code. It's better. But remember, we have these reference files in the course, so you might want to download it if you want. But write things down, okay? So we want to create a form like this, and we're going to be submitting data to, let's say, a route that we're going to create. We don't have that yet. Let's go admin posts, create, like that. Okay, it's gonna be the method of post, and let's make sure that it has an end type of multi. This is just to upload files later on. Okay,
multipart / form data. And then, as a matter of fact, let me look it up in my computer. And no, I think I remember. Let's just do it like this. We're gonna test this, okay? Because I want to just create one real quick and test it out. So form group, and we're gonna have a label. And this title here like this. This is gonna be the title of our post. Let's just go ahead and create some type of button down here. And we're gonna create a type. It's gonna be submit. And we're gonna call it submit like this. I just want to see how that looks real quick, okay? Before we do anything. So let's go to routes. Let's go to admin and let's go to posts. Let's create a route for that. I'm gonna copy and paste that there. And I believe we called it admin post create, right? So when we hit that route, when we hit this, we're gonna render a view. And this view is gonna be in admin /posts /create. I'm gonna like that. And as a matter of fact, we got this in the wrong part. Let's just create another file here. I'm gonna call this create like that. And I'm gonna take whatever's in index from there and right here. I think that makes more sense, right? In the index, we should just show all the posts. I'm just gonna put an H1 there and say all posts like that. Let's see if it works. But let's make a link in the admin side nav where we have all posts. Well, the link is already created for us, right? So let's refresh and then create posts and admin posts create. That link is not working for some reason. Admin posts create. Let's go back to posts. Oh, you know what? One thing to keep in mind here, guys. You don't need to write the whole path here because we are doing it right here, remember? So automatically, that should be done for us. All we need to do is do this guy here, /create. Now let's go and refresh. And now that should be there. What I see is that, of course, we don't have the input or anything like that. We just have a little data there. So let's go back and fix that. I just wanted to see if that works. You know, make it work actually. Let's go to that create view right here. And let's start playing around with the input, okay? So input and guys, again, you can go ahead and download this if you want. I suggest you just write it down with me. For those of you that don't know Bootstrap, control. We're using Bootstrap Classic, guys. Okay, that's what we're doing here. This form control is a Bootstrap class. It's just gonna create things automatically for us. It's gonna style it. Okay, we're gonna put a placeholder here. I'm gonna call this enter title, and let's just put. I like to put the name attribute here just because I want you guys to see that first. Okay, so that's pretty cool. What else we need? Let's go back and see how that looks. I'm gonna refresh, and now that looks like that. We can make that smaller if we wanted to, okay? Another thing that I want to do is start creating let's just copy this and paste it here. Now it's a lot easier, right? This input is gonna be a select because we want to make our our options for public, private, or draft for posts. Okay, so this is just gonna be the status, and like this, the status, and we're gonna give it a class of form control. Beautiful. And we're just gonna give a couple options. Welcome back, my dear students. So it's time for us to start creating, actually, to finish our create post form. So what else do we need? We have the title of the post. We have a status that we need to do this in the database, and of course submit this data. And then we want to either allow comments or not allow comments, and maybe have a description. Let's go ahead and start playing with that. So let's create another dev form group here, and let's call this allow comments. Comments like this. Okay. We might change the name later on, right? And this is going to be a checkbox. I'm going to show you how to do that. It's going to be pretty cool, guys. Pretty cool. Checkbox. And actually, let's just take this out. We're just going to have it here. Checkbox. And here would be allow comments like this. Let's make this camel case. Allow comments. Keep that convention there. And of course, this doesn't have a placeholder. Okay, like that. And then we can actually wrap the whole thing around in a label like this, and maybe say check or something like that. Let's just do this real quick. Let's see if this looks better like this. We wrap it around. Okay, refresh, and yep, that works. There is a class that we can use called form check in Bootstrap 4. We're gonna use that. I believe, I don't know if that was available in Bootstrap 3, I don't remember. And let's give this another class here, if I remember correctly. Instead of for control, we can just name this form check input. I think that should do it. Let's see if that makes it look better. Refresh. All right, that's just gonna, that makes this here, but I'm getting out of my bots there for a minute. We can fix this later on. There's no rush into that. Let me put this here and let's see if that fixes it. I like to leave that touch for later, usually. No, I was doing it right. Let's go back. So leave it like that. Okay. Form check input. This is good. And that's good. If anything, we just fix it later on with a some type of CSS. Okay, so no biggie right now. You just put a little CSS, a little padding here or something,
and that should do the trick. Okay, we just inspect it real quick and see if we can do the trick with that. I think we can wrap that around some type of another class, okay, like input group or something like that, and fix that. But we're not going to do that right now. Okay, let's focus on what we're doing here, which is trying to get this to work. And I want to create a form group now, and this one is going to be for a description, or should I say body, because that's going to be the body of our post. I'm just going to name it body here. Let's keep it uniform. Okay, let's just name it body as well here. Everything body, so that way we don't confuse ourselves. And you know what, this is going to be a text area, so let's just delete this text area. Make sure that you finish that there. Okay, and for control should be okay for that. Let's see how that looks. Refresh. So that looks like that. We can make this a little bigger if we want to. Let's we don't need this here, and make this body. We don't even need a placeholder, but we can keep it there. Let's see how that looks here. Enter description. Okay, and let's make this a little bigger by doing calls 30, and rows, let's give it 10 rows. Okay, refresh, and now that looks a little bigger. It's looking a lot better. Let's make this button look better by giving it a class of btn, and then btn primary. That should be good. Let's see, refresh. Okay, that looks a lot better. Okay, perfect. Our form is taking form now. Now the next thing is to make sure that this is submitting some type of good data. Let me see. Right now, if we try to submit data, this is not working. Okay, try to figure that out, why that's not working, and on the next lecture I'll show you, and hopefully we can submit some data. Thank you so much, and I'll see you on the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear students. I hope you guys are having fun, and I hope you are really awake. Okay, don't fall asleep. Remember what you're doing this for, right? This might look a little long right now or slow, but when you're done with this project, you're gonna be a professional. Okay, and you're gonna make a lot more than what you're making right now. If you don't have a job, you should be able to get one. Okay, it's just a matter of finding somebody that will hire your skills. Okay, so let's get to it. Let's go to the project, and this is where we are right now. For some reason, we cannot post data to this route here. Let's find out why. And I'm pretty sure that some of you guys figured this out already, right? All right. So remember that when we submit data, we need to go to our routes first. So let's go to admin and post, right? Well, remember that this is submit and post data. We don't have a route to catch post data. Our routes are catching get data. Okay, so if we go and do this, and we change get to post, now that should work, right? Let's just change this to send, and we're gonna say worked here. Let's see if this works. I don't remember what I put in the form. I'm just gonna go back here, refresh, and submit. Oh, there we go. It's working. See that? Perfect. So now that our form is working, now it's time for us to start playing around with submitting some data, guys. So let's do that. Let's start playing around here. So we want to connect to the database,
But before we do that, we need to start thinking about our schema, our database schema. We are connected to the database already, but we need to connect to the database in a way that we can insert data. Right now, we are connected, right? But we need a way to have like methods that can help us insert data. And Mongoose is doing that for us already. We just have to create what's called a model. And we have a model directory here, okay? So let's start creating our models for a post and let's play around with data, okay? So I'm going to create a JavaScript file called post with capital P, okay, .js. And this is how Mongoose is going to help us, okay, with doing our data in that object, inserting our data or manipulating our data in with objects format. So what I want to do here is first of all, I want to include Mongoose because that's what we're going to be using. So Mongoose, there you go. And now Mongoose has different methods that we can use. Okay. But first, let's create a variable here to hold our schema. Mongoose has this nice object that we can use or a methods. It's called mongoose.schema with a capital S schema. There we go. Now we have the schema here. Now we need another variable or constant, should I say, to hold our schema. I'm going to call this post with a capital P, capital S. We're dividing each word by a uppercase. It's just convention. And I'm going to create a new instance of this new schema that I have on top there. See that? But inside here, the parameter is going to be an object. See that? And now we start defining our schema here. So you see what I did? I included Mongoose because that's what we're going to be using. We take out this from Mongoose, okay? We save it in this variable, okay? And now we create a new instance, right, with a parameter as an object parameter inside. But then we call this, we don't have to do that. We could do it like this, or we can go to our app.js and play around with it like this. But we're going to be using this later on. So we're going to be using this whole thing, exporting it out. So we need to have some type of reference. So our post is going to have different data inside. And we know that it's going to have a user. So I'm going to create this object inside. And this is not something that I'm making up. This is how it's done. So we're going to have different objects that are going to define our data inside this object, this huge object. So first is we start with the type, okay? But before we get to user, and this is something that I will explain to you right now, I want to show you how you create data, simple data, because I'm going to create a different data here, and I'll need to explain that. This data has to do with relationships. So I'm not going to explain that right this instant. What I want to do is I want to create a simple type of data here first. So we defined another object here, and the first thing is we need to tell it the type. So the type is going to be a string. That's going to be our title. It's going to be type string. So only type string or strings can go into this title, okay, in our schema database, okay, in our data schema. And now we can also do authentication here. We get this error if we don't insert a title when we are inserting data to the database. So right now we have authentication here with Mongoose, which I like pretty much. So we have the types with Mongoose, and then we have authentication. There's a lot of documentation about, Mongoose and all the authentication that you can do here, but you can do a lot more than what I'm showing you here. This is just something that we need for now. Later on, I'll show you a different one. Okay. Now we need to do basically the same thing for the rest of the fields. The next one is going to be I think it's the status. Let's go back, and I like to follow a order. So I'm going to go to views, admin, post, and create. We have
the title, we have a status, allow comments. Okay, let's go back to the model. Status, the next one. Then we have allow comments. So status is going to be a string as well. And let me show you this. We could create a default here, and default is going to be public, like this. Now let's go to allow comments. Okay, and this, the type here is going to be a boolean, like this, right? And let's make it so that it is required. What else we have? We have a body, right? After, let's double check it. So title, status, allow comments, and body. Title, status, allow comments, and body. There we go. Body is going to be very similar to status. Well, body is yep. Actually, we need this require, and it's not require. It's true. Actually, sorry about that. I just noticed that I repeated that word. There we go. All right, let's double check this. Now, on the next lecture, I will explain to you about the user, okay? It's because we are going to talk about relationships in a minute. And just a little bit here, so that way you know how this works. Now, the last field here, we don't need to put a comma because we don't have anything else following it. Just making sure that this requires all good. The string is starting with a uppercase, the first letter of the type value, uppercase. All right. So on the next lecture, I'm going to explain to you a little bit about relationships. Thank you so much for watching, guys, and I'll see you on the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear students. So on the last lecture, we were almost done with this schema. There's one more thing that we need to do, and I'm gonna do that before I get into explaining about this relationship. Now, I'm gonna dedicate a couple lectures explaining about relationships, but we're not gonna get into that right now. I'm just gonna explain a little bit about relationships, okay? But before we do that, let's actually export this guy out. We wanna do module. Actually, let me show you. First of all, once we're done with the definition, we need to call another method here called model, like this. And then we need to tell it, listen, this is going to be the name for my model. And I'm going to pass in that schema that we just created on top, like this. Now, you can name this however you want. You can name this and post like this. Now, remember, even if you name it like this, behind the scenes, Mongoose is going to convert this into a plural way, which is going to be this. Okay? So if you want to just name it this, that's okay, because that's going to be the name of your document inside your database. Okay? Now we can go ahead and export this so we can use it later on. Exports like that. And we can just pull this and use it. So here's the little explanation I wanted to give you about relationships. So there are two main ways that we can relate data using MongoDB. Either we insert an object, and when I say object, I mean a document. All right. So every time I say object is document. Okay. Let's just call it document. But remember that each document has data that is in a object type way. Okay. So data is going to be in this object format. So the two main ways is this. Either we insert the one document inside another document, and I mean, okay, you're going to see this data like this in your database. We either do this, insert the whole document in there, or we just insert, for example,
the IDs of that other um, document, and then we just each of these IDs is just going to have a difference, a reference to a model outside. Okay, so for example, this is just going to be this ID is belongs to one user. This other ID belongs to another user. This ID belongs to another user. This is a better approach because you don't want your data to get filled with more documents and more documents inside. Imagine you have a post document and that post has a whole bunch of other documents inside, and those documents will have other fields inside. That would be very messy. So what we want to do is we want to reference the ID of that table or that document here, okay, like this. And that's exactly what we're going to be doing later on. But I'm not going to be dealing with this until we get to that, the login and registration, or maybe we'll get to the categories or something else before we get to that. But just know that the takeaway from this lecture is this: we either insert documents inside another documents, or we insert the IDs of other documents and then reference them. That's it. Anyway, so we are done creating our post model. We are done even exporting it out, and we're almost ready to start using our model to insert data, to manipulate data inside our database. Thank you so much for watching, guys, and I'll see you on the next lectures. Welcome back, my dear students. So we have our form here. On the last lecture, we finished our models and all that, but it's time for us to start creating some data, okay? So the first thing that we are going to do is go to routes posts, right? And we know that this is working because we checked it, right? We know it's sending, it's working. And we need to start making sure that we send data to our database. We have the variables. Let's open that up. We have the name attributes, and these name attributes are going to send that data. Whatever we type in the form is going to send it as, for example, as some type of property or variable in our server called title. We're going to get that as a title. We're going to get this as a status, and we're going to get this as allow comments, right, in our server. That's what's going to happen. But when we go to our server here, we have no way of receiving that data. That data is supposed to come, we're supposed to parse that data. We receive the data, but we have no way of parsing it. Okay, out of the box, Node.js doesn't offer that ability. So we need to have some type of module to help us with that. And the module that is going to help us parse the post data is called the body parser. So we need to go to app.js, and well, as a matter of fact, I'm receiving a error here, a promise, and I'll tell you in a minute what that is. I'm going to actually resolve that real quick. This is because we're using promises here, okay? And out of the box, Mongo's is not, it doesn't have promises. They did have it before, but right now we are telling it to use the Mongo client promises. So the default promises for ES6. So we need to say, Mongoose, I want you to use the global promise that ES6 offers us. Okay, so this global object has the default promise library there, and we are assigning that to the Mongoose promise. So that way we don't have this error anymore. See that? So it says plug in your own promise library. That's what it's saying there. You can read more about why, or why we're doing this, because they decided not to include the promises anymore. I don't know, maybe later on they will in their, back in the day it wasn't like this, but now we have to do that. We have to use our own promises library. Okay, but anyway, so we got that out of the way. Let's go back to post. Here there's no way of parsing that data, so we need a way to do it. So we need to download a package. I'm gonna control C to terminate my server, and I'm gonna do npm install
body hyphen parser. Okay. And inside the app.js, we are going to require this const body. That's what we're going to call it. We call it whatever we want, but when we require it, we have to give it the exact name of the package. It's called body parser, like this. Now we need to, let's see where I can put this. Before we load the routes, I'm gonna do it right here, body parser. And we're going to make sure that our application uses it by doing app use. And this is actually in the documentation, okay, and body parser. So when you see that package, you can look it up. But this is how we do it: body parser dot URL encoded, and inside this function, we include this object. And in this object, we have to tell it what, how we want the URL. Okay, how is it gonna be? So extend it, and we're gonna say it's true. That use. This is something that it is in the documentation, guys. We want this to be able to parse JSON data as well. So make sure that we have parsing the JSON, pass the JSON there, and this should work now. So now in our post route, okay, in post.js, right here, we can do a console right here like this, console dot, and we can get the data from the form like this. One thing that I want to do in the create, we're not going to be using files right now, so I'm just going to take that off for now. That's just going to interfere with me showing you something. So nomon, let's turn on our server, and let's see if we get some type of data. There we go. Submit. Let's come back here, and you can see that those fields are coming in like that. All right. So there you have it, guys. We included a module to parse post data or data coming from form, and we are telling our application to use it right here by passing in this in a middleware. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next lecture where we are finally going to try to make this work and insert some data into the database, and at the same time creating our database. Thank you so much, guys. This is getting really fun. See you in the next one. Welcome back, my dear students. So I'm inside my routes, my post routes, and we were able to get the body of a form to console log we were able to log it into our console, right? So we are able to get this object with all the data from the form. Great stuff. But now we need to start inputting data into our database and at the same time creating it. We have created a model, a schema, right, with all the data that we want. We can only send string data to the title. If not, our database or code is going to start screaming and yelling at us. Status has to be a string. Allow comments has to be a boolean. It's required by default. We got the authentication there. The body has to be a string, and it's also required. If we don't, then our database, our data inputs are not going to work. We're not going to be able to put data into that if we don't send it exactly what we have here. Okay, and we are of course exporting this out. So let's go to our post routes, and that's routes, admin, and then posts. Here, what we're going to do is we're going to bring in the post. This is how we're going to bring it. That schema, we are going to go one directory, and we're going to go up another directory to models, and then we're going to bring that up here. And of course, make sure this is a equal symbol. So now we have this post here, and all we have to do is use it. We have to start using it. Okay.
So we have it right here like this. And now inside here is going to take a object. This object has to be based on the schema that we created. So we have to have inside that object something exactly this, 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 and this. Okay. So I can say title. What is our title going to be? Well, whatever comes from the body of the request, and which is a variable named title, which we have right here. That's where we have that value of that input, right? Great. So see how easy this is? Very easy. Now we have to do the same thing for all of them, right? We have to follow this. We have status, allow comment, and body. So status, and we're gonna get that body, status, allow comments, and what is it, body. And this is body, like this. Okay, so it looks like we are good. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that allow comments is a checkbox. So automatically when you click on a checkbox, you're going to get a off and on string coming from the form. And we are telling our schema here that it should accept only a boolean, true or false. Okay, so we need to do a little bit more, a little bit of modification. Let me show you what I mean, guys. You probably don't know what I mean. Let me show you. Body dot allow comments. Okay, I'm gonna log this so that way you can see it here. Let's go to the form. I thought I had a form there. I guess it's behind here somewhere. There we go. All right. So I'm gonna refresh this. I'm gonna click on this and I'm gonna submit this, and I'm gonna go to my code, which is again behind here. And you can see that it says on here, right? And if I don't check it, it's gonna submit a off request. Okay. Let's go to create. Oops. Submit. And now you can see, well, it's undefined now, but you can see basically what I mean, right? So we can't have that. So we have to build this type of functionality to prevent that on and off type of thing. Okay. So let's initialize some type of variable here saying allow comments. Okay. And I'm going to set this to true by default. Okay. But I'm going to create some type of condition here just to change that a little bit. So if the body allow comments is available, okay, then we are going to make sure that this is true. Else, we're going to allow comments to be false. Okay, so that way we don't have any issues with our database, guys. With our database model or Mongoose model. Okay, perfect. So let's finish this up on the next lecture, where we are going to be actually start using this configuration here to start inserting data. Thank you guys so much, and I'll see you on the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear students. I hope you guys are having a really good day today. For those of you that are coming from 2 to 3 days rest, good job coming back to the course. For those of you that are just continuing doing it, good job, very good job, because this can get tiresome after a while, but don't worry, it will pay off. So we are converting, where we left off last time is that we are converting the on and off string that we get from a checkbox into Boolean values right here. So we're initializing it and we're converting it right here to either true or false. And then instead of passing that from the variable there, passing the
the value from the form, we're just gonna pass it from here. Okay, simple as that. Now it's time for us to start testing this to see if it works, because we don't know anything yet, right? In order for us to use this, and we can, I'm gonna create a variable, new post, like this, and this new post now has methods added by Mongoose that we can use. For example, it has the save method, and it's gonna have all the methods to remove, to edit, all that stuff. But we're gonna be using this one here. So now it's not gonna save automatically once we do this. We need to attach some type of promise or callback. Then we're gonna get the saved post in here so we can use it if we wanted to. So I'm gonna use the new syntax fat arrow function there to do something after the post is saved. So remember, we're getting this promise. Promise is then do this, and then we get something. If it works, we get something back. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna redirect, and I think we want to send them to where all the posts are located, right? Admin posts, just like that. We could, if we wanted to, we actually don't need to do this, to be honest with you. I think once you save the post, we don't need to do this, but you could if we wanted to see console log this and see what, just for our own purpose. Well, let's just test this out first, and then we console log, and so you can see what we get after. Okay, so let's see if this works. I haven't tested this. We wrote a lot of data. Keep in mind that if this doesn't work, we could attach some type of catch here and console the error. Oops. Since we don't have any other parameters there, I'm just gonna use this syntax console log. Could not say post. There we go. Let's test this out. We wrote a lot of data. We don't know if it works. All right. Okay. First post. Allow comments. It's gonna be public. Let's make it private. Hello. It worked. Okay. Looks like everything went good, I think. We got redirected. Hi guys, this is Edwin from the future. I just wanted to give you a heads up on something that I did in this course, well, in this lecture, that I did not mention. Now, this functionality here that I just created for you can, and you will be seeing this later on, maybe in other tutorials or the documentation, you will see this new keyword. I want you guys to use it. I didn't include it in this lecture, and you might be seeing me including this later on, but you will be seeing this in the documentation. So make sure that you do. Now, without this keyword, this does exactly the same thing. You can come down here and you can use the new post, newly create instance, and assign a new value to it. Okay. You will still be able to use this as the same as using the new keyword. But I want you guys to get into the habit of using this new keyword here, okay? We're signifying that we are working with a constructor. Basically, this is working like a class behind the scenes. If you guys, know a little bit about object programming, and you should, we have this model that has definitions with properties and pre-built methods from Mongoose. And basically, we're using that new instance, okay, that we have right here. That's what we're doing. And the new keyword is signifying that we don't really need it in this case, but we are going to be using it. So if you're not using it, make sure you do. And if you see me not including it, go ahead and include it yourself. Okay? Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the following minutes, seconds, or I'll see you in the next lecture. Guys, take care. Now, how can we see that data? Well, let's go to our Mongo shell. I'm going to open another console. I'm going to say Mongo. I'm going to go to that shell. I'm going to say use CMS1. And this is what we named the database, right? Let's go back here to app.js. Let's look at that database name. Okay, it's called CMS. Enter. And now we can say show collections. Enter, and we can see a collection right here. We can also say show tables. Okay, so now let's check to see if that collection has any type of data in there. Okay, so we're gonna say db.post.find parentheses. Oops, we need to say db.post plural. Enter, and now we can see that we have something here. We have this object ID, the title, right here. Allow comments is true. Body, hello, status, private. Good. We got the data in there. If you weren't able to make it work, guys, check your code and reference it with my code, or keep trying again. The more you try, the better you're going to get at it. Okay? At it. Now, look at this object ID here. This is created automatically by Mongoose. Okay? So we got this object ID, which is not a string, guys. This is, as you can see, this is more than a string. This is referring to this object, okay? And every ID is going to be different, okay? And you can refer to this object ID by doing underscore ID. You're going to see me doing that later, okay? But it worked. The first time it worked. Good job. Now let's go back to our routes and let's console log when we save something so you can see the data we get back. Okay, let's come back here. I always get confused. I think I always have it in another screen and I had it behind me. Okay, so I'm just gonna refresh this here. I'm gonna say second post. Enter. I wish things would go that smoothly all the time, right? And as you can see, we get the saved object back to us, the new one. Okay, because if you remember 09C1, we didn't get that before. Let me see if I can find the other one. Oh, no, I don't have it in this. Oh, right here. See, this is a different one. Okay, so we got data, guys. We are saving data. Perfect. So now we have the CRUD almost finished. Let me see what else do we need. We got the body. We got the allow comments true. The selected. We have it. It's working. So we don't have much to do here. Maybe later on we'll add some images, you know, how to upload images, but that's going to be a different section. I want to show you the CRUD first, then we start adding different features to our application. Good job, guys, if you were able to do it. If you had a problem, post it in the discussion, talk to me, email me, try to find me, but do it after you spend a couple hours trying to fix it on your own. So that way you can learn more about coding, guys. Keep it up. You're doing a great job, guys. Shake it off. Go to the next lecture. See you then. Bye-bye. Welcome back, my dear students. Are you guys ready? Let's do it. So now that we are able to create a post, we need to be able to actually see our post. And when we go to our page here, all posts, we don't have anything there. It's not working for us. Let's go ahead and make that work. So let's go to our views, admin post. The index should be where we show everything, right? So come back here to our routes, and right here we're just sending it this. Let's render our view admin / posts. Okay, actually is posts, and I think it will work like this. I don't think we need to put indexing here. I think it will find it. So let's just try it out. Command R or Control R, and yes, it is working like that. Great. So now we have our view there, but we need to start bringing data from the database, right? Okay, great. Let's go.
So let's see how we're gonna do this. Well, let's create a table first of all. Okay. And then when we create a table, we're gonna be filling it up with some cells. So let's see. Let's first give our table class, a Bootstrap class of table, and then let's just do table border. That's okay. That should be good. Let's make sure we have a T head and a TR, table road. And inside this table road, we have TH. This is going to be the table headings. We want to get the idea of the post. Let's see what we want. We want the title. Okay. What else do we have? The status, comments, allow comments. Mm. And the body, right? But we're not going to show the body. We might show just a little bit of the body. Let's not show the body. Okay. ID, title, status, allow comments. Okay. So we got 4 of those. Now, after the T head, we have a T body, and that one has a row as well. And inside here, we have some table cells, and this is where we're going to bring our data. Okay. So with handlebars, we bring the variables with curly brackets, of course. So the first is going to be the ID, right? So we do curly brackets, and in between that, we bring the ID. Okay. But before we do that, let me show you. Let me just put 4 of these here. This would be the ID here. This would be the title, the status. Let's just see how the form looks before we bring any data and comments. Okay, let's just check it out real quick. Refresh, and this is how it's gonna look. Okay, so it's looking okay. So how are we gonna bring that data? Well, we got the form. It's time for us to jump into the routes and start bringing the data. Okay, and we're gonna do that in the next lecture. Thank you.